Welcome back to Sleep Storyteller, where every night is a new adventure, and every story is a journey into the unknown. I'm so glad you're here, ready to relax, unwind, and let the gentle sound of rain guide you into a peaceful slumber. As we begin tonight's story, I invite you to close your eyes, take a deep breath, and let the world outside fade away. Remember, this is your space, a place to let go, to dream, and to find the calm you need. If you're ready for tonight's story, go ahead and hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, and leave a comment below sharing what helps you relax most at night. Now, let's begin. The Clockmaker's Apprentice, Part 1, The Crooked House. In the heart of a quiet village nestled between rolling hills, there stood a peculiar little shop that defied the symmetry of the world around it. Its roof sagged to one side, and its walls leaned inward as if the house were constantly caught mid-sigh. Above its warped door hung a sign that simply read, "Talk Time, Repairs and Curiosities." The villagers rarely ventured inside, for the shop was not known for fixing ordinary clocks. Rumors abounded that the clockmaker, an old man named Horatio, crafted time itself. Elias, a thin boy with perpetually messy hair and quick hands, had never dared to cross its threshold. Until now. His stomach growled, and his pockets were empty. The bakery had refused him yesterday, the blacksmith needed no extra hands, and the thought of returning to the cold alley behind the inn filled him with dread. The strange little shop seemed like the only place left. Elias hesitated before the door, the faint chime of bells echoing within as though they anticipated his arrival. Gathering his courage, he pushed it open. The interior was a labyrinth of ticking, chiming, and whirring. Clocks of all shapes and sizes hung from every available surface. Some were gilded in gold, others carved from dark, gnarled wood. A few ticked backwards, while others had no hands at all, their faces glowing faintly with a light that seemed to pulse with life. At the center of it all stood Horatio, his wiry frame bent over a workbench scattered with gears and tools. His hands moved with the precision of a man who had spent lifetimes in his craft. Without looking up, he spoke. "You're late." Elias blinked, confused. I'm sorry." Horatio finally turned, his face lined with deep wrinkles that seemed to hold stories of their own. His eyes, however, were sharp and bright, like twin shards of sapphire. "Your shadow arrived before you did," he said, gesturing toward the floor. Elias glanced down and saw that his shadow indeed seemed to stretch unnaturally long, its edges flickering like the hands of a clock. "I'm not here to cause trouble." Elias stammered. I need work." Horatio regarded him for a long moment, then smiled, a thin, knowing smile. "Work, is it? Very well. You can sweep the floors and polish the brass. But mark my words, boy, this is no ordinary shop. You may find yourself working with things you don't understand. If you run, I won't blame you. But if you stay..." He paused, his smile widening. "You may find yourself drawn into something far greater than you could imagine." Elias nodded, though he wasn't entirely sure what he was agreeing to. Work was work, and he couldn't afford to be picky. As the hours passed, he swept, dusted, and polished under the watchful eyes of countless clocks. He couldn't shake the feeling that they were watching him too. their ticks growing louder whenever he came too close. By the end of the day, Elias was exhausted. Horatio handed him a small bag of coins, but just as Elias turned to leave, the old man spoke again. "Before you go, I have one question for you," Horatio said. "What would you do if you could change a moment of your past?" The question hung in the air like a pendulum frozen mid-swing. I don't know," Elias admitted. Horatio nodded, as though the answer satisfied him. "Sleep on it. You'll find your answer soon enough." As Elias stepped out into the cool night, the door shut behind him with a soft chime. He glanced back at the shop, now shrouded in shadow. For the first time in years, he felt a flicker of something unfamiliar, hope, mingled with a strange unease. Unbeknownst to him, a small clock in the corner of the shop had begun to tick faster, its hands spinning wildly. It glowed faintly, its rhythm syncing with Elias's footsteps as he walked away. Something had begun. Something that could not be undone. Part 2, The Clock of Memories. Elias returned to the shop the next morning, half expecting the peculiar house to have vanished overnight, as if it were a figment of his imagination. But there it stood, leaning against the air like an ancient guardian of secrets. Horatio greeted him without a word, merely gesturing toward a small pile of gears on the workbench. "Separate these by size and metal. Precision is everything," he said, his voice brisk but not unkind. Elias settled into the task, though he found his hands trembling slightly. The clocks ticked and hummed around him like a chorus of unseen voices. As the hours passed, his nervousness faded into fascination. Each piece of machinery seemed to hold its own rhythm, its own purpose. One clock had a face that shimmered like liquid silver, its numbers rearranging themselves each time Elias looked away. Another had no numbers at all, only a faint constellation of stars etched into its glass. Why are these clocks so strange? Elias asked, his curiosity finally spilling over. Horatio didn't look up from his work. Strange? They're not strange to me. They simply reflect what they are meant to. What does that mean? Elias pressed. Horatio sighed, setting down his tools. He motioned for Elias to follow him to a large, covered object at the back of the shop. With a flourish, the old man pulled away the cloth to reveal a clock unlike any Elias had ever seen. It was enormous, nearly as tall as Horatio himself, and its face was a deep, swirling blue, like the surface of a calm ocean at dusk. Instead of numbers, there were symbols Elias couldn't decipher, shapes that seemed to shift and change when viewed from different angles. "This," Horatio said with reverence, "is the clock of memories." Elias stared, captivated. "What does it do?" "It measures time not as it passes, but as it is remembered," Horatio explained. "For some, a single second can stretch into eternity. For others, years can vanish in the blink of an eye. This clock captures those moments, those fragments of life that linger in the mind." Elias frowned. Why would anyone want to capture memories? Horatio's sharp eyes softened. "Sometimes, boy, the past is the only thing we have left." The weight of those words hung heavy in the air, but before Elias could ask more, a sharp chime echoed through the shop. Horatio stiffened, his expression turning grim. "Stay here," he ordered, disappearing into a back room. Elias's curiosity burned. The chime seemed to resonate within him, pulling at some unseen thread in his chest. Unable to resist, he approached the clock of memories. As he reached out, his fingers brushed the cool surface of the glass. Instantly, the world around him shifted. He was no longer in the shop. Instead, he stood in a field of tall grass, the sky above painted in hues of gold and violet. A woman's laugh echoed through the air, and Elias turned to see a boy, himself, but younger, chasing after a kite with bright red ribbons. It was a memory, vivid and alive. He could feel the sun on his skin, the wind in his hair. He heard his mother's voice calling his name, warm and full of love. The moment was fleeting, dissolving like mist as the sound of another chime pulled him back to the present. Elias stumbled, his heart racing. "What did you do?" Horatio's voice was sharp, his figure looming in the doorway. I didn't mean to." Elias stammered. I saw something. A memory. From when I was a kid." Horatio's expression softened, though his eyes remained wary. "The clock of memories is not a toy," he said. "It shows what was, not what can be. Dwelling on the past is a dangerous thing, Elias." Elias nodded, though the memory lingered in his mind like an ember refusing to die. That night, as he lay on the cot Horatio had offered him in the back of the shop, Elias couldn't shake the feeling that the clock of memories held more than just fragments of the past. It held power. And power, as he would soon learn, always came with a price. Part 3, The Price of Time. Elias awoke to the sound of a clock striking 12, not the soft chime of an ordinary timepiece, but a low, resonant toll that seemed to shake the very walls of the shop. He sat up in the dim light, his heart pounding, and saw Horatio hunched over the workbench, his shadow stretching across the floor like a shroud. "Is everything all right?" Elias asked hesitantly. Horatio didn't look up. "It's time." "For what?" Instead of answering, Horatio gestured for Elias to follow him to the clock of memories. The swirling face seemed even more alive now, its deep blue surface rippling like water under moonlight. "The clock needs to be reset," Horatio said, his voice heavy with meaning. "Reset?" Elias echoed, puzzled. "Why? What happens if it's not?" Horatio turned to face him, his expression grave. "Time, as we know it, is not as linear as you might think. This clock helps maintain the balance. It absorbs the weight of moments, the memories that are too painful, too precious, too heavy to carry. But like any vessel, it has its limits. If it overflows—" He let the words hang in the air. Elias shivered. "And how do you reset it?" Horatio hesitated, his eyes searching Elias's face. "Someone must enter the clock and release the weight it holds." Elias blinked. "Enter the clock? You mean, like I did before, with that memory?" "Not exactly," Horatio said. "What you experienced was a glimpse, a reflection. To reset it, one must fully immerse themselves, navigate the labyrinth of memories, and sever the threads that bind them to the clock." Elias swallowed hard. "And have you done it before?" Horatio's silence was answer enough. The old man placed a hand on Elias's shoulder. "It's dangerous. Memories are seductive. They can trap you, make you forget who you are, what's real. That's why I've waited so long. But now, the clock has no more room. It must be reset. Elias stared at the swirling face of the clock. Despite his fear, a strange determination filled him. I'll do it. No, Horatio said sharply. You're not ready. Then when will I be? Elias countered, his voice trembling but firm. If this clock is so important, if it's tied to time itself, then it's worth the risk. Horatio studied him for a long moment, then sighed. Very well. But you must understand the rules. He guided Elias to the workbench, where he retrieved a small, golden key. This will open the clock, Horatio explained. Once inside, you'll find yourself in the memory threads. They will feel real, too real. But you must remember, they are not your memories. Do not linger, and whatever you do, do not take anything with you. Take anything? Elias asked, confused. Horatio's gaze darkened. The memories will tempt you. They'll offer you pieces of the past, things you might want to keep. But doing so will tether you to the clock, and you'll never be able to leave. Elias nodded, his resolve solidifying. With trembling hands, he inserted the golden key into a small, hidden slot at the base of the clock. The swirling face pulsed with light, and the air around him seemed to hum with energy. Good luck, boy, Horatio said, his voice uncharacteristically gentle. The moment Elias turned the key, the world dissolved around him. He found himself standing in a vast, endless expanse filled with glowing threads. Each thread shimmered with a life of its own, pulsating with light and color. As he moved closer, he realized the threads were not threads at all, they were memories, flickering like tiny films in the air. Some were beautiful, a child's laughter, a couple's first dance, the sunrise over a distant mountain. Others were haunting, a soldier's final moments, a mother's grief, the shadow of a storm swallowing a village whole. Elias felt a tug in his chest, an almost irresistible urge to reach out and touch the memories. But he remembered Horatio's warning and forced himself to focus. In the distance, he saw a massive knot of threads, tangled and pulsing erratically. He knew instinctively that this was the heart of the clock, the weight that needed to be released. As he approached, the memories around him grew louder, their whispers turning into a cacophony of voices. They called out to him, pleading, tempting, begging him to stay, Elias. He froze, the voice was familiar. It was his mother's. Turning, he saw a thread glowing brighter than the rest. In its flickering light, he saw himself as a small boy, sitting on his mother's lap as she read him a story. Her voice was soft, melodic, and filled with love. Stay with me, Elias, the memory whispered. Tears filled his eyes. He reached out, his fingers brushing the edge of the thread, and then he stopped. No, he said aloud, his voice breaking. This isn't real. The memory flickered, and the voices around him grew louder, angrier. The knot of threads pulsed violently, but Elias forced himself to turn away and press forward. When he reached the knot, he placed his hands on it and closed his eyes, focusing on the task at hand. Slowly, he began to untangle the threads, releasing the weight they held. It was excruciating work, each thread pulling at him, trying to draw him into its story. But he held firm, his resolve unshaken. Finally, with one last pull, the knot unraveled, and a blinding light engulfed him. When the light faded, Elias found himself back in the shop, Horatio standing over him with a look of relief and pride. "You did it," the old man said. Elias nodded, his body trembling but his heart full of something he couldn't quite name. He had faced the past and let it go, and in doing so, he had saved the flow of time itself, but he couldn't shake the memory of his mother's voice, echoing softly in the back of his mind. Part 4, The Tides of Time. Elias could scarcely believe what he was seeing. The face of the clock before him no longer reflected the intricate patterns of time, it reflected him. His own face stared back at him, not as a mere image, but as though he were gazing into a mirror that peeled back layers of time. "Why does it show me this?" he whispered, more to himself than to Horatio. The clockmaker's voice was grave. The clock of memories is not merely a record. For those who touch it, it becomes a lens, one that reveals the moments most deeply etched in their hearts. But you have activated something more. Before Elias could ask what that meant, the swirling symbols on the clock face began to glow faintly, as if responding to his presence. One symbol, in particular, pulsed with an eerie light, a sigil that resembled a winding key intertwined with a crescent moon. "What is this?" Elias asked, pointing at the glowing mark. Horatio's expression darkened. "The tides of time," he murmured. "A rare and dangerous sequence. Few have ever unlocked it. To do so means the clock recognizes your connection to time's deepest currents." Elias stepped back. "I didn't mean to. I didn't want this." "Wanting it has little to do with it," Horatio said. "The clock chooses who it reveals itself to. And now, you must bear the responsibility." A low hum filled the room, growing louder with each passing second. The clock began to tick faster, its hands spinning wildly, as though time itself were unspooling. Horatio moved quickly, his hands deftly adjusting gears and switches on the clock's sides. "Elias," he barked, "hold the pendulum steady. If it stops completely, the flow of time will shatter." Panic surged through Elias, but he forced himself to act. He gripped the pendulum, a heavy, golden rod that swung with hypnotic grace, and steadied its motion. As he did, he felt an overwhelming sensation rush through him, as though he were holding the heartbeat of the universe itself. Moments stretched and collapsed around him. The shop flickered, its walls transforming into scenes from different times and places: a medieval castle, a bustling future city, a serene forest bathed in twilight. "Focus, boy." Horatio's voice cut through the chaos. "Do not let it consume you." With great effort, Elias anchored his thoughts. Slowly, the ticking slowed, and the room solidified once more. The symbols on the clock face dimmed, and the glow faded. Breathing heavily, Elias released the pendulum. His hands trembled, and his head throbbed with the weight of what he had just experienced. "What was that?" he asked, his voice shaking. "The tides of time," Horatio said, his tone solemn. "It is a rare phenomenon. It connects the wielder to time's very essence, allowing them to glimpse its full expanse. But it is not without danger. Many who try to control it lose themselves, trapped between moments, unable to return." Elias swallowed hard. Why did it choose me? Horatio sighed. That, I cannot answer. But now that it has, your life will never be the same. As the words settled over Elias, a small, sharp knock echoed from the shop's front door. Both he and Horatio turned toward the sound. Horatio's face went pale. Stay here, he ordered, his voice tight. He moved toward the door, his steps slow and cautious. Elias felt a chill creep into the room, the air growing heavy with an unexplainable tension. As Horatio opened the door, a figure cloaked in shadow stood on the threshold. Though their face was obscured, their presence radiated an unsettling power. I felt the clock stir, the figure said, their voice smooth and cold. It seems your apprentice has awakened something extraordinary. Horatio stepped protectively in front of Elias. He is not ready for your games, Malker. The name sent a shiver down Elias's spine. Who was this person, and what did they want with him? Malker chuckled, a sound that seemed to ripple through the fabric of the room. Ready or not, he is now part of the tapestry. And soon, he will have to decide which threads to pull. Elias clenched his fists, fear and determination swirling within him. He didn't understand what was happening, but one thing was clear: the path ahead would be fraught with danger, and the clock of memories held the key to it all. Part 5. The Shadow of Malker. Elias stood frozen, the weight of Malker's words pressing on his chest like a vice. The figure lingered at the door, the shadows around him shifting unnaturally, as if they were alive. What do you want, Malker? Horatio demanded, his voice steely but low, as though afraid of drawing too much attention to the exchange. Malker tilted his head, the shadows around him flickering like dying embers. Want? Oh, Horatio, you know what I seek. The clock has stirred, and with it, the threads of fate have begun to unravel. The boy, your apprentice, is the key to restoring the balance, or breaking it entirely. Elias's heart raced. I didn't ask for this, he blurted. Malker's gaze shifted to him, and though Elias couldn't see his eyes, he felt their piercing scrutiny. No one ever does, Malker said softly. But time does not care for desires or choices, it simply flows. And sometimes, it chooses a vessel to guide it. Enough, Horatio snapped, stepping forward. Elias is under my protection. Whatever you seek, you'll have to contend with me first. Malker chuckled, a sound like dry leaves crumbling underfoot. Oh, Horatio, ever the loyal guardian. But this is not your fight. It never was. It belongs to the boy now. Before either of them could respond, Malker raised a hand, and the shadows surged forward, enveloping the room. Elias cried out as the darkness swallowed him, the air growing cold and suffocating. When the shadows receded, Elias found himself standing in a barren, desolate landscape. The sky above was an unbroken expanse of gray, and the ground beneath his feet was cracked and dry, like the remnants of a forgotten wasteland. Where am I? He whispered, his voice echoing unnaturally. This is the void between moments. Malker's voice answered, though his figure was nowhere to be seen. A place outside of time, where the threads of past, present, and future converge. Elias turned in a circle, searching for any sign of life or escape. Why am I here? What do you want from me? Malker's form materialized a few paces away, the shadows around him shifting like smoke in the wind. I want you to see, Elias. To understand the weight of the clock you so recklessly opened. With a wave of Malker's hand, the landscape shifted. Memories, like the ones Elias had seen in the clock, began to manifest around him. He saw a bustling village, its streets filled with laughter and life, only for it to fade into a battlefield strewn with broken swords and silent bodies. Every choice, Malker said, his voice echoing through the void, every moment, ripples through time. The clock absorbs the weight of these moments, but its power is not infinite. It requires a keeper, someone who can navigate the chaos and maintain the balance. Elias shook his head. Why me? I'm just an apprentice. I don't even understand how any of this works. Malker stepped closer, his shadowy presence looming over Elias. Because the clock chose you. It saw in you the potential to wield its power, to guide its purpose. But such power comes at a cost. As he spoke, the memories around them grew darker, more twisted. Elias saw a young woman weeping as she held a lifeless child. A king standing on a balcony as his people cried out in anger, a lone figure staring at a gravestone in the rain. These are the moments that weigh heaviest, Malker continued. The pain, the loss, the regret. They will call to you, tempt you to linger. If you do, you will lose yourself, just as many before you have. Elias clenched his fists. And if I don't? What happens if the clock stops? Malker smiled, a cold, cruel expression. The flow of time will collapse. The world as you know it will unravel, every moment existing at once, yet never at all. Chaos will reign. Elias felt a surge of fear and anger. Then why are you telling me this? If you know what's at stake, why not help me? Malker's expression shifted, his shadows flickering. Help you? I am not your ally, boy. I am here to ensure that the clock's keeper is worthy. If you fail, I will take its power for myself, and I will reshape time in my image. Elias took a step back, his mind racing. So that's it? You're just waiting for me to mess up. Malker's laughter echoed through the void. You're beginning to understand. Before Elias could respond, the shadows surged again, and he was thrown back into the shop, landing hard on the wooden floor. Horatio was at his side in an instant, helping him to his feet. Are you all right? Elias nodded, though his heart was still pounding. Malker. He showed me something. He said the clock chose me, and if I fail, he'll take its power. Horatio's face darkened. Then we have no time to lose. If Malker is involved, the clock's imbalance is worse than I feared. You must prepare, Elias. The clock has chosen you as its keeper, and you must be ready to face whatever comes next. Elias looked at the swirling face of the clock of memories, the weight of its significance pressing down on him. He didn't feel ready. He didn't feel capable, but time would not wait for him to find his courage. Part 6, The Keeper's Test. The days that followed were a whirlwind of preparation. Horatio dove into the depths of his workshop, pulling ancient tomes, scrolls, and blueprints from dusty shelves. Each one spoke of the clock of memories and the keepers before Elias, figures from long-lost eras, their fates marked by both triumph and tragedy. Every keeper faced their own trials, Horatio explained one evening as he spread a faded map across the workbench. The map showed the world, but with strange symbols etched at key points. The clock will test you, Elias. It will reveal your fears, your weaknesses, and your greatest doubts. Only by facing these can you truly bond with it. Elias traced his fingers over the map, his eyes drawn to the glowing mark near their village. "And if I fail?" he asked softly. Horatio's expression was grim. "If you fail, the clock's balance will shatter. Time will fragment, and Malker will seize his chance to reshape it. That cannot happen." Elias swallowed hard, the weight of his responsibility growing heavier with each word. Late one night, while Horatio slept, Elias stood alone in the workshop, staring at the clock of memories. The swirling faces of time seemed to beckon him, the faint hum of its mechanisms filling the room. "Keeper," a voice whispered, soft and melodic, yet ancient and commanding. Elias spun around, but the room was empty. The voice came again. This time from the clock itself. "Will you answer the call?" Elias stepped closer, his heart pounding. "What do you mean?" The clock's surface shimmered, and suddenly, Elias was no longer in the workshop. He stood in a vast hall of mirrors, each one reflecting not just his image but his memories. "This is the first test," the voice said, echoing all around him. "To keep time, you must understand it. Look into your past, and face what you have hidden." Elias turned toward one of the mirrors. In it, he saw himself as a young boy, sitting by a fire with his parents. They were laughing, telling stories, their love and warmth palpable. But as he watched, the scene darkened. The fire flickered and died, and shadows enveloped the room. "Mom? Dad?" The young Elias in the reflection called out, but the figures were gone. All that remained was silence and the boy's tear-streaked face. Elias clenched his fists. He remembered that night vividly, the night his parents never returned from their journey. The night he was left alone in the world. "You carry this pain," the voice said. "It shapes you, but it also weighs you down. Do you have the strength to let it guide you, rather than control you?" Elias wanted to look away, but he forced himself to watch. The reflection shifted, showing him being taken in by Horatio, the gruff but kind clockmaker who had given him purpose. He saw the countless nights he spent learning, repairing, and tinkering under Horatio's patient guidance. "This pain led you here," the voice continued. "But it is only the beginning." The mirrors around him began to ripple, their surfaces transforming into swirling portals. One by one, memories from his past, present, and potential future emerged, a vision of Malker standing over a world in chaos, the clock of memories in his grasp, a vision of Horatio, older and frail, passing the last tools of his trade to Elias, a vision of himself, standing tall, wielding the clock's power to restore balance to a fractured timeline. "These are the threads of fate," the voice said. "Which will you follow? Which will you cut?" Elias felt a surge of defiance. "I won't let Malker win," he said aloud. "And I won't let Horatio down. If I'm the keeper, Then I'll do whatever it takes to protect time. The voice grew softer, almost kind. Then take your first step, Keeper. The path will not be easy, but your resolve is strong. Trust in it. The mirrors dissolved, and Elias found himself back in the workshop. The clocks hum louder now, its face glowing brighter. Horatio stood in the doorway, his expression a mix of concern and pride. You heard it, didn't you? He asked. Elias nodded, his resolve firming. It spoke to me. It showed me the path I need to take. Horatio placed a hand on his shoulder. Good. Because this is only the beginning. The true test lies ahead, and you'll need every ounce of courage to face it. Elias glanced at the clock, its swirling mechanisms a reminder of the power he now wielded. He wasn't just an apprentice anymore. He was the clock's keeper, and his journey was far from over. Part 7, The Keeper's Journey. The following morning, Horatio handed Elias a worn leather satchel filled with tools, maps, and vials of mysterious liquids. You'll need these, he said. The clock may guide you, but the path is treacherous. Trust yourself as much as you trust it. Elias fastened the satchel over his shoulder, his hands trembling only slightly. The clock of memories hung on a chain around his neck, its gears turning in quiet rhythm. Where am I going first? He asked. Horatio unrolled a map, his finger tracing a line to a symbol that looked like a cracked sundial. To the ravaged rift. It's said to be the place where time first fractured. If you can mend its wounds, you'll unlock the clock's true potential. Elias stared at the symbol, his heart sinking. The ravaged rift was a place of legend, a desolate wasteland filled with temporal storms that could rip a person apart, or worse, trap them in endless loops. I'll be careful, he promised, though his voice lacked conviction. You'll be more than careful, Horatio corrected, gripping his shoulder. You'll be brave. And remember, Malker will sense your journey. He'll try to stop you. But you've got something he doesn't. The clock chose you. The journey to the ravaged rift was as daunting as Elias had feared. He traversed dense forests, where time slowed to a crawl, and crossed rivers that shimmered like liquid starlight. The clock guided him, its hum growing louder or softer depending on the direction he took. By the third day, he reached the edge of the rift. The air buzzed with energy, and the ground was littered with shards of cracked glass that reflected not just his image, but flashes of time. He saw fleeting moments, wars, celebrations, the rise and fall of kingdoms, playing out in the jagged reflections, as Elias stepped forward. A sudden gust of wind howled through the rift, carrying with it whispers that chilled him to the bone. Keeper. The voices murmured. Do you seek to mend what is broken, or break what is whole? Elias gripped the clock tightly. I seek to restore balance, he shouted, his voice defiant. The ground beneath him trembled, and from the shadows emerged a figure cloaked in tattered black robes. Its face was hidden, but its presence was suffocating. You cannot balance what was never stable, the figure hissed. Time is chaos. Accept it, and abandon this futile quest. Elias swallowed hard. Who are you? The figure tilted its head, the shadows around it swirling like smoke. I am a fragment of what Malker left behind. A shard of the rift's pain. And I will test your worth, Keeper. The ground cracked open, and Elias found himself on a floating platform surrounded by an endless void. The figure raised its hand, and shimmering orbs of light appeared, each one showing a different moment in Elias's life. "You must choose," the figure said. "To move forward, you must sacrifice. Which memory will you let go?" The orbs hovered closer, each one glowing with an inviting warmth. Elias recognized them instantly, the memory of his parents laughing by the fire, the first time Horatio called him family, the moment the clock chose him as its keeper. Elias's chest tightened. Each memory was precious, a part of who he was. "I can't give up any of them," he said, his voice shaking. "You must," the figure insisted. "Time demands a price." Elias stared at the orbs, his heart racing. Finally, he reached for the memory of the clock choosing him. "I'll let go of this one," he said. "Because I don't need a memory to remind me of my purpose. I'll prove I'm worthy every step of the way." The figure paused, as if surprised by his answer. Slowly, it lowered its hand. "You speak with wisdom beyond your years, Keeper. Perhaps you are not as fragile as you seem." The void around Elias dissolved, and he found himself back in the rift. The cracked shards of time began to mend, their jagged edges glowing with soft light. "You've passed the first trial," the figure's voice echoed faintly. "But the journey is far from over." Exhausted but determined, Elias continued deeper into the rift, the clock's hum guiding him like a beacon. Each step felt heavier, each challenge more daunting, but he knew he couldn't stop. Far in the distance, a swirling vortex of light and shadow marked the heart of the rift. Elias tightened his grip on the clock. Whatever lay ahead, he was ready to face it. Part 8, The Heart of the Rift. As Elias approached the swirling vortex at the heart of the rift, the air grew thick with energy. Each step felt like wading through water, and the whispers that had followed him throughout his journey now roared like an unseen crowd. The clock around his neck vibrated furiously, its hands spinning in chaotic circles. "This is it," Elias thought. The source of the rift's fracture. He stepped onto a platform of glowing crystal that floated above the chasm. The vortex loomed above him, a cyclone of light and shadow, memories and possibilities. It pulsed like a living heart, and with every beat, a crackle of energy rippled through the air. Elias took a deep breath, steadying himself. He held the clock in his hands. "What do I do?" he whispered, hoping the artifact would answer. Instead, the vortex responded. A deep, resonant voice emerged, shaking the very ground. "Keeper, you stand before the nexus of time. You seek to mend the fractures. But do you truly understand the weight of your actions?" The vortex shifted, and suddenly, Elias was surrounded by images of countless lives, farmers in golden fields, warriors on blood-soaked battlefields, children laughing in timeless villages. All of them flickered and shifted, their fates intertwined in ways Elias couldn't begin to comprehend. "If you repair the rift," the voice continued, "you will restore balance, but you may erase lives that were born from the chaos. If you let it remain, the chaos will consume all, yet some may thrive in its unpredictability. What will you choose, Keeper?" Elias felt the enormity of the decision settle over him like a crushing weight. "I don't want to destroy anyone's life," he said. "But I can't let the chaos spread. There has to be a way to save both." The vortex laughed, a sound that was neither cruel nor kind. "A noble sentiment. But time is not merciful. It demands sacrifice. The platform beneath Elias began to crack, and from the fissures rose 3 figures, each one a shadowy version of himself. The first shadow held a sword and radiated power. "Choose me, and I will shatter the rift entirely," it said. "I will forge a new path, free from the constraints of balance or chaos. But it will come at the cost of what you hold dear." The second shadow clutched the clock, its gears rusted and still. "Choose me, and I will let the rift remain as it is," it said. "Time will flow as it pleases, but the world will suffer instability forever." The third shadow held out empty hands, its expression calm. "Choose me, and I will mend the rift," it said. "Balance will be restored, but countless lives born from the chaos will vanish, their existence undone." Elias stared at the 3 shadows, his heart pounding. Each choice felt impossible. He looked down at the clock, its hum now soft and steady. "None of you are right," Elias said finally, his voice trembling but firm. "I refuse to believe there isn't another way." The shadows recoiled, their forms flickering. "You dare defy time itself," they hissed in unison. "I don't accept that time is rigid," Elias said. "It's alive, ever-changing. If I'm the keeper, then it's my duty to find a way that honors both balance and the lives touched by chaos." The vortex surged, its light blinding. "You seek to reshape time, to defy its nature. Then prove your resolve, keeper." The clock in Elias's hands grew impossibly hot, and he cried out as its gears spun faster than ever before. The hum became a roar, and the clock released a burst of energy that enveloped him. When Elias opened his eyes, he found himself standing in a vast expanse of stars and swirling galaxies. A figure emerged from the light, its form shifting constantly: a child, an elder, a warrior, a scholar. It was all things and none. Its voice echoing like countless bells. Part 9, The Eternal Forge. "You have entered the forge of possibilities," the figure spoke, its voice both distant and intimate, like 1,000 whispers intertwined. "Here, all paths converge, where time itself is shaped and reshaped. What you seek to do, keeper, will echo through the endless corridors of existence." Elias stepped forward, the weight of the clock still heavy in his hands. He felt both small and vast, as if the very fabric of reality stretched out before him, waiting for him to make the next move. The figure's form shimmered, constantly shifting like the fleeting images in a dream. "Do you understand the gravity of your choice now?" the figure asked. "The balance you seek is not one of simple harmony. It is a constant, fragile dance, where every step you take may alter the course of countless lives. You cannot restore the past without forsaking the future, nor can you protect the future without unraveling the present." Elias's heart raced. He looked at the clock, its ticking steady but its hands now blurred, as if time itself was beginning to lose its clarity. "I know. But I must try. I cannot accept that there is no way to mend the rift without destroying everything in its path." The figure before him seemed to smile, though it was more a shift in its essence than an actual expression. "Your will is strong, keeper. But remember, the cost of change is often beyond comprehension. You are not simply mending the rift, you are rewriting the flow of time itself. Are you prepared to bear the consequences of your actions?" Elias thought of all the lives that had been affected by the rift, both those that had been lost and those that had been created in its chaos. He thought of the villagers, the travelers, the strangers he had met along the way. Each of them had their own story, their own existence born from the very fabric of time. "I have no choice but to try," Elias said, his voice steady now, though his hands trembled. "I refuse to let time dictate the fate of the world without a chance for redemption," the figure nodded, its form becoming clearer, more solid. "Then you must face the heart of the rift, where the threads of time intertwine and break. There, you will have the power to reshape the flow. But be warned, keeper, the very act of mending it will draw out the shadows of the past and the futures that might have been." Elias swallowed hard. "I'm ready." With a wave of the figure's hand, the stars around Elias twisted, forming a vortex. The familiar whirlpool of light and shadow reappeared, but this time, Elias was no longer an outsider. He was a part of it, his very essence intertwined with the currents of time. He stepped into the vortex, feeling the rush of time sweeping him forward. The world around him dissolved into swirling colors and fractured images. He saw the faces of people he'd met, some familiar, some strange, all existing in the vastness of time. He saw moments of joy and sorrow, of triumph and failure, all connected in a delicate web. The heart of the rift loomed ahead, its power radiating like a storm. And at its center, Elias saw the source of the fracture, an ancient clock, its gears grinding and its hands frozen in time. The rift itself was born from this moment, a singular point where time had broken and splintered into countless possibilities. Elias approached the clock, his heart pounding. The swirling vortex around him grew louder, the whispers of countless lives urging him forward. He raised the clock in his hands, feeling its warmth, its pulse. He knew that within it lay the key to restoring balance, but as he reached out, the air around him crackled. From the edges of the rift, dark tendrils of shadow began to form, twisting and writhing like living creatures. They sought to pull him back, to drag him away from the clock. Elias gritted his teeth and pushed forward, his resolve hardening. "I won't let you win," he whispered. "I will restore what was lost." With a final, desperate push, Elias placed the clock at the heart of the rift. Time itself seemed to scream as the gears inside the clock began to turn once more. The shadows shrieked in fury, but they were no match for the force of Elias's will. The clock's hands began to move, slow at first, then faster, turning in perfect synchrony with the flow of time. The rift trembled, its edges slowly knitting together, the chaos subsiding, the shadows dissolving into the light. Elias felt a strange sense of peace settle over him as the world began to shift, reordering itself into a new, fragile balance. But as the clock's hands reached their final position, Elias realized that something had changed within him. The power of time had left its mark, not just on the world, but on his very soul. He had restored balance, but at what cost? The vortex began to close, and Elias felt himself being pulled away, back to the world he had known. As the light faded, he looked back one last time at the rift, now silent and still. The path ahead was uncertain, but one thing was clear: Elias's journey had only just begun, and with that, the Keeper of Time vanished into the vastness of the endless hourglass. Part 10, The Shaping of Time. The swirling vortex engulfed Elias, pulling him deeper into the heart of time itself. His senses were overwhelmed by flashes of light, fleeting moments, and distorted memories, all blending into a chaotic symphony. But amidst the disorienting maelstrom, one thought anchored him. He was not just a witness to time, he was a part of it now, a force capable of shaping the very course of existence. As he plunged deeper into the rift, he felt the weight of countless lives pressing against him. Faces, some familiar, some strangers, flashed before him, their fates intertwined with the fabric of time. He saw the village he had left behind, its people laughing and living as they had always done. But then, he saw the cracks, the moments when time had bent and fractured, allowing the chaos to seep through. The rift had touched everything, altered everything, and now, Elias had to make the final choice. Ahead of him, a massive clock tower appeared, its gears turning in a constant, relentless motion. But this was no ordinary clock. The hands were enormous, stretching out into the void. Moving in impossible directions, spinning wildly. The tower itself seemed to exist in multiple realities at once, each cog and wheel reflecting a different possibility, a different version of what could be. It was the heart of the rift. Elias approached the tower, his footsteps echoing in the void. The air was thick with the hum of the clock, a deep, resonating sound that seemed to vibrate through his very bones. The figure he had seen earlier appeared before him once more, its form shifting as it spoke. "You stand at the edge of everything, Keeper," it said. "This is the moment where you must choose, to mend the rift and restore balance, or to leave time as it is, chaotic and unpredictable. Both paths will change the world, but neither will be without consequence." Elias gazed at the clock, its hands ticking, ever moving, never pausing. He could feel the pull of both choices, the desire to restore order, to fix what had been broken, and the fear of erasing the lives born from the rift, lives that had flourished in the chaos. "Is there no other way?" Elias asked, his voice trembling. "Can't we find a way to balance the rift without destroying anything?" The figure before him smiled, though it was a sad, knowing smile. "Balance is an illusion, Keeper. Time cannot be contained in a single, perfect pattern. It is always in motion, always shifting. To fix the rift is to accept that the past must be lost to restore the future. But the future will never be as it once was." Elias's heart ached. He thought of everything he had seen, the people he had met, the lives that had grown from the cracks in time. Could he really erase them? Could he truly sacrifice all those lives just to restore balance? But then, he thought of the world, of the lives yet to be born, of the future that had yet to unfold. "If I don't act, if I don't try to repair the rift, how many more lives will be lost? How many more will suffer because time has broken?" The figure's form shifted again, its eyes filled with understanding. "You cannot save everyone, Keeper. But your choice will ripple through time, altering the course of countless lives. What will you give up in the process? That is the true question." Elias stared at the clock, its hands now spinning faster, the pressure mounting. He could feel the weight of all the lives, all the possibilities, pressing down on him. The decision had to be made, and there was no turning back. With a deep breath, Elias stepped forward. He placed the clock in the center of the swirling vortex, its gears clicking and whirring as he held his hand steady. "I choose to restore balance," he whispered. "But not at the cost of everything. I will find a way to preserve what I can. I will not let the chaos consume us all." As he spoke the words, the clock's hands began to slow, its ticking growing softer, more deliberate. The vortex calmed, the chaos dissipating like a storm that had passed. The clock's gears locked into place, and with a final, resounding click, the rift began to heal. The fractures in time started to mend, the cracks filling in, the world beginning to realign, but the process was not without its cost. Elias felt the pull of lost lives, the fading echoes of those who would no longer exist in the form he had known them. He could not save them all. But in the quiet aftermath, as the world around him began to settle, he realized that he had made the right choice. The rift had been healed, and the world would continue, though it would never be the same. The figure before him nodded, its form fading into the ether. "You have done what no one else could, Keeper. You have restored balance, and yet, in doing so, you have allowed time to flow freely once again. The world will remember you, though they may never know your name." Elias looked around at the world he had saved, the lives that would continue. He didn't know what the future would hold, but for the first time, he felt a sense of peace. Time was no longer a force beyond his control. He had shaped it, and now, he would live with the consequences, and with that, the clockmaker's apprentice became the keeper of time, a guardian of the balance between order and chaos, knowing that every tick, every turn of the wheel, was a choice that would echo through eternity. The Forest of Borrowed Voices, Part 1, The Whispering Trees. The forest stretched out before her, an expanse of dark, dense trees, their twisted limbs reaching skyward like gnarled fingers, grasping at the heavens. The air was thick with mist, curling through the trunks like serpents, and the ground was soft beneath her boots, muffling her every step. Each breath she took seemed to echo in the quiet, the only sound the distant rustle of leaves and the soft creak of wood bending in the wind. Her name was Alara, a young woman with a heart full of curiosity and a mind that was constantly searching for answers. She had heard the stories, the whispered legends of this place, the forest of borrowed voices, a place where the trees did not simply grow, but spoke. The trees were alive with voices, voices that weren't their own, stolen from travelers who ventured too deep into the forest and never returned. Some said that the forest was alive with the spirits of the lost, their voices trapped in the bark of the trees. Others whispered that it was a curse, a place where the very fabric of time and reality had been unraveled, and the voices of the dead could be heard by those who dared listen. There were those who believed that the trees themselves were alive, hungry for souls, and that each voice they claimed added to their eternal chorus. Alara had never believed in such things, at least, not until today. She had come seeking something different, a mystery. A story that had eluded every scholar in the land. For years, she had studied the ancient texts, poring over maps and scrolls, trying to uncover the truth behind the forest's strange power. And now, standing at its edge, she felt both fear and excitement stir within her chest. The deeper she walked into the forest, the quieter the world around her seemed to become. The usual sounds of nature, the birds, the rustling of small animals, faded away, replaced by a strange stillness that made the hairs on the back of her neck stand up. The trees, dark and imposing, seemed to close in around her, their branches arching over her head like a canopy of shadows. Alara paused, her breath shallow. There was something wrong about this place, something she couldn't quite put her finger on. It was as if the forest was waiting, watching her, anticipating her every move. The air grew colder, and a soft voice, barely a whisper, brushed against her ear. "Elara." "Elara," she froze, her heart leaping in her chest. She spun around, but there was no one there. The trees stood silent, their branches swaying gently in the breeze. The voice had come from nowhere, yet it felt as though it had come from within her own mind. "Elara, why have you come?" the voice continued, its tone soft but insistent. She swallowed, trying to steady her nerves. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice trembling despite her best efforts. The trees seemed to shift, their leaves rustling like whispers. The voice responded, this time from a different direction, as if it were moving around her. "We are the voices of the lost. The forgotten. The ones who dared to enter and never returned." Elara's heart raced. She took a step back, her gaze darting around the forest, but she saw no one. The voice was coming from all around her, its words seeping into her very soul. "We were once like you, curious, seeking answers. But we found only the forest's hunger. The hunger for voices, for stories, for memories." Elara's breath caught in her throat. She could feel the weight of the voice, its sadness and longing pressing in on her. She had to get out, she realized. This was no ordinary forest. There was something far darker at work here than she had ever imagined, but as she turned to leave, the voice stopped her. "You cannot leave, Elara. Not yet. The forest remembers you. It knows your name." Her pulse quickened, and she took another step back, trying to shake off the unease that was settling in her chest. "You have come seeking answers," the voice whispered again, its tone shifting, growing deeper, almost as if it was mocking her. "But now you are part of the story, part of the forest's song. You will never leave. Your voice will be ours." The trees around her seemed to groan, their branches creaking as though they were waking up from a long slumber. The mist thickened, swirling around her feet like tendrils, and the whispering grew louder, more insistent. "Listen, Elara. Listen to the voices. They are not just the lost souls of the past. They are the echoes of every story ever told. They are waiting for you to join them." Fear gripped her heart. She turned and ran, her feet pounding against the soft earth, but the mist seemed to swallow her every step. The trees, once towering and distant, now loomed close on either side, their twisted forms watching her as she fled, but the whispers followed, growing louder with every step, until they filled her mind, drowning out everything else. "Elara. Elara. Join us." Her breath came in ragged gasps as she stumbled. Feeling the weight of the voices pressing against her, trying to pull her in. The forest seemed to close in on her, the shadows of the trees stretching toward her, and the whispers began to form words, familiar words. "Elara, your story has already begun." And then, the world went dark. Part 2, The Silent Echoes. When Elara opened her eyes, she found herself no longer running through the dense forest, but standing in a vast, open space. The mist had dissipated, and the world around her was eerily still. It was a landscape she did not recognize, an endless plain of silver grass that shimmered under the pale light of a crescent moon. The air here was cold, but it carried with it an almost tangible sense of silence, too still, too quiet, As if the world itself held its breath, she took a hesitant step forward, her boots crunching against the frost-covered ground, and her eyes scanned the horizon. Far off, she could make out what seemed like distant lights flickering, like fireflies dancing in the dark. But there was no sound, no movement, just the soft glow of those distant lights. "Where am I?" she whispered, her voice strange in the silence, as if the air itself was unwilling to carry her words. No answer came. She tried again, louder this time. "Hello? Is anyone here?" Still, the silence remained unbroken, stretching out like a heavy fog. Her heart began to beat faster, and a creeping dread settled deep within her chest. She felt watched. But by whom, or by what, she could not say. Then, a whisper reached her ears, soft at first, like the rustling of paper, but growing clearer as it approached. The voice was faint, yet it carried an unmistakable familiarity. "Elara," her breath hitched. It was the same voice. The voice from the forest. The voice that had whispered her name before, the one that had promised to claim her. She spun around, but there was no one there, only the endless field and the distant flickering lights. "Elara, you are here now. You cannot turn back," the voice echoed through the vast emptiness, sending a shiver down her spine. She felt as though the very air was vibrating with its power. Pressing in on her, surrounding her. "Who are you?" Elara demanded, her voice trembling. She tried to summon courage, but her knees felt weak beneath her, as if the world itself was crumbling away with every word. The voice answered, its tone soft and haunting, as though it was not just speaking but singing, weaving the sound into the fabric of the world around her. "I am the keeper of memories, the holder of stories. I am the voice of those who have walked this path before you. I am the keeper of the forest's hunger." The words stirred something within Elara, something deep and ancient. Her mind raced, the knowledge of the forest, of its whispers, flooding back to her. She had read the old legends, tales of a realm that lay beyond the veil of the forest. A place where the voices of the lost could never escape, a place where time and memory collided, where the stories of the forgotten were woven into the very fabric of existence. She took a step forward, her eyes fixed on the distant lights. Was it a way out? A path to freedom? She had to know. "You must not go," the voice warned, a soft but insistent command. "The lights you see are illusions. They are not what they seem." Elara hesitated, her hand hovering over her heart. The voice had spoken with such certainty, but she felt an undeniable pull toward the lights. She had come so far, and the thought of turning back was unbearable. She had been searching for answers her entire life. And this place, this moment felt like the answer she had been waiting for. "Please, listen," the voice said, its tone softer now, almost pleading. "The forest has already claimed so many. You cannot save them, Elara. You cannot change the story. The voices are all that remain." The words resonated deep within her, like a song she couldn't escape, a melody that was both sorrowful and beautiful. It was the weight of countless lost souls, each one weaving itself into the fabric of the universe, each one a part of something greater, something more. "But I have to try," Elara whispered, her voice barely audible, but filled with resolve. "I have to understand. I need to know why." There was a long silence, and for a moment, Elara felt the weight of the world settle upon her, the eyes of the forest pressing in from all directions. The lights continued to flicker in the distance, a faint promise of something beyond the endless silence that had begun to suffocate her. Finally, the voice spoke again, its tone resigned. "Very well, Elara. If you must walk this path, then walk it you shall. But know this, once you cross the threshold, you will no longer be the person you were. You will carry the stories of the lost with you, the whispers of those who never found their way out." Elara's heart pounded in her chest, but she steeled herself. She couldn't turn back now. She had come too far, and the answers she sought were within her reach. Without another word, she took her first step toward the lights, the field of silver grass stretching before her like a winding road leading into the unknown. The whispers of the lost surrounded her, growing louder with each step, filling her mind with fragments of memories, of voices, of stories that had been long forgotten. The air itself seemed to hum with the weight of them, a chorus of voices rising in unison as Elara moved further into the unknown, and as she walked, the mist began to rise once more, swirling around her feet, the ground softening beneath her like a dream. The forest was not done with her yet. The path had just begun. Part 3, The Dance of Echoes. The mist thickened as Elara walked, her every step stirring the silver grass that seemed to shimmer in the faint light. It swayed gently, almost as if the grass itself were alive, moving to a rhythm only it understood. The voices, too, began to intensify, swirling around her in a cacophony of whispers, growing louder with each passing moment. At first, the whispers were indistinct, like the soft rustling of leaves on a distant breeze. But as she ventured deeper into the forest, they grew clearer, more distinct, until they surrounded her completely. Every voice, every word, seemed to come from all directions, overlapping in a dissonant symphony. "Elara, you cannot save them. The light will not guide you. Follow the path. It is your destiny. Beware the truth, for it may break you." The words blended together in a whirlwind of emotion and memory. Each voice carried with it a distinct story, a fragment of a life once lived. She could hear the fear, the hope, the sorrow, and the joy within them. Each voice was like a thread in a vast, intricate tapestry of the forest's history, woven together by the same mysterious force that had led her here. Her heart raced as she continued walking, the sounds overwhelming her senses, threatening to drown her. She closed her eyes for a moment, trying to block out the voices. But the moment she did, they grew louder, filling her mind with the weight of countless souls. "Elara." The voice was clearer now, the one that had spoken to her earlier. It was soft, yet insistent. "You must listen. The voices you hear are not just echoes, they are memories of those who have lost their way. They are the souls that the forest has claimed, and they are the ones who will guide you, or lead you astray." She opened her eyes and found herself standing at the edge of a vast, moonlit lake. The water was still, its surface like polished glass, reflecting the light of the crescent moon above. In the center of the lake, an island stood, its silhouette dark against the glowing sky. It was an island she recognized from the stories, an ancient place that held the heart of the forest, the source of the voices, the heart of the forest. Her thoughts seemed to echo within her, as if the forest itself was sharing her memories, allowing her to understand its deepest secrets. She glanced around, searching for a way across the lake, but there was no bridge, no visible path. The mist continued to swirl, blocking her view of the shore on the other side. But the whispers had quieted now, replaced by a soft, rhythmic pulse, like the beating of a distant drum. "Elara, the way is before you," the voice said, more clearly than ever. "But it is not a path you can walk alone. You must choose. Do you seek the truth, or do you seek the escape from the memories that haunt you?" She stood at the water's edge, her heart heavy with the weight of the decision. The forest had shown her its power, had shared with her the deep well of its memories. But there was still so much she didn't understand. And now, with the island before her, she felt the pull, an irresistible force, like a magnet drawing her closer. She stepped forward, feeling the cool, smooth water touch her boots, and with a deep breath, she waded into the lake. The water was surprisingly warm, almost comforting, as though it was welcoming her, urging her to come closer. With each step, the rhythmic pulse grew stronger, reverberating through her chest. The whispers began again, but now they were different. They were no longer warnings or sorrowful cries, they were words of guidance, fragments of ancient knowledge. She could hear the stories of the souls who had crossed before her, their journeys echoing through time. "The light will guide you," they said. "Follow it. Follow it to the heart." Elara's steps quickened, the water now up to her waist, but she didn't stop. The pull was undeniable, stronger than ever, drawing her to the center of the lake. As she reached the island, the mist parted like a veil, revealing a towering tree at its center. The tree was ancient, its bark gnarled and twisted, its roots deep within the earth, feeding from the very core of the forest. The tree's branches reached out toward the sky, adorned with glowing orbs that pulsed with an ethereal light. The moment she stepped onto the island, a wave of energy washed over her, filling her with a sense of belonging, as if the forest itself had claimed her. The whispers faded, replaced by a calm stillness, and then, from within the shadows of the tree, something stirred. A figure emerged, its form cloaked in shadows, its face hidden in the dark folds of its robe. "Elara," the figure said, its voice like the rustling of dead leaves. "You have come to seek the truth, to understand the forest's song. But be warned, the answers you seek may not be the ones you wish to hear." The figure stepped forward, its face slowly emerging from the shadows. And Elara's breath caught in her throat as she recognized the figure. It was her. The figure before her was her, yet not her. It was an older version of herself, her eyes filled with the same sorrow and longing that had guided her all these years. A reflection of the person she might become if she followed this path to its end. "The forest," the figure whispered, "has taken much from you, Elara. But it can give back, if you are willing to pay the price." The words hung in the air like a dark omen, and Elara stood frozen, unable to move, unable to speak. The lake behind her, the island before her, the voices of the lost, all of it swirled together into a single, overwhelming truth. She had come here to find answers, but now, she was faced with the cost of that knowledge. What will you choose? The figure's voice was both a question and a challenge. The truth, or the lie that has carried you this far? Elara took a deep breath, feeling the weight of the decision settle upon her shoulders. The mist swirled around her once more, and she knew that whatever path she chose now, she could never return. The forest was waiting, and it was hungry for her answer. Part 4. The Price of Truth. Elara stood before the shadowed figure, her reflection in its hollow eyes staring back at her. Her heart raced, beating loudly in her chest, and the air felt thick with anticipation. The whispers had gone silent, but the pulse of the forest, a deep, unyielding rhythm, continued to echo through the stillness of the night. It was as if the very earth beneath her feet was holding its breath, waiting for her to make her choice. The figure before her, her older self, or something that looked like her, moved slightly, and a gust of wind stirred the leaves around them. The soft rustling was the only sound for a moment, as the weight of the question hung between them like a fragile thread. What will you choose? The figure repeated, its voice a blend of sorrow and inevitability. The truth, or the lie? Elara's gaze shifted to the towering tree behind the figure. Its branches heavy with the glowing orbs that pulsed with an otherworldly light. The energy in the air seemed to grow stronger, as if the tree itself were alive, watching, waiting. She could feel the weight of the forest's ancient power pressing down on her, the accumulated knowledge of countless souls, their stories intertwined within its very roots. She had come here seeking answers, hoping to unlock the mysteries that had eluded her for so long. But now, standing before her own reflection in this eerie form, she wasn't sure if she wanted the truth anymore. The truth felt like a burden, a darkness that would consume her. She thought of the village she had left behind, the faces of her family and friends. Their memories wrapped in the soft embrace of the past. She had always believed there was something more, something greater waiting for her in the forest. But now, standing in this moment, she realized the cost of what she was about to discover. If you choose the truth, the figure continued, its voice more urgent now, you will gain the knowledge of all the souls who have passed through this place. But you will also bear the weight of their sorrow, their regrets. Their voices will become your burden, their memories your own. And you will never be free of them. The word struck Elara like a blow. She could feel the heaviness in her chest, the pull of all the voices that had surrounded her throughout her journey. They were not just echoes of the past, they were real, the souls of those who had come before, their lives and losses woven into the very fabric of the forest. To carry that knowledge would be a profound responsibility. But to reject it, if you choose the lie, the figure whispered, you will be free of the burden of their memories. You will forget the pain, the loss, the endless echoes. You will live in peace, but you will also lose the truth. You will be left in ignorance, unaware of the depth of what the forest holds. And you will never know the full extent of your own story. Elara felt a shiver run down her spine. She had always feared ignorance, always sought to know the truth, no matter the cost. But now, in this moment, the price seemed too high. Was she truly willing to carry the weight of the voices that would never be silenced, to become a part of the forest's endless, sorrowful chorus? The figure before her stepped closer, its face now fully illuminated by the moonlight. Elara saw the weariness in its eyes, the same fear and doubt she had carried with her all her life. It was as if she were looking into a mirror, seeing the person she might become if she followed this path to its bitter end. The choice is yours, the figure said, its voice barely a whisper now. The truth or the lie? The past or the future? You cannot have both. Elara's heart pounded in her chest, her thoughts swirling in confusion. She had come to the forest seeking answers, but now she wondered if some questions were better left unasked. The weight of the decision was too much, and for a moment, she considered turning back, returning to the life she had known before the forest had called to her. But the pulse of the forest, the call of the voices, was stronger than ever. She could not turn away now. She had to make a choice. She closed her eyes, steadying her breath. The choice was not an easy one, but she knew deep down that the truth she sought would forever change her. The forest had already claimed so much of her, and it would take even more. But perhaps, in the end, it was worth the sacrifice. She opened her eyes and took a step forward, toward the figure, the older version of herself. The figure raised its head, its eyes now filled with something like sadness and acceptance. "You have chosen," the figure said, and its voice seemed to resonate with the very earth beneath her feet. "And now you must bear the weight of what you have learned." The ground trembled slightly as the tree behind them began to glow brighter, its roots shifting beneath the surface of the island. The whispers returned, louder now, as if the voices were rising to meet her decision. "The truth is not just a burden, Elara," the figure whispered. "It is a gift. A gift that will change you, reshape you, and bind you to the forest forever." As the figure's words echoed in her mind, Elara felt a surge of power course through her. It was as if the forest itself had embraced her, offering her the knowledge it had guarded for centuries. She could feel the memories of the lost souls flowing through her, their voices mingling with her own thoughts. She could hear their stories, their regrets, their joys. Everything that had once been lost was now a part of her. The figure before her slowly faded into the shadows, its form dissolving like mist in the light of the glowing tree. And Elara stood alone in the heart of the forest, her heart heavy with the weight of her decision. The voices of the lost were now her companions, their stories entwined with hers. And the truth, though painful, had finally been revealed. The forest had claimed her, but in return, it had given her its gift, the gift of the voices that would never fade, the stories that would live on forever. And now, she was a part of them. Part 5. The Weight of Echoes. Elara stood at the center of the forest, the pulsating glow of the great tree casting long shadows across the darkened ground. The air around her thrummed with the energy of the voices she had inherited, millions of stories, memories, and regrets, all intertwined within the very fabric of her being. The forest had claimed her. But now, she was more than just a part of it. She was its keeper. She could feel the weight of the voices pressing in on her from every direction. Some whispered to her gently, while others shouted with desperation, as if they were trying to make themselves heard over the constant murmur of the others. The stories were endless, lives lived, battles fought, loves lost, and dreams shattered. Each one was a thread in the vast tapestry of the forest, and now they were all hers to bear. The gift of truth had come at a steep price. Elara had thought she could handle it, but the burden of knowing every sorrow and joy of the souls that had passed through the forest was overwhelming. Every whisper felt like 1,000 hands reaching for her, begging for acknowledgement, for resolution. And yet, there was nothing she could do to ease their suffering. She was bound to them now, tied to the forest by the knowledge she had chosen. As she walked through the forest, the voices began to meld into one overwhelming chorus, a cacophony of sound that filled her mind. She could hear their cries, their laughter, their pain. It was as if they were all around her, a never-ending tide of emotions that threatened to drown her. She had hoped the truth would bring her peace, but now, it felt like a prison, a place where she could never escape the echoes of the past. With every step, the forest seemed to close in on her. The trees loomed larger. their branches twisting and curling like the fingers of unseen hands. The ground beneath her feet shifted, as if the forest itself were alive, watching her every move. The weight of the voices grew heavier, pressing down on her chest, making it difficult to breathe. She stumbled, her knees buckling under the strain. The voices were too much. They were suffocating her. "You must learn to listen," a voice whispered, low and soothing, as if it were coming from deep within the earth itself. "The truth is not a curse. It is a gift, but only if you accept it fully." Elara looked up, and there, standing before her, was the figure, the older version of herself, now more solid than ever. The figure's face was full of understanding, as if it had walked this path before and knew the burden Elara carried. "What do you mean?" Elara gasped, her voice barely a whisper against the rising tide of sound. "The truth is breaking me. I can't bear it. I can't hear them all." The figure nodded, its expression calm. "You will never truly be free of their voices, Elara. They are part of you now. But you must learn to listen to them, to understand them. Each voice is a part of the world that came before you. Each story has meaning, and each one needs to be heard." Elara closed her eyes, her head spinning. She could feel the weight of the voices pressing against her, the overwhelming flood of memories and emotions. But the figure's words struck a chord deep within her. She had sought the truth, but now she had to learn to live with it. The voices were not a curse. They were a reminder of everything that had come before, of the lives that had shaped the world she now walked in. "But how do I bear it?" Elara whispered, her voice breaking. "How do I carry all of them inside me?" The figure stepped closer, placing a hand on her shoulder. "You do not carry them alone," it said softly. "You are part of the forest, and the forest is part of you. The voices will guide you, Elara, but you must also find your own voice within them. You are not just a keeper of their stories, you are the weaver of them." Elara felt a surge of warmth within her chest, as if the figure's words had planted a seed of understanding deep within her soul. She was not just a vessel for the past. She was a part of the story herself, a thread woven into the tapestry, not a passive observer, but an active participant. "You must choose how to live with the truth," the figure continued. "You must choose what to do with the knowledge you now carry. Will you let it overwhelm you, or will you use it to shape the future?" The words echoed in Elara's mind, and for the first time since she had stepped into the forest, she felt a glimmer of hope. She was not alone in this. The forest had claimed her, but it had also given her a purpose. The voices were not just her burden, they were her gift. She had the power to give them meaning, to help them find peace. And in turn, she would find peace within herself. The figure began to fade, its form dissolving into the mist that hung heavy in the air. "Remember, Elara," it said, its voice fading into the wind. "The truth is not a weight, it is a guide. Let it lead you." As the figure disappeared completely, Elara stood alone once more, but this time, the weight of the voices felt lighter. The air around her had shifted, and the forest seemed to breathe with her, as if it were waiting for her next move. She took a deep breath, feeling the stories of the past swirling around her. She was ready to listen. Ready to learn. Ready to weave the threads of the past into the future, and so, with newfound resolve, Elara began her journey once more, this time, not as a solitary traveler, but as a weaver of stories, a keeper of the voices, and a guide for those who would come after her. The forest had given her its truth. Now, it was up to her to give it meaning. Part 6. The night in the forest deepened, casting long shadows across the old trees. The whispering voices had grown louder, swirling around Evelyn and Thea like an ethereal wind. The light from the lantern flickered uneasily in the growing darkness, casting strange patterns on the bark of the trees. "Do you hear that?" Thea asked, her voice trembling. The whispering had become more distinct, almost as though the forest itself were speaking. Evelyn nodded, her heart racing as she strained to understand the words. The voices weren't just whispers anymore. They seemed to form sentences, each one brushing past her like a memory she couldn't quite reach. "They're telling me things," Evelyn whispered, her hand trembling as she reached out toward the darkness. "Stories, of things that happened here long ago." Thea's grip tightened on her arm. "What are they saying?" "They're not just stories," Evelyn replied, her voice filled with awe. "They're warnings. Of something lost, something forgotten, hidden in the heart of the forest." The air around them grew colder, and a low hum began to vibrate through the ground beneath their feet. Evelyn could feel it in her bones. The forest was alive, its heart beating in rhythm with the whispers that now filled the air. The deeper they ventured, the clearer the voices became. Suddenly, a single voice broke through the chorus of whispers. Louder and clearer than the rest. "Find me," it called, a voice that was both familiar and strange. Evelyn's heart skipped a beat. The voice felt like her own, yet different, as if it were reaching out from the past. "Who is it?" Thea whispered, her eyes wide with fear. "Who's calling to you?" Evelyn hesitated, her mind racing. "I don't know. But I feel like I've heard that voice before, like it's a part of me." The forest around them seemed to shift, the trees creaking as if the earth itself was stirring. "We have to keep going," Evelyn said, her resolve hardening. "We need to find the source of these voices." With a shared glance, they pushed forward, deeper into the heart of the forest. The path grew narrower, the trees closing in around them as if to guard the secret they were chasing. And then, in the distance, they saw it, a faint glow, a flicker of light that seemed to pulse with the rhythm of the whispers. It was coming from a clearing ahead, a place where the trees parted, revealing an ancient stone structure, crumbling, covered in ivy, and yet somehow standing strong in defiance of time. The whispers grew louder, and the voice that had called out to Evelyn now seemed to come from the stones themselves. "Find me," it repeated, echoing through the clearing. "The past is calling. You must remember." Evelyn stepped forward, her breath catching in her throat. This was it. The place where everything began. The source of the voices, the heart of the forest. "Let's go," Evelyn said, her voice steady as she took Thea's hand and led her toward the stone structure. As they crossed into the clearing, the ground beneath their feet seemed to shift, the whispers now forming words they could almost understand. The stones glowed faintly, their ancient symbols shimmering as though alive. "Do you feel it?" Thea whispered. "This place, it feels like it's been waiting for us." Evelyn nodded, her heart pounding as she stepped closer to the stones. The closer they got, the clearer the whispers became. They were no longer just voices in the wind, they were memories. fragments of a long-lost story, reaching out to them through time. At the heart of the clearing, standing before a large stone archway, Evelyn paused. The archway was adorned with symbols she couldn't decipher, but the air around it hummed with an undeniable energy. "This is where it all begins," Evelyn whispered, her hand reaching for the stone, and as her fingers brushed against the cool surface, the voices fell silent. The forest held its breath. Part 7. Evelyn's fingers hovered over the ancient stone, a strange warmth emanating from it as if it recognized her touch. The silence that followed was thick, heavy, and all-encompassing. For a moment, it seemed like time itself had paused, holding its breath as the whispers faded into the background, replaced by a stillness that felt almost unnatural. The air was thick with anticipation, and Evelyn could feel the weight of countless eyes watching her. Though no one was there, Thea stood beside her, her wide eyes scanning the clearing, waiting for something to happen. The glow from the stones was brighter now, casting long, strange shadows across the forest floor. The quiet buzz of the air seemed to vibrate through Evelyn's bones, and a shiver ran down her spine. She knew that the moment she had been waiting for had finally arrived. With a deep breath, she pressed her palm firmly against the stone. The moment her skin made contact, the clearing around them seemed to explode into motion. The ground trembled, and the stone beneath her hand cracked with a deep, resonant sound, as if it were awakening from a long, forgotten slumber. A rush of voices filled the air, no longer whispers but full, clear words, swirling around them like a violent storm. "You have come," they said, their tone ancient and filled with sorrow. "At last, the chosen one returns." Evelyn's heart raced as the voices coiled around her, weaving through her mind and soul, as if trying to pull her into the very fabric of their world. She could hear her name spoken among the countless others, each syllable ringing with a sense of weight, as if it carried with it the burden of centuries. "The forest remembers you," another voice added, this one softer, more familiar. "It remembers the blood that flows through your veins, the connection you have to the heart of this place." Evelyn's breath caught in her throat. Her connection to the forest. What did that mean? She turned to Thea, who was looking at her with wide eyes, but she didn't have time to ask. The voices were growing louder, more insistent, as if the forest itself was pressing in on her, urging her to understand. A flash of light shot from the stone she was touching, and before Evelyn could react, the world around her shifted. The ground beneath her feet vanished, and she fell, no, she was being pulled, into the depths of the earth. The rush of air made her dizzy, and the sounds of the voices echoed around her, twisting and melding into an overwhelming chorus. Then, suddenly, everything went still. Evelyn opened her eyes, finding herself in a place both familiar and alien. She was standing in a vast chamber, its walls made of ancient, weathered stone that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. The chamber stretched far beyond her vision, filled with shadows that flickered and danced as if they had a mind of their own. The air was thick with the scent of earth and age, and above her, the ceiling was an intricate web of roots, vines, and branches. The voices she had heard before were now clearer, surrounding her. But they were no longer whispers. They spoke in unison, as if drawn together by a force she couldn't understand. "This is the heart of the forest," they intoned. "The place where all memories are born and die. And now, you are here." Evelyn's pulse quickened, her mind racing with the implications of what she was seeing. She reached out, her hand brushing the walls, feeling the pulse of ancient energy beneath her fingertips. The stones were alive, vibrating with power. And somewhere within them, deep within their core, was the answer she sought. "You must listen," a voice said, breaking through the others, its tone more distinct than the rest. "You must hear the song of the forest. The song that binds all things together. Only then will you understand what you must do." Before Evelyn could respond, a figure appeared before her, emerging from the shadows like a wisp of smoke. It was tall, its form shifting and flickering as if it were not entirely solid, its features indistinct, but there was a presence about it that filled the chamber. The figure's eyes were glowing, pools of silver light, and it regarded her with a solemn expression. "You are the last of the line," it said, its voice deep and resonant. "The last to hear the forest's call. The keeper of its memory. The one who will guide it into the next age." Evelyn's throat went dry. "I don't understand. What am I supposed to do?" The figure stepped forward, its presence growing stronger. "You must choose, Evelyn. The forest has whispered to you because it is your destiny to become its voice. To carry its stories, its memories, its truth. But there is a price. The forest will no longer allow you to walk in the world you once knew. It will claim you, fully and completely." The words hung heavy in the air, and Evelyn felt the weight of them pressed down on her. The decision lay before her, to become the forest's keeper, to bind herself to the memories of countless souls who had passed through its branches, or to turn away and leave it all behind. Her heart beat faster as the voices swirled around her, growing louder, their urgency palpable. They were waiting for her answer. Thea, wherever she was, would need to know too. But this was not a decision that could be shared, it was hers alone to make. The figure's glowing eyes narrowed, as if it were reading her thoughts. "Time is running out, Evelyn. The forest is fading. Its power is slipping away. You must decide, now." Evelyn stood, frozen in place. The weight of the forest, the weight of its voices, pressed against her chest. She had been chosen for something greater than herself. The forest had called to her, and now, it was asking her to answer, and so, with a breath that seemed to echo through the very walls of the chamber, Evelyn stepped forward, her hand reaching for the heart of the forest. She would not run, she would listen, and she would become the keeper of its voices. Part 8. Evelyn stood before the stone archway, her fingers still resting against the cool surface. The air was thick with anticipation, the once dominating hum of whispers now replaced by an eerie silence. It was as if the forest itself was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. The ground beneath her seemed to pulse, gently at first, like the heartbeat of something ancient and powerful. Thea, still holding Evelyn's hand, looked around nervously, the unease creeping back into her features. "Evelyn," Thea whispered, her voice trembling. "I don't think we should be here. This place, it feels wrong." Evelyn turned to her, her own heart heavy with a mixture of fear and curiosity. She had heard the voice, and it had called her here for a reason. The stone archway, with its glowing symbols and strange energy, was more than just an artifact, it was a doorway, and it was waiting for her to step through. "We have to," Evelyn said quietly, her voice firm but filled with uncertainty. I think this is where the voices come from. This is the heart of the forest, Thea swallowed hard, but she didn't argue. She had followed Evelyn this far, and though fear still gripped her heart, she knew her friend was driven by something deep inside, a force she couldn't explain. But one that felt like destiny. Evelyn stepped closer to the arch, her body tensing as the air grew thicker, the temperature dropping. She could hear her own breath now, a sound too loud in the dead silence around them. As she passed through the archway, a strange sensation washed over her. The ground beneath her feet felt different, as though she were walking on something ancient, a surface worn smooth by centuries of secrets and memories. The forest around them began to blur, the trees fading into shadow, the air heavy with an energy that felt both suffocating and liberating at once. For a brief moment, Evelyn was unsure if the world around her was real or if it was a dream. She reached out, her hand grazing the smooth stone of the arch, and she could feel it pulse, alive and aware. Thea gasped behind her. "Evelyn, what is happening?" It's like we've stepped into another world." Evelyn didn't answer. She couldn't. Her mind was racing, overwhelmed by the weight of the voices that had filled her thoughts for so long. Now, they were here, in this place, their presence like a tide crashing over her consciousness. "Do you hear it?" she murmured, almost to herself. The voices, once scattered and chaotic, were now clear, clearer than she had ever heard them before. They surrounded her, not as a whisper but as a chorus. They were no longer distant and fragmented, they were whole. And they were speaking to her. "You've come," a voice said, deep and resonant, echoing through the air around her. It was the same voice that had called to her earlier, the one that felt like a reflection of her own. "Do you understand now?" it asked, softer this time, as if testing her. Evelyn closed her eyes, her breath shallow as the weight of the voices pressed in on her. She felt them, felt their longing, their confusion, their anger. They were not just lost memories, they were souls, trapped in the forest for reasons she couldn't yet comprehend. "I understand," she whispered, her voice trembling but steady. "You've been waiting for me. You want me to remember." The air shifted again, the temperature dropping even further. Evelyn's skin prickled, and she felt the presence of something more powerful than the voices, something ancient and older than the forest itself. It was as though the forest had come alive, watching, waiting. "The past calls to you, Evelyn," the voice continued. "The stories of those who walked before you. You are their heir, the keeper of their memories. You must decide what to do with them." Evelyn's heart raced. She had known this moment was coming, but now that it was here, she wasn't sure if she was ready. She had taken on the weight of so many voices, so many lives. Could she bear the responsibility? Could she give meaning to the memories of those who had been lost? But deep inside, she knew the answer. "I will listen," she said, her voice steady, her eyes now filled with a newfound clarity. "I will carry their stories. I will make sure they are never forgotten." As she spoke those words, the voices seemed to quiet for a moment, as though they were considering her promise. Then, slowly, the air around her began to shift again, the pressure easing just slightly. She could feel the forest, the voices, acknowledging her resolve. "You have chosen," the voice said, its tone filled with approval. "The stories will be yours to bear. But remember, there are sacrifices to be made. Not all memories should be preserved. Some must be let go." Evelyn nodded, understanding the weight of the warning. Not every story could be kept. Some were too painful, too dangerous to carry. But she would do what was necessary, what was right. Suddenly, a brilliant light flashed before her, and she stumbled back, shielding her eyes. The light was warm, inviting, but it was also overwhelming. The voices surged around her, as if in response to the light. The glow expanded, surrounding her, and she felt herself being pulled into it. Evelyn. Thea cried out, but her voice was distant, muffled by the rising tide of sound, and then, everything went white. When Evelyn opened her eyes again, she was no longer standing in the clearing. The forest was gone, replaced by a vast, endless expanse of light and shadow. The voices had quieted to a gentle hum, now only a soft, comforting presence in the background of her mind. In the distance, she could see shapes, figures, faint and ethereal, standing on the horizon. They were watching her, waiting. Evelyn took a deep breath. This was her new reality. She was the keeper now, the one who would carry the voices of the lost, the stories of the forgotten, and the memories of those who had walked the earth long before her. She stepped forward, ready to fulfill her new role, knowing that the journey was only just beginning. Part 9. Evelyn stood in the endless expanse of light and shadow, the air still and heavy with the weight of the countless memories she had just inherited. The ethereal figures that had once been distant were now closer, their shapes becoming more defined, their faces etched with sorrow, longing, and hope. They did not speak, but their presence was more profound than any words could convey. With each step Evelyn took, the ground beneath her feet seemed to shift, its texture changing from smooth stone to soft earth, as if the very land itself was acknowledging her new role. The light around her pulsed gently, like a heartbeat, guiding her forward. The hum of the voices had quieted, but there was a sense of anticipation in the air, as though the forest itself was holding its breath, waiting for her next move. The figures on the horizon began to move. Slowly at first, then more swiftly as they neared her. As they approached, Evelyn could make out their features more clearly. They were not entirely human. Some had elongated limbs, others had eyes that glowed like stars, and some seemed to shimmer as though they were made of light and shadow. Yet, despite their strange forms, there was a familiarity about them, as if they were the very essence of the forest itself, the spirits of the trees, the winds, and the earth that had been passed down through generations. One of the figures, a tall figure with silver hair that seemed to float around its head like mist, stepped forward. Its eyes were deep, endless pools of darkness, but they held no malice, only a quiet sadness and understanding. "You have come far, Evelyn," the figure said, its voice smooth like the rustling of leaves. "You have answered the call, and now you stand at the threshold of the great cycle." Evelyn nodded, though her throat felt tight. The weight of the task ahead of her had not yet fully sunk in, but she felt the pull of something ancient and undeniable in the words of the figure. The forest, these voices, they were not just memories. They were lives. They were the echoes of those who had once lived, loved, and lost, and now they had no place to go. She had promised to carry their stories, but what did that truly mean? The figure continued, "The forest does not forget, but it does not always remember the way it should. There are things it hides, things it has buried deep within its roots. Things that should never be brought to light." Evelyn's heart skipped a beat. "What do you mean?" she asked, her voice trembling. What is hidden? What must I do? The figure stepped closer, its presence enveloping her like a shadow, yet strangely comforting. There are memories that are too powerful to be carried. Some stories, once told, can never be undone. And some voices, when given the power to speak again, can destroy everything they touch. Evelyn's mind raced. But how do I know which stories should be kept and which should be left behind? The figure's eyes softened, and it placed a hand on Evelyn's shoulder. The touch was cold, but it pulsed with ancient wisdom, like the roots of a great tree reaching deep into the earth. You must listen, Evelyn. You must listen to the voices and feel the weight of their words. Only then will you know if they are meant to be carried. And sometimes, the greatest act of love is to let them rest. The words lingered in the air, heavy and charged. Evelyn looked at the other figures, each one a different part of the forest story, each one waiting for her to understand, to make the choice that would shape not just her destiny, but the fate of the forest itself. Suddenly, the world around her began to shift again. The light dimmed, and the figures stepped back, their faces disappearing into the growing shadows. The air turned cold, and the ground beneath her feet seemed to tremble. You must decide, Evelyn, the figure with silver hair said, its voice growing distant. The forest waits for you to choose its path. Evelyn's heart pounded in her chest as the voices surged around her once again, louder this time, more insistent. The memories, the stories, they were all clamoring for attention, demanding to be heard. She could feel them pulling at her, like the weight of an entire world pressing down on her shoulders. The hum of the forest grew louder, and in that moment, Evelyn understood. The forest had given her a gift, but it was also a burden. To be its keeper was to hold its pain, its sorrow, and its joy. But there were stories here, in these voices, that were too dangerous to preserve. There were memories that could tear the fabric of reality itself. Her breath quickened as she realized the full scope of her responsibility. She was not just the keeper of stories, she was the guardian of the boundary between light and darkness. If she chose wrong, the world could unravel. If she let the wrong memory speak, everything could be lost. How do I choose? She whispered, her voice filled with the weight of the question. How do I know which stories to save? The figure's voice returned, soft and gentle. Trust your heart. Evelyn. You have already listened. You already know, and in that moment, it all became clear. She had always known. The forest had shown her the way, not through words, but through the feelings that had stirred deep within her. The love of the trees, the sorrow of the lost souls, the joy of the new growth, they were all connected, all part of a greater whole. Evelyn closed her eyes, allowing herself to feel the pulse of the forest, the heartbeat of the voices that had guided her here. She felt their sorrow, their hope, and their fear. And with a deep, steadying breath, she made her choice. I will listen, she whispered, her voice filled with determination. And I will protect the stories that must be kept. But I will also guard against those that should never be told. The forest seemed to exhale, the weight of its collective memory settling around her. The voices, no longer a cacophony, quieted into a soft murmur, as if they understood her decision, and in that moment, Evelyn knew that her journey was far from over. The forest had chosen her to be its voice, but now, it was her responsibility to ensure that the stories of the past were not forgotten, but also not allowed to destroy the future. With her heart steady and her resolve firm, Evelyn took the first step into the next chapter of her life, one where she would listen, protect, and guide the voices of the forest into the light. The journey of the keeper had truly begun. Part 10. Evelyn stood at the heart of the forest, the weight of her decision settling on her shoulders like the quiet shadows stretching across the ground. The voices, once a chaotic chorus, now hummed in harmony around her, like an old, familiar song. She could feel the presence of the figures in the distance, their forms now bathed in a soft, comforting light, as if acknowledging her choice. The path ahead was unclear, and yet, in this uncertain moment, Evelyn felt more certain than ever. She was not just the keeper of memories, but the protector of stories, stories that had to be told and stories that had to be buried. The burden was heavy, but the responsibility was hers, and with it came the power to change the fate of the forest. As she walked forward, the air around her seemed to pulse with life. The trees, ancient and wise, whispered in the wind. The ground beneath her feet felt solid, yet alive with the echoes of those who had walked before her. Every step she took was a step deeper into the heart of the forest, into the stories that shaped it. The voices had become her companions now, their whispers no longer overwhelming, but quiet and respectful. They waited, patiently, for her to decide which ones would be remembered, which ones would be let go. She could feel the weight of their histories, the emotions they carried, grief, love, joy, and sorrow, all intertwined like the branches above her. In the distance, she could see the figures again, standing in a circle, waiting for her. Their faces were now clear, their features a mix of light and shadow. Each one represented a different aspect of the forest. Some were tall and regal, others small and delicate. They were not just spirits, they were the embodiment of the forest itself, the ancient forces that had shaped the world long before humans ever set foot in it. As Evelyn approached them, the silver-haired figure from before stepped forward, its presence calm but powerful. "You have chosen wisely, Evelyn," it said, its voice deep and resonant. "But remember, the path you walk will not be an easy one. The forest will test you, just as the voices will." Evelyn nodded, her heart steady but filled with a quiet determination. "I am ready. I will protect the stories that must be kept, and I will guard against the ones that would harm us all." The figure smiled, a faint, almost imperceptible motion, and then turned toward the others. "Then you are ready to begin." With a wave of its hand, the circle of figures opened, revealing a hidden path that wound deeper into the forest. The trees parted, their branches swaying gently as if in invitation. Evelyn could feel the pull of the path, the call to continue her journey. "You are the keeper now." The silver-haired figure continued. "But being a keeper is not just about preserving memories. It is about shaping the future, too. You must use the wisdom of the past to guide the living, to teach them the lessons of the forest." Evelyn took a deep breath. "I will do what is necessary," she said, her voice steady. "I will listen to the forest, and I will guide those who come after me." The figures nodded in approval, their forms shimmering like light on water. Then, without another word, they began to fade, their voices becoming a soft echo in the wind. The forest seemed to hold its breath, the air still and heavy with the promise of what was to come, as Evelyn stepped onto the path. She felt a sudden clarity, as if the forest itself was revealing its secrets to her. The stories of the past were no longer a burden, they were a gift, a map to guide her forward. And with each step she took, she understood the true nature of her role, not as a passive observer, but as an active participant in the ever-changing flow of life, death, and rebirth. The path ahead was long and uncertain, but Evelyn knew that she was not alone. The voices would always be with her, guiding her, whispering their stories into her heart. And in return, she would protect them, ensuring that the balance between light and shadow, memory and forgetting, was maintained, as she walked deeper into the forest. The first rays of dawn broke through the trees, casting a golden light across the path. It was a new beginning, both for Evelyn and for the forest. She had taken the mantle of the keeper, but now, she would shape the future, one story at a time. The journey was far from over. In fact, it had only just begun. The Lighthouse Keeper's Daughter, Part 1. The sea was always restless, and so was the lighthouse. It stood tall and proud on the cliff's edge, its beams slicing through the stormy night, guiding ships safely to shore. But for Eliza, the daughter of the lighthouse keeper, the tower had become more than just a beacon for sailors. It was a place of solitude, mystery, and deep-seated secrets. The wind howled relentlessly against the rocky coast as Eliza stared out the window of her small room in the keeper's cottage. The lighthouse had been in her family for generations, each keeper passing down their knowledge of the sea, the storms, and the eerie glow that seemed to haunt the lighthouse at night. Her father, Gregory, was the current keeper, a man whose stern demeanor and quiet ways had always intrigued Eliza. He never spoke much of the past, and though the light in the tower was always bright, there were moments when she thought she saw a shadow flicker behind it, as if something were moving just beyond the reach of the beam. Eliza had lived in the lighthouse her entire life, but she had never ventured far beyond its walls. The cliffs around the tower were jagged and treacherous, the sea an unforgiving expanse of darkness and foam. Yet, there was always a feeling that there was something out there, something just beyond the horizon that called to her in ways she couldn't quite explain. Tonight, as she sat by the window, she felt that call once more, the soft whisper of the sea urging her to look closer. The waves crashed violently against the rocks below, the rhythm of the water like a heartbeat in the night. Eliza's fingers tightened around the windowsill as a strange chill swept through the room, not from the storm outside, but from something deeper, something ancient. Her thoughts were interrupted by the sound of footsteps on the wooden stairs leading up to her room. The door creaked open, and her father stepped inside, his tall frame casting a long shadow in the dim light of the room. "Eliza," Gregory said in his low, gravelly voice, his eyes never quite meeting hers. "You shouldn't be up so late. It's not safe to be out here when the storms come in like this." "I wasn't going anywhere, Father," Eliza replied, her voice steady but her heart pounding. She didn't want to tell him what she felt, what she had always felt, the strange compulsion to step into the storm and follow the sea's call. "I was just thinking." Gregory's gaze softened, but only for a moment. "Thinking about what?" he asked, stepping closer to her, his face shadowed with worry. Eliza hesitated. There were so many things she longed to ask him, the stories of the lighthouse's past, the strange happenings that sometimes filled the air with unease. But she knew her father would never speak of it. He never spoke of his own father, who had been the lighthouse keeper before him, nor of the mysterious disappearances that had plagued the coastal village decades ago. The light, she said quietly, her voice barely above a whisper. It feels different tonight. Gregory looked up sharply, his eyes narrowing. What do you mean? He asked, his tone more serious now. Eliza swallowed hard, unsure of how to explain the feeling that had settled in her chest. It was more than just the usual hum of the lighthouse beacon. It was something else, something deeper, something alive. I don't know, she admitted, shaking her head. It's like the light is calling to something. Or someone. Gregory was silent for a long moment. Then, with a deep sigh, he turned toward the door. It's just the storm, he said, his voice rough with a mixture of exhaustion and something else Eliza couldn't place. Go to bed, Eliza. There's nothing out there. Only the sea. But as he reached for the door, Eliza stood, the pull of the lighthouse stronger than ever before. Father, she said, her voice trembling. What happened to Grandpa? Why did he leave? Gregory froze, his hand resting on the door handle. For a brief, fleeting moment, Eliza saw a flicker of something, fear, maybe, or regret, in his eyes. But just as quickly, it was gone, replaced by his usual stoic expression, "You're too young to understand." He replied curtly, opening the door and stepping out into the hall. Get some rest. We'll talk tomorrow. But Eliza knew the truth. There were secrets buried deep within the lighthouse, secrets that her father would never share. And tonight, as the storm raged outside, she felt that it was the right time to uncover them. The sea was calling her. The light was calling her, and she would answer. With a final glance out the window, Eliza's heart raced with a mix of fear and anticipation. The storm had arrived, but it was only the beginning of something much bigger, something she was destined to discover. As she slipped quietly from her room, she could hear the steady rhythm of her father's footsteps retreating down the hall. But her mind was made up. Tonight, she would explore the lighthouse. She would uncover its secrets, no matter the cost. For the first time in her life, Eliza was ready to step beyond the walls of the lighthouse and into the darkness of its past, and she had a feeling that what she would find there would change everything. The Lighthouse Keeper's Daughter, Part 2. Eliza's heart beat loudly in her chest as she descended the narrow staircase of the lighthouse. The sound of the storm outside was deafening, the wind howling like a wild animal, pressing against the walls of the tower as if trying to break through. The lantern in her hand flickered in the wind, its soft light casting eerie shadows across the stone walls. The lighthouse felt different tonight. It wasn't just the storm or the way the sea seemed to whisper secrets to her, it was the air, thick with something unspoken, like the tower itself was holding its breath. Her fingers tightened around the railing, the cold, smooth iron grounding her as she moved downward. Eliza had spent her whole life within the walls of this lighthouse, but tonight, it felt like the first time she was truly seeing it, seeing the secrets it held, buried deep within the ancient wood and stone. She was drawn toward the lower levels, where the keeper's office and the winding path to the lantern room were. She knew that the most sacred part of the lighthouse was above, where the beacon itself stood, but she had no interest in the light tonight. She needed to know what lay hidden beneath. She reached the first floor landing and paused, listening. The storm outside seemed to swell, a tumultuous roar that rattled the windows. And then she heard it, a faint whisper, so soft she almost missed it, "Eliza." Her breath caught in her throat. It was her name, clear, unmistakable, but carried on the wind, like it was coming from a distant place. Or maybe from the very walls of the lighthouse itself. "Eliza. Come closer." Her pulse quickened. The voice was unfamiliar, but there was something strangely comforting about it. She stepped forward, each step deliberate as she moved toward the keeper's office door. The wood creaked beneath her weight, and as she reached for the knob, she hesitated. Her father had always been so protective of the inner workings of the lighthouse. He had warned her never to wander through the lower levels at night, especially when the storm was this fierce. But tonight, that warning felt like a distant memory. Something was calling her to this place, urging her to step beyond the boundaries that had been set for so long. With a deep breath, Eliza pushed open the door. The office was small, the air thick with the scent of old paper and sea salt. Her father's desk sat against the far wall, cluttered with maps and notes that seemed to speak of the sea's many moods. Shelves lined the walls, stacked high with nautical charts, weather records, and books that her father had never read aloud to her. Everything seemed frozen in time, except for the lantern at the far end of the room. The light from the lantern cast strange shadows across the floor, and for a moment, Eliza could have sworn the shadows were moving. Not from the flickering of the flame, but as if something, someone, was shifting just out of sight. "Eliza." This time, the voice was clearer. It was coming from the far side of the room, where a large, faded painting hung on the wall. The painting depicted a sea storm, dark and ominous, with a lighthouse standing firm against the raging waves. But there was something unusual about it. Something she had never noticed before. She stepped closer, her eyes narrowing as she examined the painting more closely. There, hidden in the swirling waves, was a figure that seemed to be reaching toward the lighthouse, toward her. She shuddered. The figure's face was obscured, but there was an unmistakable sense of longing, of desire to be close to the light. Eliza's fingers brushed against the frame of the painting. As soon as they made contact, the storm outside seemed to roar louder, the winds howling through the cracks of the lighthouse. The painting trembled, its edges shaking as if it were alive, before Eliza could react. The painting shifted. It moved, sliding sideways on the wall, revealing a hidden doorway behind it. A passageway. A secret path that led deeper into the lighthouse's bowels. Her breath caught in her throat. She had never known this passage existed. The doorway was narrow and dark, and the air that seeped from it was cold, colder than anything she had felt before. "Eliza." The voice came again, more urgent this time. It was beckoning her. She didn't hesitate this time. She stepped into the passageway, her lantern held high as she moved deeper into the hidden core of the lighthouse. The walls were made of old stone, rough and uneven. The further she walked, the darker it became. The only light coming from her lantern's flickering flame. She tried not to think about the stories her father had told her, the warnings about the lighthouse's strange history, about the mysteries that surrounded the tower and the generations of keepers who had disappeared under its shadow. The passage was long, winding down into the very heart of the cliff, the sea's roar growing louder with each step she took. Eliza felt a tremor of fear, but also an overwhelming sense of purpose. She had to see this through. She had to understand why the lighthouse seemed to call to her, why the light had always felt so close, yet so far. Finally, after what felt like hours, the passage opened into a cavernous room. It was vast and cavernous, a chamber hidden deep within the bowels of the cliff. The sound of the waves crashing against the rocks below echoed through the chamber, and in the center of the room stood something Eliza had only ever heard whispers about, the old keeper's journal. The journal was resting on a stone pedestal, its pages yellowed with age and covered in dust. The book seemed untouched, as if no one had dared to open it for years, centuries even, but Eliza knew she was meant to open it. As she approached, the lantern's flame flickered, casting strange shadows across the pages. She reached out and carefully opened the book, the ancient pages creaking as she turned them. And there, written in faded ink, were the words that would change everything: "The lighthouse calls to the keeper's blood, and the sea shall answer." Eliza's heart pounded in her chest. The words were familiar, but the meaning eluded her. Who had written this? And what did it mean? Her eyes scanned the rest of the page, her fingers trembling as they traced the lines. What she found there was a map of the very lighthouse she had grown up in. But this map was different. It showed hidden rooms, secret passageways, and something else, something that made her blood run cold. At the farthest point of the map, where the sea crashed against the rocks, there was a symbol that looked like a twisted, broken lighthouse, its light extinguished, and beneath it, in the same faded ink, "The light that fades is the one that calls." Eliza's breath caught in her throat. She had uncovered something dark, something far more dangerous than she had ever imagined, but it was too late now. She was already part of the lighthouse's story, and its secrets were hers to unravel. The storm outside raged louder, the voice in the wind calling to her once again, "Eliza." This time, she couldn't turn back. The Lighthouse Keeper's Daughter, Part 3. The storm outside had intensified, its fury now pressing against the lighthouse as though it wished to tear it from the cliffs. The wind howled like a beast. But inside the secret chamber, it was strangely still. Eliza's hand trembled as she held the journal, her mind racing. The words she had read burned into her memory, their meaning unfathomable, but clear in their urgency. "The light that fades is the one that calls." The chill in the room deepened, making her skin crawl. She had found the journal, her grandfather's journal, perhaps, or her father's, though the writing looked much older. It felt like an invitation, one that had been waiting for her, hidden in the very bones of the lighthouse. But the map, Eliza could not look away from the symbol at the far end of it, the twisted lighthouse, its light extinguished. What did it mean? And why, for the first time in her life, did she feel like something was stirring inside her, an answer, a deep understanding she had never known, yet had always been there? She took a deep breath, the air heavy with salt and mystery, and forced herself to look at the page again. There was something else, something beneath the symbol, a phrase in small, faded writing: "Find the heart of the lighthouse. Only then will you understand." Eliza's eyes widened. Find the heart, what could it mean? She turned the page, hoping for more clues, but the rest of the journal was either too blurred with age or written in symbols she couldn't decipher. The only thing that remained clear were those words: "Find the heart of the lighthouse." Her fingers traced the edge of the journal as she thought. The lighthouse had always been a place of protection, a place of guiding light. But what if the heart of it wasn't just the lantern in the tower? What if it was something far deeper, something hidden in the cliffs below, waiting to be discovered? Before she could make any more sense of it, a cold gust of wind swept through the cavernous room, extinguishing the lantern she held. The sudden darkness made her freeze, and she realized that the storm had reached its peak. The winds were deafening, and the sound of the waves crashing against the rocks below felt unnaturally close, almost as if they were right beneath her feet. "I have to find the heart," Eliza thought, her pulse racing. She wasn't sure why, but something told her that the heart of the lighthouse was not far from here. The storm outside, the dark shadows in the chamber, the voice, everything was leading her toward it. Gritting her teeth, Eliza placed the journal back on the pedestal and stood, her eyes straining in the darkness. She had to move quickly. Whatever this was, it was far bigger than she had realized. She wasn't sure whether her father would be able to stop her now, not after everything she had uncovered. But she had to do this, for herself and for the lighthouse. With the journal tucked safely into her jacket, Eliza retraced her steps through the narrow passageway. The air grew colder as she moved, but she pressed on, the whispering wind outside beckoning her forward. The lighthouse was alive tonight, more than ever, and Eliza could feel its pulse beneath her feet, guiding her. She emerged into the keeper's office once more, the sound of the storm now muted compared to the deafening rush she'd just left behind. The room was bathed in dim light from the flickering lantern. Eliza's heart raced. She was close. The heart of the lighthouse had to be near the center, below the lantern room. She had to make her way up. Eliza climbed the staircase, her steps quick but cautious. With every step, the pressure in her chest increased, as if the tower itself was holding its breath. When she reached the top, she found the lantern room as it always was, silent, still, with the light casting its long beam out across the dark ocean. The steady rhythm of the light was comforting, a reminder of everything her family had done for generations. But tonight, it seemed different. The wind, howling and fierce, pushed against the glass. Eliza placed a hand on the cool metal railing, peering into the night. The beam swept over the vast ocean, searching for ships, but it felt as though the lighthouse was searching for something else. The heart, she thought again. What is the heart? It was then that she noticed something she had never seen before, a small door, hidden behind the metal grating of the lantern room. It was half hidden, almost like it had been meant to be missed. Eliza's heart skipped a beat. She moved toward it slowly, her breath shallow. The door was old, weathered by time and sea air, but the handle was still intact. It beckoned her, the pull of it undeniable. She placed her hand on the rusted brass handle and twisted it. The door creaked open, revealing a small spiral staircase leading down into the darkness. Eliza felt her chest tighten. This was it, the heart of the lighthouse. Without hesitation, she stepped inside. The stairs descended deeper than she had anticipated, the air thick with the scent of salt water and earth. The storm raged above her, but in the depths of the lighthouse. The sound was muffled, as if she were stepping into a world apart. The staircase was narrow and winding, but the further she descended, the more she felt the sense of something waiting for her. At the bottom of the stairs, Eliza found herself in a small, circular room. It was lit by the faint glow of a single, dimly burning lantern. The stone walls were covered in old carvings, faded but still visible, depicting the sea, ships, and figures that seemed to be watching her. In the center of the room was a pedestal, much like the one she had seen earlier, and resting atop it, as if it had been waiting for her all this time, was a strange, glowing stone. Eliza's breath caught in her throat. The stone was pulsing with an eerie, soft light, blue and green, like the colors of the ocean itself. It looked like nothing she had ever seen before. A strange energy filled the room, humming in the air around her. "This is the heart," Eliza thought. Her fingers hovered over the stone, her mind racing with questions. What was it? Why had it been hidden? What power did it hold? The answers seemed just beyond her grasp, but she knew this stone was the key to unlocking the secrets of the lighthouse. To understanding what had happened to her family, to the disappearances that had plagued the keepers. As she reached out and touched the stone, a rush of images flooded her mind, images of the past. Of the sea, of the lighthouse in its earliest days. She saw her grandfather, her great-grandfather, each standing at the beacon, guiding the ship safely. But in every vision, there was a shadow, a darkness, lurking just beneath the surface. The stone was part of something ancient, something powerful, and then, in a single, blinding flash of light, Eliza understood. The heart of the lighthouse wasn't just the stone, it was the power it held. The power to control the sea itself. To summon the storms, to guide ships, to protect or destroy, and now, it was hers to command. But as the light dimmed and the storm raged on outside, Eliza knew one thing for certain: this discovery would change everything. And there was no turning back. The Lighthouse Keeper's Daughter, Part 4. Eliza stood frozen in the cavernous chamber, the journal heavy in her hands, its words echoing in her mind. The map was clear now, and the warning beneath it, "The light that fades is the one that calls," felt like a shadow that had suddenly fallen across her heart. The sea outside had grown quieter, as if the storm was holding its breath, waiting for her next move. The lantern's flicker seemed to grow weaker, casting shadows that danced across the ancient stone walls of the chamber. Eliza felt a strange unease crawl up her spine. The room, once silent and ancient, now felt alive, as though it were watching her, waiting for her to make the next step. The air was thick with the weight of history, the burden of generations of lighthouse keepers and their secrets pressing down on her shoulders. She glanced once more at the map, her eyes tracing the hidden rooms, the forgotten passageways. At the very heart of the diagram was a darkened section, an area of the lighthouse that had never been mentioned by her father, an area that seemed to pulse with an unseen energy. It was a part of the tower she had never dared to explore, even though she had lived in the lighthouse her entire life. The light that fades is the one that calls. Eliza clenched her fists, trying to push away the gnawing fear that had taken root in her chest. She had come this far, there was no turning back now. If there was something hidden in the lighthouse, something her father had never spoken of, she had to find it. There was no other choice. With a deep breath, she carefully closed the journal, tucking it into the satchel she had brought with her. She turned away from the pedestal and retraced her steps through the dark passage, the air growing colder as she made her way back to the lighthouse above. The passage seemed longer now, darker, and Eliza felt an odd sense of urgency growing within her. The sea was louder, more insistent, as if it were trying to reach her through the very walls of the lighthouse. She could hear the waves crashing against the rocks. But beneath the sound of the storm, she could also hear something else: the whisper of wind through the narrow windows, the groan of wood, the creak of the lighthouse as it shifted in the storm's grip. When she reached the first floor, she paused at the door to the keeper's office. The storm outside had grown violent again, but it was still the quiet that unsettled her. The world outside seemed to hold its breath, and all she could hear was the steady rhythm of her own pulse. She glanced up at the lantern, its light shining brightly through the rain-soaked windows. The beam flickered erratically, as if caught in the tumultuous wind. The sudden thought of her father made her stomach twist. What had he known? Why had he never told her the truth? Had he hidden the secrets of the lighthouse from her on purpose, or was he merely trying to protect her from something far worse than she could imagine? She pressed her hand against the cold door, and with one last glance at the darkened hallway beyond, she pushed it open. Her father's office, once warm with the scent of parchment and wood, was now filled with a chill that seemed to seep from the very walls. The dim light of the lantern didn't reach the far corners of the room, leaving the shadows deeper than usual, more oppressive. The wooden floor creaked beneath her feet, and she stepped lightly, as if the very air in the room might shift in response. "Eliza?" Her father's voice cut through the stillness. His figure appeared in the doorway, his face pale, his eyes shadowed with the weight of something unspoken. He had heard her approach. "Father," Eliza began, her voice trembling despite herself. "I found something." Gregory's gaze hardened instantly, his eyes narrowing. He stepped further into the room, his hand resting on the edge of the desk. His movements were stiff, deliberate. "What did you find?" His voice was low, edged with an unmistakable tension. Eliza hesitated, the journal heavy in her bag, the weight of the secrets it contained pressing down on her. She thought of the map, of the cryptic words, and the passageways leading into the very heart of the lighthouse. But she also thought of the look in her father's eyes when he had spoken about the lighthouse's past. The fear, the sadness. She had always sensed that he was keeping something from her, but now it felt more like a prison than a home. I found a hidden passage," she said finally, her voice soft. "A room beneath the lighthouse, a chamber no one's ever spoken of. And a journal. It belonged to one of the former keepers, I think." Gregory's face paled even further. He took a step back, his hand gripping the edge of the desk so tightly his knuckles turned white. For a long moment, he said nothing, his expression unreadable. "Eliza," he said finally, his voice barely above a whisper. "I told you not to go down there. I had to, Father. I need to know what's going on here. What's been hidden for so long." Gregory closed his eyes as if bracing himself for what was coming. When he spoke again, his voice was laced with sorrow and a deep, aching regret. "It's not just the lighthouse that calls to you, Eliza," he said quietly, his eyes meeting hers. "It's what it holds. The lighthouse is not just a place. It's a part of something much older, much darker than you can imagine." Eliza's heart skipped a beat. "What are you saying? What is it, Father?" Gregory exhaled, the weight of his words pressing on him as he walked toward the window, gazing out at the stormy sea. There's a reason the keepers are bound to the lighthouse. Why each generation has been chosen. The light itself is a prison. And the sea. The sea has always been its keeper. Eliza's breath caught in her throat. What do you mean? What is it you're not telling me? Gregory turned slowly, his eyes filled with a mixture of fear and sorrow. The light. It doesn't just guide ships. It calls to something. Something that we've been keeping at bay for generations. The light that fades is the one that calls, Eliza. It calls to you. Eliza felt a chill wash over her as her father's words settled in her mind. The sea was more than a force of nature, it was alive. And it was watching, Father. What's in the hidden room? Eliza asked, her voice trembling with the enormity of the truth she was beginning to grasp. Gregory's face darkened. It's the heart of the lighthouse. The place where the light was born. And where it will eventually return. Return to what? To the sea, Gregory whispered, and in that moment, Eliza understood. The lighthouse wasn't just a home. It was a gateway, and now, it was calling her, the lighthouse keeper's daughter. Part 5. Eliza stood in the chamber, the pulsating light from the stone still glowing softly in her hands. The air hummed with an energy she had never felt before, a strange and ancient power that seemed to course through the walls of the lighthouse itself. It was as if the very bones of the tower had come alive in response to her touch, as if the lighthouse had been waiting for her all along. The stone in her hand was warm, almost alive, and as she gripped it more firmly, she felt a surge of connection, as though it was speaking to her in a language she couldn't quite understand but could feel in the deepest part of her being. It was a language older than the sea, older than the earth, ancient and primal. She took a slow, steadying breath, her heart pounding in her chest. The storm raged above her, the winds howling fiercely outside, but the room where she stood seemed untouched by the chaos. The dim lantern flickered, casting long shadows on the walls. But it was the stone that commanded her attention. The power is real, she thought, her pulse quickening. It's all real. Eliza carefully placed the stone back on the pedestal. The light dimmed slightly as it settled, but the faint glow remained, steady and unyielding. She felt a shift in the air, as though the stone had reached a new equilibrium with its surroundings, as if it were content now that she had touched it. But something gnawed at the back of her mind. This power, whatever it was, didn't belong to her. It was a force that had lived within the lighthouse for generations, a secret hidden beneath layers of time and myth. The question she could no longer avoid hung in the air like a thick fog. What am I supposed to do with this power? The voice, the one that had called to her from the wind, spoke again, echoing softly in her mind, Eliza. It wasn't just a whisper, it felt like a presence, a force pressing against her thoughts. She closed her eyes and concentrated, letting the voice fill her senses. She had been drawn to this moment, to the lighthouse, to the stone. But now, the path ahead was unclear. Eliza. The time has come. The voice was more urgent now, commanding. Eliza's heart skipped a beat. This was no longer a simple discovery, it was a call to action. Whatever the stone was, whatever the lighthouse represented, it had chosen her. But why? And for what purpose? The floor beneath her seemed to rumble, a low growl of sound that vibrated through her bones. It was a sound unlike anything she had ever felt before, like the heartbeat of the earth itself. Eliza. The voice, now so strong and insistent, pushed her forward. She didn't know why, but she understood. She had to make a choice. Without thinking, she turned toward the stairwell leading to the lantern room. The voice in her mind was clearer now, urging her to move. Her feet carried her with an urgency she could not explain, as if she were being pulled by an invisible force. The journey she had set foot on was far from over, and now there was no turning back. The spiral staircase seemed to stretch endlessly before her. She reached the top, the wind and the storm now deafening. The lantern room was just ahead, the beam of light sweeping across the dark ocean below, but something was different. The light flickered once, then twice, before it went out completely. Eliza stopped dead in her tracks. The silence that followed was unnerving. The storm raged outside, but inside the lighthouse, there was nothing but an unsettling quiet. The room was plunged into darkness. The only light now came from the faint glow of the stone still resting on its pedestal, and yet, it was somehow more distant, less powerful than it had been moments ago. What happened? Before Eliza could react, she heard the sound of footsteps approaching from behind her. A cold chill swept over her skin. She spun around, her breath catching in her throat. Standing in the doorway of the lantern room was a figure. Tall, cloaked in shadow, with eyes that glinted in the faint light. Eliza. The voice came again, but this time it was not a whisper. It was a command. Her heart raced as the figure stepped forward. Eliza tried to speak, but the words caught in her throat. The figure moved toward her, its presence filling the room, overwhelming her senses. She recognized the figure, though she hadn't seen it in years. It was her father, but the man before her was not the father she knew. His face was drawn and hollow, as though he had been touched by something unnatural. His eyes glowed with a faint, otherworldly light, a reflection of the stone. "Father?" Eliza whispered, stepping back. "No, Eliza," the figure said, his voice hollow. "I am not your father." The truth struck her like a blow. This was not her father. This was something that had taken his place, something born from the depths of the lighthouse, something tied to the very heart of it. "This power," the figure continued, its voice now cold and commanding, "is mine. And it is time to claim it once again." Eliza's mind raced. The stone, the power, it was not meant for her. It had been calling to her, yes, but not for the reasons she had believed. Her father had been the keeper of the light. But it seemed that he had paid a terrible price for it. The storm outside, the strange events, the lighthouse had chosen him, just as it had chosen her. But unlike Eliza, he had been unable to escape the darkness that it held. "What happened to you?" she asked, her voice trembling. Her father's hollow eyes glimmered with a strange sadness. "The lighthouse, it took me. It always takes the keeper, Eliza. It feeds on those who hold the light. But I have learned its ways. I have learned to control it. And now, I will take what is mine." The words hit Eliza like a wave crashing against the shore. This was the heart of the lighthouse, the power that had driven her family, generation after generation, to this fate. It was a curse, a force that consumed everything in its path. No, Eliza whispered, backing away, clutching the journal close to her chest. I won't let you. The figure's lips curled into a twisted smile. You have no choice, Eliza. The lighthouse calls to you. It has always called to you. Suddenly, the walls of the lantern room began to tremble. The stone at her side pulsed wildly, the power surging as though it had a mind of its own. The storm outside raged to a new height, and for a brief moment, Eliza felt as though the very world was about to shatter, but in that moment, something inside her snapped. The lighthouse had chosen her, but not to wield its power. It had chosen her to break free of its chains. With all the strength she could muster, Eliza reached out and grabbed the glowing stone, her fingers tightening around it. She felt the pulse of the lighthouse within her, but this time, she didn't let it consume her. She fought it, the light flared brighter, the storm outside reaching its peak. She could feel the pull of the darkness, her father's shadow, the lighthouse's curse, but Eliza was no longer afraid. She had the strength to stand against it, the stone in her hand shattered with a deafening crack. In that moment, the lighthouse fell silent, and Eliza was free. The Lighthouse Keeper's Daughter, Part 6. The storm outside had reached its crescendo, the wind howling like a wild beast, its fury battering the lighthouse, shaking the very walls. Eliza stood frozen in the dimly lit office, her father's words echoing in her mind, reverberating through the chamber like the distant roar of the sea itself. The light calls to you. Her father's gaze had grown distant, his once steady demeanor now clouded with fear. Eliza could feel the weight of his unspoken history pressing down on her, but the truth remained elusive, like a shadow just beyond the reach of the lantern's glow. There was something darker, something ancient hidden within the heart of the lighthouse. Something that had been kept from her for too long. Father, Eliza whispered, taking a step closer to him, her voice trembling with a mix of dread and determination. What are you trying to say? What is this thing the lighthouse is keeping at bay? Gregory's eyes shifted away from hers, unable to meet her gaze. He seemed to shrink under the weight of the secret, as if the very air around them were pressing down on him. Eliza. He sighed deeply, the sound of the storm outside amplifying the silence in the room. It's not just a lighthouse. It's a prison, a barrier. For generations, the keepers have maintained it, ensured the light never fades. Because if it does... He trailed off. Unable or unwilling to finish the thought, Eliza's heart raced, each word from her father like a piece of a puzzle that didn't quite fit together. But the pieces were coming into focus now. She could feel it deep in her bones, the lighthouse, the light itself, the storm. It wasn't just a job for the keepers. It was a duty, a burden, one that her family had carried for generations. And now, it seemed, that burden was hers. She walked over to the window, her hand trembling as she pressed it against the cold glass, staring out into the chaos of the storm. The light from the lighthouse swept over the ocean, casting long, eerie shadows over the crashing waves, its steady pulse a reminder of the power it held. But there was something else now, something that felt wrong. The beam flickered again, this time for longer, as if something were weakening the light itself. The storm outside raged, but inside the lighthouse, the air grew colder, more oppressive. The sense of something waking, something stirring deep within the lighthouse, grew stronger. The stone beneath her feet seemed to hum, and for the first time, Eliza felt as if the very ground she stood on was alive, aware. "Eliza," Gregory's voice broke through her thoughts, his tone heavy with finality. "It's time you knew the truth. Your mother. She knew, too. She wasn't just a keeper's wife. She was the one who first uncovered the power of the lighthouse. The truth of what it really was. That's why she disappeared. She couldn't live with the knowledge. She couldn't protect us from it." Eliza's stomach twisted. "My mother? What do you mean? What happened to her?" Gregory's face twisted in anguish, and for the first time, Eliza saw the weight of grief that had shaped him over the years. She tried to stop it. She tried to close the door, to seal it away, but the lighthouse is not something that can be contained. It's tied to the sea. It was always tied to the sea. She thought she could break the cycle, but she was wrong. She left, Eliza. She left to try and find another way. But she couldn't escape it. None of us can. Her father's words hit her like a wave crashing against the rocks. The truth of her mother's disappearance had always been a mystery, a wound that never quite healed, and now Eliza realized that the lighthouse had been the cause all along. Her mother had known something about the lighthouse, something she had tried to stop, and now Eliza was being pulled into the same fate, but why? Eliza asked, her voice barely a whisper. "Why can't we stop it? Why do we have to keep this light burning?" Gregory swallowed hard, the weight of years pressing down on him. "Because if the light goes out, if it fades, the barrier will break. The sea will claim us all. The storm will be nothing compared to what lies beneath." Her father's words hung in the air like an unspoken curse. Eliza's pulse quickened as she turned back to the window. The storm's roar outside now felt like an ominous drumbeat, heralding something far worse than mere weather. The heart of the lighthouse, the glowing stone, the power that had been passed down through generations, was not just a tool of protection. It was a key. The stone was what kept the darkness of the sea at bay. It was what prevented the world from falling into chaos. The light itself was a prison, and Eliza now understood its true purpose. The lighthouse was not just guiding ships, it was holding back an ancient force, one that sought to rise from the depths and claim the world. She looked back at her father, the realization sinking in. "The stone," she said, her voice barely audible. "The heart of the lighthouse. It's the only thing keeping this from happening." Gregory nodded grimly, his face pale in the dim light. "Yes. But it's weakening. The power that sustains it is fading, Eliza. And soon, the lighthouse will be powerless to stop it." A chill swept through the room, and Eliza felt the weight of her father's words settle like a shroud around her. The storm outside was nothing compared to the storm inside the lighthouse, the storm of ancient forces awakening, of power lost and power yet to be claimed, the lighthouse. Eliza whispered, a sudden sense of urgency seizing her. "What happens when the light fades completely?" Gregory stepped forward, his face grave. "The sea will rise. The creatures of the deep will come. And the light, which has kept them at bay for centuries, will be extinguished forever." Eliza's heart raced. She couldn't let this happen. She had to find a way to restore the light, to hold back whatever force was rising from the sea. The heart of the lighthouse, the stone, it was her only hope. And the time to act was now. "I'll do it," Eliza said, her voice firm with resolve. "I'll find a way to restore the light. I won't let it fade." Her father's eyes filled with a mixture of pride and sorrow. "Eliza, you don't understand." "The cost, I understand," she interrupted. "I have to do this. For the lighthouse. For the future." Gregory's gaze softened, but there was a lingering fear in his eyes, one that spoke of a truth he had tried to shield her from for so long. "Be careful, Eliza. The sea is not what it seems. And neither is the light." With those final words, Eliza turned and walked toward the stairs. The storm outside howled in fury, but inside, she felt a calm resolve settle over her. The heart of the lighthouse was the key, and she would not let the darkness claim what her family had fought to protect for so long. It was time to uncover the truth. To face the ancient forces that had been locked away for centuries. And to restore the light, before it was too late. The Lighthouse Keeper's Daughter, Part 7, the silence that followed the shattering of the stone was absolute. For a moment, Eliza stood frozen, her heart still pounding from the surge of power that had radiated through her when the stone broke. She opened her hand and saw the fragments of the glowing stone scattered on the ground at her feet. The pieces no longer pulsed with light. They were dull, lifeless shards. The air felt different now, thicker, more still. The storm outside had not abated, but inside the lighthouse, there was a profound calm. It was as though the lighthouse itself had exhaled, releasing the tension that had gripped it for so long. Eliza slowly lowered her hand. Her fingers still tingling from the power she had just touched. She glanced around the lantern room, half expecting the figure of her father to emerge from the shadows, his hollow eyes staring at her with the same dark intent. But the room was empty. The oppressive feeling that had weighed on her heart for so long had lifted. Her father's presence, the one that had haunted her all these years, was gone. The walls, once alive with the hum of unseen forces, now seemed ordinary again, ancient and weathered, but still just stone and mortar. The flickering light of the lantern had steadied, casting a soft glow on the walls, as though the storm outside could not touch the heart of the lighthouse anymore. "Eliza." Her heart skipped a beat at the sound of her name. She turned quickly, her breath caught in her throat. Standing in the doorway was Gregory. His face was pale, his hair wild from the wind outside, but his eyes, their familiar warmth, were fixed on her with a look of concern. "Eliza, I heard the—" He stopped short, noticing the broken stone shards at her feet, the faint remnants of the power that had been calling her. "What happened?" Eliza opened her mouth to speak, but the words seemed lost. She tried to make sense of it all, the voice, the figure that had taken on her father's form, the stone and the lighthouse's terrible secret. She felt as though she had crossed some kind of threshold. And now the world felt unfamiliar, distant. She looked at the lantern, its light still steady now, but the storm outside was different, too. It no longer raged with the same intensity. The wind had died down, the waves crashing against the rocks below no longer sounded like they were battering at the very bones of the lighthouse. The lighthouse. Eliza began, her voice trembling. It wasn't just a place to guide ships, Gregory. It was a prison, a force that held something darker, something that needed to be kept at bay. My father. She paused, her heart heavy with the weight of what she had learned. It wasn't just the storm. It was the power in the lighthouse. It changed him. He was trying to control it, but it was controlling him. Gregory stepped forward, his brow furrowed with concern. He had known something had changed, but hearing Eliza's words brought a new clarity to the situation. The darkness in her eyes, the fear in her voice, it was clear that the lighthouse had claimed its toll, even as she fought back. "We need to leave," Eliza said suddenly, her voice sharp, filled with a quiet urgency. "It's over now, Gregory. The stone is broken. The lighthouse has lost its hold. But there's no reason to stay. We can leave this place, start over." Gregory reached for her arm, his touch gentle but firm. "Eliza, I know you want to leave, but it's not that simple. The lighthouse isn't just an ancient keeper of secrets. It's connected to the sea. And the sea doesn't forget." Her heart sank at his words. Of course, she knew that. The sea, the storm, it had always been there, as if it were watching, waiting. But now it felt different, less threatening. More like a distant memory, a past that was no longer calling to her. "I don't understand," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "What does that mean? What else do we need to do?" Gregory hesitated, his face troubled. He stepped away, moving toward the window, gazing out at the dark ocean below. The storm had lessened, but the sea still churned restlessly. The waves seemed to pulse with a strange rhythm, as if they were reacting to something that had shifted in the lighthouse. "We need to make sure it's truly over," Gregory said, his voice quiet but resolute. "The lighthouse has always had a keeper. The power in it doesn't just vanish. And there's something I've never told you, Eliza." He turned back to her, his eyes meeting hers with an expression that was both filled with sorrow and an old, unspoken understanding. "It's not just the lighthouse. It's the keeper's bond with the sea. You broke the stone, Eliza, but there's a greater cost. The sea demands balance. And without a keeper." Her blood ran cold as realization began to settle into her bones. "What are you saying?" Gregory's face hardened. And he stepped closer, placing his hands on her shoulders. "I never wanted you to know this. But you're the heir, Eliza. The last of the lighthouse keepers. And when the stone is broken, when the light fades, the keeper is bound to the sea." Eliza's breath caught in her throat. "You mean?" The sea will come for you, Eliza," Gregory said, his voice low. "It won't let go of the keeper so easily. You may have broken the stone, but there is one final choice to make." Eliza stared at him, her mind racing as the storm outside continued to recede. A final choice. What did that mean? What was she supposed to do? Her father's shadow had loomed over her life for so long, and now it seemed like the sea, too, was trying to claim her. She had broken the stone, but the lighthouse had taken her father. Now, it seemed, it was trying to claim her as well. Gregory stepped back, his face a mix of fear and resolution. We need to return to the lighthouse's heart, Eliza. The place where it all began. If you're to escape the sea's pull, there's one final thing you must do. Eliza nodded, swallowing hard. There was no more room for doubt. She had come this far. And now, she had to face the true test. The sea had always been a part of her life, part of the lighthouse, part of her bloodline. And now, it seemed the time had come for her to choose whether to embrace it or break free from its relentless grasp. The lighthouse keeper's legacy was not one of light, as she had once believed. It was a legacy of sacrifice. And Eliza was about to make the hardest choice of her life. The lighthouse keeper's daughter, Part 8. The wind had shifted again, no longer battering the lighthouse with the same force, but now whispering through the cracks in the stone walls like a distant, longing cry. Eliza stood at the base of the lighthouse, looking out at the dark ocean that stretched endlessly before her. The sea seemed to pulse, alive with a strange, almost sentient energy. It was as if it was waiting for her, calling her back. Gregory had gone to prepare, gathering what little they could carry. But Eliza remained rooted in place, her gaze fixed on the horizon. The sea was no longer just a force of nature, it felt personal now. As though it had a memory, a purpose tied to her bloodline, she thought of her father, the weight of his legacy bearing down on her like the storm that had once raged outside. His words still echoed in her mind, "The keeper is bound to the sea." Those words had felt like a threat when he first said them, but now they felt like a warning. She had broken the stone, the key to the lighthouse's power, but in doing so, she had broken something within herself, too. The lighthouse wasn't just a building. It was part of her, woven into the very fabric of her being. The connection between the light and the sea wasn't just physical, it was something deeper, something older. And now that the stone had been shattered, there was no turning back. Eliza took a deep breath, trying to steady her racing heart. "This is my fate," she thought. "The sea will come for me whether I'm ready or not. I have to be strong enough to face it." A shadow fell over her as Gregory returned, his steps heavy, his face tight with anxiety. "It's time," he said, his voice laced with both urgency and sorrow. "The heart of the lighthouse is where the final choice must be made. We can't delay any longer." Eliza nodded, the lump in her throat growing. She followed Gregory up the spiral staircase, each step heavy with the weight of her decision. As they reached the top, she could feel the pull of the ocean intensifying. The light was still steady, but it felt fragile, like a flickering candle in a storm. Gregory stepped aside, gesturing to the heart of the lighthouse, the stone pedestal, the place where the power of the lighthouse had always been focused. The stone shards she had shattered were still scattered on the floor, but in their brokenness, there was a strange stillness. "The final step, Eliza," Gregory said softly. "You must choose whether to bind yourself to the lighthouse forever or break the cycle." Eliza stared at the pedestal, at the remnants of the stone. She understood now, this was the source of the keeper's power. The stone was not just a magical object, it was a conduit between the keeper and the sea. It was the keeper's link to the ocean, to the forces that had ruled their family for generations. "Break the cycle," Eliza repeated, the words tasting strange on her tongue. "But if I break it, if you break the cycle," Gregory interrupted gently, the lighthouse will lose its power. The sea will reclaim it, and the darkness will rise again. But if you bind yourself to it, if you accept the role of the keeper fully, you will be tied to this place for the rest of your life. Eliza's heart raced. She could feel the sea's call growing stronger now, its waves crashing against the rocks below in a rhythmic beat, as if urging her to make her choice. The sea wanted her. It had always wanted her. And part of her wanted to answer that call, to embrace the legacy her family had carried for centuries, but she had seen the cost, the way it had taken her father, how it had twisted him, how it had consumed him. Could she really choose that life? Could she sacrifice herself to the sea, knowing that she would never be free again? The lighthouse had always been a symbol of protection, but now she realized it was also a symbol of imprisonment. The keeper was both protector and prisoner, forever bound to the light in the sea. "Gregory," Eliza said, her voice shaky but resolute. "I can't live this life. I won't let the sea take me." Gregory looked at her, his expression softening with understanding. "I know, Eliza. I know. But there's no escaping it. The sea has claimed so many before you, and it will claim you if you don't make your choice." Eliza turned to face the pedestal, feeling the weight of her decision pressing down on her. Her hands shook, but she reached down and gathered the broken shards of the stone. She held them in her hands, and for a moment, she felt the pulse of power, the familiar warmth of the light calling to her, but then she closed her eyes and whispered a prayer, for herself, for the lighthouse, for the world that lay beyond it. "I choose freedom," she said softly. And with those words, she dropped the shards of stone onto the pedestal, the pieces scattering like broken dreams. For a moment, nothing happened. The light in the lighthouse flickered, dimming, as though the very life force of the lighthouse itself was slipping away. Eliza's heart raced, the weight of the moment crashing down on her. Had she made the right choice? Would the darkness rise now, claiming everything she had tried to protect? But then, a strange calm washed over her. The light grew steadier, not with the force of the lighthouse, but with a gentle glow, one that didn't threaten, one that was free. The storm outside had finally ceased, and the sea, which had once called to her with the force of a storm, now felt distant, like an old memory fading into the horizon. Eliza opened her eyes and turned to Gregory, who was staring at her with a mixture of relief and sadness. "The sea is no longer your burden," he said quietly. "The lighthouse has been freed." She nodded, a small smile tugging at the corner of her lips. The air was still, the night calm. And for the first time in her life, Eliza felt at peace. The lighthouse no longer held its dark secret. And the sea, though vast and mysterious, was no longer her prison. She had made her choice, and now, she was free. The Lighthouse Keeper's Daughter, Part 9. The calm that followed Eliza's decision was almost surreal. The lighthouse. Once a towering figure of solitude and torment, now stood with a quiet grace. The storm had passed, leaving behind nothing but a soft, lingering breeze. The ocean, too, seemed to have settled, no longer a restless beast but a vast, peaceful expanse that stretched out to the horizon. Eliza stood by the window, gazing out at the calm sea. It was hard to believe that just hours ago, the world had been so full of tension, so full of an ancient power that threatened to swallow her whole. Now, She felt lighter, freer. As though the weight of the past had finally been lifted from her shoulders, Gregory stood behind her, his hands clasped in front of him, his expression thoughtful. He had said little since she made her choice, but his presence was reassuring. He, too, had been bound to this place for years, and the freedom that Eliza had chosen was one they both had dreamed of. "You did it," Gregory said, his voice soft with awe. "You broke the cycle." Eliza turned to face him, her eyes tired but clear. "I couldn't let it take me, Gregory. Not like it took my father." She paused, her thoughts drifting back to him, to the way he had been consumed by the lighthouse and the sea. She had loved him, despite everything, but she could not follow the path he had been forced to walk. But what now? Eliza asked, her voice tinged with uncertainty. "The lighthouse is no longer a prison. But what about us? The world outside? It's changed. And we're free, but what does that even mean?" Gregory studied her for a long moment before answering. "It means that you can finally choose your own path, Eliza. No longer bound by duty or destiny. The world is yours to discover." Eliza looked down at her hands, the remnants of the shattered stone still clinging to her fingers. She had made the choice to break the cycle, but now she was left with the unknown. The life she had known at the lighthouse was behind her. The sea, which had once called to her, was now silent. It was a strange kind of peace, but it was also a silence she had to learn to fill. "I don't know what comes next," Eliza admitted, her voice quiet but steady. "But I know I can't stay here. The lighthouse, the sea, it's not my story anymore. It's not the place for me to be." Gregory nodded, a look of understanding crossing his face. "I think it's time for both of us to leave, then." Eliza smiled, the first true smile she had worn in years. "Together, together," Gregory affirmed, his eyes softening with a warmth she had longed to see. The thought of leaving the lighthouse felt right, but it also stirred something inside her. The sea, the wind, the light, they had been constants in her life for so long. The thought of stepping away from them was both a relief and a challenge. It meant embracing the unknown, carving out a life without the heavy shadow of the lighthouse looming over her. "You're right," Eliza said, her gaze meeting Gregory's. "It's time to find what lies beyond this place." Gregory smiled, and for the first time, Eliza saw something in him that reminded her of herself, the same longing for something more, something beyond the confines of the lighthouse. He had been her friend, her ally, and now, perhaps, he would be the companion who helped her find her way forward. Eliza stepped toward the door, the lantern light casting a warm glow in the room. As she passed through the threshold, she turned to look back one final time. The lighthouse, now freed from its ancient burden, stood still in the distance. The storm had passed, but in its wake, there was a silence that echoed through the vastness of the world. With one last glance, Eliza stepped outside. The sea stretched before her, its waves calm and inviting, as though it too had come to terms with the changes that had taken place. It was the beginning of something new. Gregory stood beside her, the two of them silent for a moment, letting the weight of what they had just done settle in. "So, where do we go now?" Eliza asked, her voice a soft whisper as she looked out over the horizon. Gregory smiled, a quiet, knowing smile. "Wherever the wind takes us," and with that, they began to walk down the winding path from the lighthouse, leaving the past behind them. The world was vast, and the future was an open road. There were no more chains to hold them. No more secrets to uncover. The only thing that remained was the promise of a new beginning, and for the first time in her life, Eliza felt truly free. The Lighthouse Keeper's Daughter, Part 10. The days after leaving the lighthouse were quiet, a soft ebbing away of the chaos that had once defined Eliza's life. The road stretched ahead of her, endless and untamed, just as her heart now felt. No longer bound by the crumbling walls of the lighthouse, she could breathe deeply for the first time in years, each breath a promise of new beginnings. The landscape had changed as they walked. The rocky coastline that had once felt like an isolated, unforgiving wilderness began to give way to gentle meadows and vibrant forests. As if nature itself was welcoming them back into the world it had always been a part of. It was a beauty Eliza had never known, not in the shadow of the lighthouse. Gregory walked beside her, his pace steady but unhurried, as though he, too, was learning to savor the newfound freedom. There was no urgency, no pressing need to reach a destination. They walked because they could. They walked because the world was theirs now. One evening, after the sun had dipped below the horizon, casting the sky in hues of gold and purple, they found themselves resting by the edge of a small village nestled between the hills. It was a peaceful place, the sort of village that seemed untouched by time, where the people moved in slow rhythm, their lives woven into the fabric of the land. The air smelled of fresh bread and wildflowers, and the sound of laughter floated from the town square, a reminder of a life that was full of simple joys. "We could stay here," Gregory said quietly, breaking the silence. "It feels right, doesn't it?" Eliza glanced at him, the suggestion lingering in the air. She felt an unfamiliar warmth at the thought. For so long, her life had been filled with a single purpose: to tend to the lighthouse, to fulfill the duty passed down through generations. The idea of staying, of planting roots somewhere, was a foreign but enticing thought. "Maybe we should." Eliza replied, her voice soft but sure. "I don't think I need to search for anything more. Not when the world is already here, so full of life." Gregory smiled, and in his eyes, she saw something akin to relief, as if the weight of their shared journey had finally lifted. "Then we'll stay." The decision was made as easily as that, as if the village had already accepted them, its quiet charm wrapping around them like an old, welcoming blanket. As they entered the village the next day, they were greeted with warm smiles and the open arms of strangers who had long ago learned the art of hospitality. They offered food, shelter, and stories of their own lives, all of which Eliza and Gregory received gratefully. Though they still held to their quiet solitude, days turned into weeks, and weeks into months. Eliza and Gregory found themselves becoming part of the rhythm of the village. Eliza tended to the small garden behind their cottage, where the earth seemed to bloom with ease. She found peace in the simple act of planting, nurturing, and watching life grow. Gregory, with his quiet hands, helped the village repair tools, and often, he would share stories of the sea with the local children, tales of ships lost in storms and lighthouses standing tall against the rage of the ocean. His voice, so different from the solemn one he had once used at the lighthouse, now rang with warmth and adventure. And yet, even in the calm, Eliza knew there was more to the world than this small, peaceful corner. She thought of the lighthouse, and sometimes, in the stillness of the night, she would hear the echo of the sea calling to her. But it was no longer a call of duty, no longer a whisper of something she had to return to. It was simply a memory, a part of her that had shaped her but would no longer define her. One evening, as the stars began to twinkle above the village, Eliza stood at the edge of their small cottage, looking out across the rolling hills. Gregory joined her, his steps soft as he stood by her side. "Do you ever wonder if there's more out there?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Gregory stood silently for a moment, his gaze turning toward the horizon. "I do," he said, his voice thoughtful. "But I think that's what makes this place so special. We've seen so much of the world, and yet, this is enough. Maybe it's not about finding something more. Maybe it's about knowing that, for now, this is where we're meant to be." Eliza smiled, feeling the weight of his words settle in her heart. She had once thought the lighthouse was her destiny, her only purpose. But now, in the quiet of this village, she realized that sometimes the greatest adventure was learning how to belong, to a place, to people, to a life that had nothing to do with duty or fate, and so. As the night deepened and the stars above whispered their ancient secrets, Eliza and Gregory stood side by side, content in the knowledge that they had found their way home, not to the lighthouse, but to the life they had always deserved. The road ahead was still open, still full of possibilities. But for now, in this moment, they had everything they needed. The sea no longer called to her. It had become a part of her past, and in its place, the quiet promise of tomorrow filled her heart. Part 6. The young man stood alone in the cool night air, the last whisper of Lyra's voice lingering in the shadows. Her warning echoed in his mind, growing heavier with each passing moment. Not all paths are meant to be walked. Some choices are too heavy to bear. He could feel the weight of those words pressing upon him, tugging at his very soul. What did she mean? Was he already walking the wrong path, or was this simply a test, another trial on his journey? The golden thread in his hand pulsed again, a steady beat that reminded him of his purpose. Verinder. The loom. The fate binders. The journey was far from over. The world was in danger, and he could not afford to falter now. But still, Lyra's words haunted him. How could he know if the road ahead was truly the one he was meant to walk? Shaking his head, he took a deep breath and steeled himself. There was no turning back. He had already chosen. The loom needed to be protected, and Verinder held the answers. He would find his way there, no matter the trials ahead. The silver road wound through the land like a path of light, leading him toward the distant mountains where Verinder waited. Days turned to weeks, and each day seemed to bring a new challenge, a new trial. Some days, the road would grow dark, its shimmer fading into the shadows as if the path itself was testing him. Other times, the air would grow thick with mist. And the world around him would feel eerily silent, as if the very land was holding its breath. But despite the obstacles, the golden thread remained constant in his hand. Its warmth was a comfort, a reminder that he was not alone on this journey. Yet, as he drew closer to the mountains, the thread seemed to hum with a sense of urgency, almost as if warning him that danger was near. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, the young man reached the base of the mountains. The silver road had narrowed into a narrow, winding path that seemed to climb directly into the heart of the peaks. He had heard the stories of Verinder, how it was hidden within the mountains, a city lost to time and shrouded in mystery. It was said that only those who were worthy could find the entrance, and only those with pure intent could enter, but as he gazed up at the towering peaks, doubt crept into his mind. The road ahead seemed impossibly steep, the air thin and cold. Would he be able to reach the city? Was he truly worthy? And if he wasn't, what would become of him? The questions piled upon him like stones, each one heavier than the last. Then, as if in response to his fears, a voice broke through the silence, echoing from the shadows ahead, "You are close." The young man's heart skipped a beat. He whirled around to see a figure emerging from the darkening landscape. A man, tall and cloaked in shadows, his features hidden beneath a hood. His presence was imposing, but there was something oddly familiar about him, as if the very air around him seemed to bend in response to his will. "Who are you?" the young man demanded, his hand tightening on the golden thread. The figure smiled, a slight curve of his lips that didn't quite reach his eyes. "I am Elian. And I know what you seek, traveler." The young man's pulse quickened. "What do you know about me?" "About the loom." Elian stepped closer, his gaze unwavering. "I know that you carry the thread of fate. I know that you seek Verinder, the heart of the loom. And I know that you are not the first to come this way." The young man frowned, trying to make sense of Elian's cryptic words. "What do you mean? Who else has come?" Elian's eyes darkened, and his voice lowered to a whisper. "There are others who seek the loom, though their intentions are less noble. The fate binders are not the only ones who seek to alter the threads of fate. There are those who would use the loom for their own gain. They are dangerous, and they will stop at nothing to take control of its power." A chill ran through the young man's spine. "You mean they're here?" On the silver road, Elian nodded, his expression unreadable. "They are always watching. Always waiting for the right moment. And they know you are coming." The golden thread in the young man's hand pulsed more rapidly, almost as if reacting to the danger Elian had mentioned. The weight of the journey was beginning to feel more real, more immediate. He was closer than ever to Verinder, but the forces working against him were closing in too. "What do you want from me?" the young man asked, his voice sharp, but tinged with uncertainty. "I don't want anything from you," Elian said, his voice smooth, almost hypnotic. "But I can help you. I can show you the way to Verinder, help you navigate the dangers ahead. I know the path, and I know the traps. The fate binders will try to stop you. But I can offer you the knowledge you need to defeat them." The young man narrowed his eyes, suspicion growing. "And why would you help me? What do you gain from it?" Elian's smile faded, his gaze hardening. "I do not seek power, traveler. But I have my own reasons for seeing the loom protected. We share a common goal, even if our reasons differ." The young man considered Elian's words carefully. Something about the man felt both trustworthy and unsettling. He was offering guidance, yes, but there was a strange, almost magnetic pull to his presence, something that made the young man feel both safe and wary at the same time. Finally, after a long pause, the young man spoke. "I don't trust easily. But I have no choice but to move forward. If you can help me, then show me the way. But know this, if you lead me astray, if you betray me, I will not hesitate to fight." Elian's smile returned, though it was tinged with something unreadable. "I would expect nothing less, traveler. The road to Verinder is treacherous. You will need all your strength, and you will need to trust your instincts. I will help you, but the rest is up to you." With that, Elian turned, leading the way toward the base of the mountain. The golden thread pulsed in the young man's hand, and for the first time in days, he felt a spark of hope. Perhaps, with Elian's help, he could reach Verinder. But deep down, he knew this was just the beginning of something far greater than he could imagine. Part 7. The young man followed Elian in silence as they ascended the winding path toward the mountain's heart. The looming peaks growing ever closer. The air grew thinner with each step, the chill biting into his bones. His breath came in shallow bursts as the path steepened, a sharp reminder that the journey ahead was no easy feat yet. Despite the harsh conditions, the golden thread in his hand continued to pulse, steady and strong, as if guiding him through the darkness. Elian led the way, his cloak billowing behind him, his every step purposeful and unhurried. The shadows around them seemed to twist and shift, the light of the silver road fading as they ventured deeper into the mountain's shadows. The path grew narrower, the walls of rock on either side looming like silent sentinels. At times, the young man could feel the weight of the silence pressing down on him, the quiet oppressive, as if the world itself was holding its breath. His thoughts wandered back to Lyra's warning, not all paths are meant to be walked. Some choices are too heavy to bear. What was he walking into? What was the price of saving the loom? And what would it cost him to protect it? "You're quiet," Elian's voice broke through his thoughts, his tone not unkind but observant. "The weight of the journey is getting to you, isn't it?" The young man glanced at Elian, his face still hidden beneath a hood of shadows. There was something unnerving about the man, something that didn't quite sit right. He couldn't tell if it was the way he moved, or the way he spoke, as if he knew more than he was letting on. But despite the unease stirring within him, the young man nodded. "It's hard to ignore," he replied. "I don't know who to trust anymore. Everything is so unclear. Lyra warned me about the choices I'll have to make. How do I know what the right decision is?" Elian's footsteps slowed for a moment, but he didn't turn to face the young man. "The truth is," Elian said quietly, "there is no perfect answer. No easy path. There are only the choices you make and the consequences that follow. The loom itself is a reflection of that. It weaves fate together, but even the threads within it can be torn or altered. It all depends on who holds the needle." The young man felt a shiver run down his spine. Who holds the needle? It sounded ominous, as if Elian were speaking of something far greater than a simple metaphor. The loom was not just a tool, it was a weapon. A weapon that could reshape the very fabric of the world. "But you're right about one thing," Elian continued. "Trust is a fragile thing. I can't tell you what the right choice is. Only you can decide that. The young man's gaze drifted to the golden thread in his hand, the warmth from it a steady, reassuring presence. It was as though it, too, was trying to tell him something. The thread, the loom, everything was connected. But how? And how could he possibly know which choice would save the world? Before he could voice his thoughts, Elian stopped abruptly, raising a hand in a signal for silence. The young man's heart skipped a beat. In the stillness, he could hear the faintest sound, a low hum, almost like the resonance of something ancient. It seemed to vibrate through the air, growing louder with each passing second. "Stay close," Elian muttered, his tone suddenly serious. He moved forward with renewed purpose, his steps swift and measured. The young man followed without question, his instincts now on high alert. The humming sound grew stronger, a low, throbbing pulse in the air. The golden thread in his hand seemed to pulse in time with the rhythm, as though it were reacting to whatever force lay ahead. Something was coming. They rounded a sharp bend in the path, and the young man's breath caught in his throat. Ahead of them, a group of figures stood in the shadows, their cloaks flowing like dark water, their faces hidden beneath deep hoods. The humming was coming from them, and as they moved, it seemed to grow louder, more discordant, like the sound of 1,000 threads being pulled taut at once. "The fate binders," Elian whispered, his voice tight with something the young man couldn't quite place. "They've found us." The young man's heart raced, and for the first time in a long while, he felt fear grip him. The thread pulsed violently in his hand, its glow intensifying. He had no idea what kind of power the fate binders possessed. But one thing was certain, they would not let him reach Verinder without a fight. The figures began to step forward, their movements deliberate and fluid. One of them, a woman with silvered eyes, took a step into the light. Her gaze locked onto the young man, and for a moment, time seemed to stop. There was something ancient and unsettling in her eyes, something that seemed to see straight through him. "You've come far," she said, her voice soft but filled with an eerie resonance. "But this is where your journey ends." The young man's grip tightened on the golden thread, its warmth pulsing in response to the threat. He knew he had to act, but what could he do against such power? Elian stepped forward, placing himself between the young man and the fate binders. "Not today," he said, his voice firm. "This one has more to offer than you realize." The woman's gaze flickered toward Elian, her expression unreadable. "You speak as if you understand his place in this. But you, too, are merely a pawn in this game." The young man's mind raced. A pawn? Was that what he was? He didn't feel like a pawn. He didn't feel like anyone's tool. He felt like something more. The golden thread in his hand vibrated again, its pulse quickening. He could sense it now, something deep within himself. He had a part to play in this, a role he had yet to understand, without thinking. He stepped forward, the thread glowing brighter with every step. "I am not a pawn," he declared, his voice steady, the fear starting to fade into something stronger, something like determination. "I am the one who will decide my fate." The woman's lips curled into a slight smile, her silver eyes gleaming with interest. "Then prove it." In an instant, the world seemed to shift. The fate binders moved, their forms blurring like shadows in the fading light. The air crackled with energy, and the young man felt the golden thread in his hand resonate with an intensity he had never experienced before. This was it. This was the moment when everything would change. Part 8. The air around the young man crackled with a sudden, oppressive force as the fate binders closed in. Their dark cloaks fluttered in a wind that seemed to come from nowhere, their eyes glinting with dangerous intent. The young man's heart pounded in his chest, and his grip tightened on the golden thread. It pulsed more fiercely now, as if responding to the rising tension. He could feel it, something stirring deep within him, something powerful that had been waiting to be awakened. "I told you," the woman's voice echoed, low and commanding. "This is where your journey ends." But the young man stood tall, his feet planted firmly on the ground. The path he had walked, the choices he had made, had led him to this moment. There was no turning back now. His eyes locked onto the silver-eyed woman, the leader of the fate binders. She was a force, but he had something stronger, the thread, and the power it represented. The loom of fate was within his grasp, and he would not let it slip through his fingers. The woman raised her hand, and the air around them shimmered with dark energy. The threads of fate seemed to twist and writhe, unraveling like fragile silk. "You think the loom is yours to control?" she hissed. "You are nothing but a thread in the weave. Nothing more, nothing less." The young man felt the golden thread in his hand thrum with intensity. It was as if the loom itself was responding, recognizing him, acknowledging his strength. With a surge of resolve, he stepped forward, the thread glowing brighter as he did. "You're wrong," he said, his voice clear and unwavering. "I am not just a thread. I am the one who will decide how the weave unfolds. And I won't let you destroy it." The fate binders seemed to shift, momentarily taken aback by the defiance in his words. The silver-eyed woman's lips curled into a smile, but it was not one of kindness, it was a smile of cold calculation. "So be it," she said. "If you wish to challenge fate, you will have to face us." In an instant, the fate binders moved as one, their forms blurring with unnatural speed. The young man felt the air around him twist and snap as they converged. But just as they reached him, the golden thread in his hand exploded with light, and the world around him seemed to stop. Time slowed, the fate binders frozen in mid-motion. The young man blinked, confused at first, but then he realized, the thread was not just a tool, it was a conduit. It was connecting him to something far greater than himself, something beyond time and space. He was no longer just a traveler on the silver road. He was part of the loom itself, a part of the intricate web that bound all things together. The golden thread pulsed in his hand, and with it, a surge of power flowed through him. He reached out, extending his will, and the loom responded. The fate binders, frozen in their tracks, began to shift, their forms distorting and warping as if they were no longer part of the natural order. The young man could feel their presence, their attempts to manipulate fate, but it was as if their power was now slipping through his fingers like sand. He closed his eyes, focusing, feeling the loom's threads vibrate beneath his fingertips. He could sense the patterns of fate, the weavings of time, all of it, woven into a delicate tapestry that stretched far beyond his understanding. But he could feel the dark threads that the fate binders had sewn into the fabric of the world. They were tainting the weave, trying to destroy the balance. He could not allow this. With a deep breath, he focused his will, guiding the golden thread in his hand. The loom responded, and the light around him intensified, pushing the fate binders back, their attempts to alter the fabric of fate repelled by the force he was now wielding. The silver-eyed woman took a step back, her face momentarily flickering with surprise. "You cannot stop us," she said, her voice strained. "You are too weak. The loom is not yours to control." The young man's eyes glinted with resolve. "I'm not trying to control it. I'm trying to protect it." With a wave of his hand, the threads of fate began to unravel and reweave, shifting and changing under his command. The dark, twisted threads that the fate binders had worked into the loom began to dissolve, fading into nothingness. The balance was being restored, but the silver-eyed woman was not finished. With a snarl, she extended her hands, and the ground beneath them trembled. Dark tendrils of energy surged from the earth, twisting around the young man's legs and pulling him downward. He gritted his teeth, trying to push through the resistance, but the force of the fate binder's power was strong. "You think you can simply undo everything we've done?" the woman shouted. "The loom has already been altered. The weave is ours to command now." The young man's heart raced as the dark tendrils tightened around him. But then, he felt it, the golden thread pulsing even stronger. He could feel the energy coursing through him, surging through his veins. This was his moment. He was not alone. The loom itself was with him, and it would not let the world fall into the hands of those who sought to destroy it. With a fierce cry, he forced himself to stand, pushing back against the dark tendrils. His hands shot out, and the golden thread flared brightly, illuminating the entire mountain pass. The tendrils recoiled, the darkness shattering in an explosion of light. The fate binders screamed in unison, their forms breaking apart, the dark threads unraveling as the loom's balance was restored. The young man fell to his knees, breathless, the golden thread still glowing in his hand. For a moment, the world seemed to hold its breath. The fate binders were gone, but the silence was deafening. The threads of fate hung in the air, their delicate balance restored, but even as the light began to fade, the young man knew this was only a brief victory. The loom was safe, for now. But the battle was far from over. There were still those who would try to alter it, to tear it apart. And he was not yet strong enough to stop them all. Elian appeared from the shadows, his eyes filled with a quiet, calculating expression. He offered a hand to the young man, who took it gratefully. "You've done well," Elian said. "But this is just the beginning. The fate binders will regroup. And others, darker forces, will come for the loom. You must be ready." The young man nodded, feeling the weight of his responsibility settle upon him once more. His path had only just begun. But he was no longer just a traveler or a thread in the weave. He was the one who would protect it. The loom was his to safeguard, and he would not let it fall. Part 9. The golden thread still pulsed in the young man's hand, its warmth a constant companion as the world around him settled into an uneasy calm. The fate binders were gone, their dark influence dissipating with the last flicker of light, but the weight of their presence lingered like a storm on the horizon. His breath still came in shallow gasps, his body exhausted from the confrontation. But his mind was far from at rest. Elian stood beside him, his eyes distant, as if considering something far beyond the mountains that loomed before them. The young man could feel the older man's gaze on him, steady and calculating. "You've done what few could," Elian said quietly, breaking the silence. "But this isn't over. Not by a long shot." The young man nodded, his eyes scanning the path ahead. The road to Verinder was still distant, its entrance hidden deep within the heart of the mountains. He could sense that time was running out. There were forces moving against him, forces that would stop at nothing to control the loom. But what he had just done, what he had just become, was a turning point. The loom's power was now within him. And with it, the responsibility to protect it. "We need to move quickly," he said, his voice more certain now than it had been when they first began the journey. He was no longer the same person who had set foot on the silver road weeks ago. The golden thread in his hand had transformed him. He could feel its connection to the loom, to the very fabric of fate itself. He wasn't just a traveler anymore. He was part of the weave. Elian raised an eyebrow, his expression unreadable. "You think you're ready for what lies ahead?" His tone wasn't dismissive, but it was laced with a kind of quiet challenge. "You may have bested the fate binders, but there are worse things than them waiting. You may have touched the loom's power, but that power comes at a cost. You'll need more than courage to face what's next." The young man turned to face him fully, his gaze unwavering. "I don't have the luxury of doubt anymore. The loom is in danger. And so is everything connected to it." Elian studied him for a moment, then nodded, a flicker of approval in his eyes. "Very well. Then let's move. But know this, you're walking into the heart of darkness. Verinder is not just a city. It is the last bastion of the loom's true power. And those who would seek to control it will come from every corner of the world. They won't stop until they have what they want." The weight of Elian's words hung in the air. But the young man didn't flinch. His path was clear. The loom, Verinder, these were his responsibilities now. Whatever it took, he would see it protected. As they ascended deeper into the mountains, the air grew colder, the winds sharper. The narrow path they followed twisted and turned, sometimes vanishing into dense fog that seemed to spring up out of nowhere. The silence of the high peaks was unnerving, broken only by the occasional screech of an unseen bird or the distant rumble of shifting stone. The golden thread in the young man's hand had grown brighter with each step, its warmth more pronounced, almost as though it were responding to the proximity of the loom. But there was something else. Something subtle in the air, an undercurrent of dread that seemed to hum beneath the silence. He couldn't explain it, but he knew they were being watched. The fate binders had not been the only ones aware of his journey. There were others who would come for the loom. And Elian's warning echoed in his mind, "This is the heart of darkness." As they rounded a bend in the path, a shadow moved across the road ahead of them. Elian froze, his hand instinctively reaching for the hilt of his sword, but the young man raised a hand to stop him. "It's him," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. From the mist ahead, a figure emerged. Cloaked in a deep, midnight blue robe, his face obscured by a hood. He was a presence that commanded the air around him to still. He moved with purpose, as though he knew exactly where he was going, his footsteps silent on the stone. The young man's heart skipped a beat as the figure drew closer. He could feel the power radiating from him, a dark, magnetic pull that seemed to seep into the very marrow of his bones. "You've come far, Weaver," the figure said, his voice like a whisper carried on the wind, though it rang with an undeniable authority. "But you are too late." The young man's eyes narrowed. "Who are you?" he demanded, his hand tightening around the golden thread. The power of the loom flowed through him, but there was something about this figure. Part 6. The young man stood alone in the cool night air, the last whisper of Lyra's voice lingering in the shadows. Her warning echoed in his mind, growing heavier with each passing moment. Not all paths are meant to be walked. Some choices are too heavy to bear. He could feel the weight of those words pressing upon him, tugging at his very soul. What did she mean? Was he already walking the wrong path, or was this simply a test, another trial on his journey? The golden thread in his hand pulsed again, a steady beat that reminded him of his purpose. Verinder. The loom. The fate binders. The journey was far from over. The world was in danger, and he could not afford to falter now. But still, Lyra's words haunted him. How could he know if the road ahead was truly the one he was meant to walk? Shaking his head, he took a deep breath and steeled himself. There was no turning back. He had already chosen. The loom needed to be protected, and Verinder held the answers. He would find his way there, no matter the trials ahead. The silver road wound through the land like a path of light, leading him toward the distant mountains where Verinder waited. Days turned to weeks, and each day seemed to bring a new challenge, a new trial. Some days, the road would grow dark, its shimmer fading into the shadows as if the path itself was testing him. Other times, the air would grow thick with mist, and the world around him would feel eerily silent, as if the very land was holding its breath. But despite the obstacles, the golden thread remained constant in his hand. Its warmth was a comfort, a reminder that he was not alone on this journey. Yet, as he drew closer to the mountains, the thread seemed to hum with a sense of urgency, almost as if warning him that danger was near. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, the young man reached the base of the mountains. The silver road had narrowed into a narrow, winding path that seemed to climb directly into the heart of the peaks. He had heard the stories of Verinder, how it was hidden within the mountains, a city lost to time and shrouded in mystery. It was said that only those who were worthy could find the entrance, and only those with pure intent could enter. But as he gazed up at the towering peaks, doubt crept into his mind. The road ahead seemed impossibly steep, the air thin and cold. Would he be able to reach the city? Was he truly worthy? And if he wasn't, what would become of him? The questions piled upon him like stones, each one heavier than the last. Then, as if in response to his fears, a voice broke through the silence, echoing from the shadows ahead. "You are close." The young man's heart skipped a beat. He whirled around to see a figure emerging from the darkening landscape. A man, tall and cloaked in shadows, his features hidden beneath a hood. His presence was imposing, but there was something oddly familiar about him, as if the very air around him seemed to bend in response to his will. "Who are you?" the young man demanded, his hand tightening on the golden thread. The figure smiled, a slight curve of his lips that didn't quite reach his eyes. "I am Elian. And I know what you seek, traveler." The young man's pulse quickened. "What do you know about me?" "About the loom." Elian stepped closer, his gaze unwavering. "I know that you carry the thread of fate. I know that you seek Verinder, the heart of the loom. And I know that you are not the first to come this way." The young man frowned, trying to make sense of Elian's cryptic words. "What do you mean? Who else has come?" Elian's eyes darkened, and his voice lowered to a whisper. "There are others who seek the loom, though their intentions are less noble. The fate binders are not the only ones who seek to alter the threads of fate. There are those who would use the loom for their own gain. They are dangerous, and they will stop at nothing to take control of its power." A chill ran through the young man's spine. "You mean they're here?" On the silver road, Elian nodded, his expression unreadable. "They are always watching. Always waiting for the right moment. And they know you are coming." The golden thread in the young man's hand pulsed more rapidly, almost as if reacting to the danger Elian had mentioned. The weight of the journey was beginning to feel more real, more immediate. He was closer than ever to Verinder, but the forces working against him were closing in too. "What do you want from me?" The young man asked, his voice sharp, but tinged with uncertainty. "I don't want anything from you," Elian said, his voice smooth, almost hypnotic. "But I can help you. I can show you the way to Verinder, help you navigate the dangers ahead. I know the path, and I know the traps. The fate binders will try to stop you. But I can offer you the knowledge you need to defeat them." The young man narrowed his eyes, suspicion growing. "And why would you help me? What do you gain from it?" Elian's smile faded, his gaze hardening. "I do not seek power, traveler. But I have my own reasons for seeing the loom protected. We share a common goal, even if our reasons differ." The young man considered Elian's words carefully. Something about the man felt both trustworthy and unsettling. He was offering guidance, yes, but there was a strange, almost magnetic pull to his presence, something that made the young man feel both safe and wary at the same time. Finally, after a long pause, the young man spoke. "I don't trust easily. But I have no choice but to move forward. If you can help me, then show me the way. But know this, if you lead me astray, if you betray me, I will not hesitate to fight." Elian's smile returned, though it was tinged with something unreadable. "I would expect nothing less, traveler. The road to Verinder is treacherous. You will need all your strength, and you will need to trust your instincts. I will help you, but the rest is up to you." With that, Elian turned, leading the way toward the base of the mountain. The golden thread pulsed in the young man's hand, and for the first time in days, he felt a spark of hope. Perhaps, with Elian's help, he could reach Verinder. But deep down, he knew this was just the beginning of something far greater than he could imagine. Part 7. The young man followed Elian in silence as they ascended the winding path toward the mountain's heart. The looming peaks growing ever closer. The air grew thinner with each step, the chill biting into his bones. His breath came in shallow bursts as the path steepened, a sharp reminder that the journey ahead was no easy feat yet. Despite the harsh conditions, the golden thread in his hand continued to pulse, steady and strong, as if guiding him through the darkness. Elian led the way, his cloak billowing behind him, his every step purposeful and unhurried. The shadows around them seemed to twist and shift, the light of the silver road fading as they ventured deeper into the mountain's shadows. The path grew narrower, the walls of rock on either side looming like silent sentinels. At times, the young man could feel the weight of the silence pressing down on him, the quiet oppressive, as if the world itself was holding its breath. His thoughts wandered back to Lyra's warning, not all paths are meant to be walked. Some choices are too heavy to bear. What was he walking into? What was the price of saving the loom? And what would it cost him to protect it? You're quiet, Elian's voice broke through his thoughts, his tone not unkind but observant. The weight of the journey is getting to you, isn't it? The young man glanced at Elian, his face still hidden beneath a hood of shadows. There was something unnerving about the man, something that didn't quite sit right. He couldn't tell if it was the way he moved, or the way he spoke, as if he knew more than he was letting on. But despite the unease stirring within him, the young man nodded. It's hard to ignore, he replied. I don't know who to trust anymore. Everything is so unclear. Lyra warned me about the choices I'll have to make. How do I know what the right decision is? Elian's footsteps slowed for a moment, but he didn't turn to face the young man. The truth is, Elian said quietly, there is no perfect answer. No easy path. There are only the choices you make and the consequences that follow. The loom itself is a reflection of that. It weaves fate together, but even the threads within it can be torn or altered. It all depends on who holds the needle. The young man felt a shiver run down his spine. Who holds the needle? It sounded ominous, as if Elian were speaking of something far greater than a simple metaphor. The loom was not just a tool, it was a weapon. A weapon that could reshape the very fabric of the world. But you're right about one thing, Elian continued. Trust is a fragile thing. I can't tell you what the right choice is. Only you can decide that. The young man's gaze drifted to the golden thread in his hand, the warmth from it a steady, reassuring presence. It was as though it, too, was trying to tell him something. The thread, the loom, everything was connected. But how? And how could he possibly know which choice would save the world? Before he could voice his thoughts, Elian stopped abruptly, raising a hand in a signal for silence. The young man's heart skipped a beat. In the stillness, he could hear the faintest sound, a low hum, almost like the resonance of something ancient. It seemed to vibrate through the air, growing louder with each passing second. Stay close, Elian muttered, his tone suddenly serious. He moved forward with renewed purpose, his steps swift and measured. The young man followed without question, his instincts now on high alert. The humming sound grew stronger, a low, throbbing pulse in the air. The golden thread in his hand seemed to pulse in time with the rhythm, as though it were reacting to whatever force lay ahead. Something was coming. They rounded a sharp bend in the path, and the young man's breath caught in his throat. Ahead of them, a group of figures stood in the shadows, their cloaks flowing like dark water, their faces hidden beneath deep hoods. The humming was coming from them, and as they moved, it seemed to grow louder, more discordant, like the sound of 1,000 threads being pulled taut at once. "The fate binders," Elian whispered, his voice tight with something the young man couldn't quite place. "They've found us." The young man's heart raced, and for the first time in a long while, he felt fear grip him. The thread pulsed violently in his hand, its glow intensifying. He had no idea what kind of power the fate binders possessed. But one thing was certain: they would not let him reach Verinder without a fight. The figures began to step forward, their movements deliberate and fluid. One of them, a woman with silvered eyes, took a step into the light. Her gaze locked onto the young man, and for a moment, time seemed to stop. There was something ancient and unsettling in her eyes, something that seemed to see straight through him. "You've come far," she said, her voice soft but filled with an eerie resonance. "But this is where your journey ends." The young man's grip tightened on the golden thread, its warmth pulsing in response to the threat. He knew he had to act, but what could he do against such power? Elian stepped forward, placing himself between the young man and the fate binders. "Not today," he said, his voice firm. "This one has more to offer than you realize." The woman's gaze flickered toward Elian, her expression unreadable. "You speak as if you understand his place in this. But you, too, are merely a pawn in this game." The young man's mind raced. A pawn? Was that what he was? He didn't feel like a pawn. He didn't feel like anyone's tool. He felt like something more. The golden thread in his hand vibrated again, its pulse quickening. He could sense it now, something deep within himself. He had a part to play in this, a role he had yet to understand. Without thinking, he stepped forward, the thread glowing brighter with every step. "I am not a pawn," he declared, his voice steady, the fear starting to fade into something stronger, something like determination. "I am the one who will decide my fate." The woman's lips curled into a slight smile, her silver eyes gleaming with interest. "Then prove it." In an instant, the world seemed to shift. The fate binders moved, their forms blurring like shadows in the fading light. The air crackled with energy, and the young man felt the golden thread in his hand resonate with an intensity he had never experienced before. This was it. This was the moment when everything would change. Part 8. The air around the young man crackled with a sudden, oppressive force as the fate binders closed in. Their dark cloaks fluttered in a wind that seemed to come from nowhere, their eyes glinting with dangerous intent. The young man's heart pounded in his chest, and his grip tightened on the golden thread. It pulsed more fiercely now, as if responding to the rising tension. He could feel it, something stirring deep within him, something powerful that had been waiting to be awakened. "I told you," the woman's voice echoed, low and commanding. "This is where your journey ends." But the young man stood tall, his feet planted firmly on the ground. The path he had walked, the choices he had made, had led him to this moment. There was no turning back now. His eyes locked onto the silver-eyed woman, the leader of the fate binders. She was a force, but he had something stronger, the thread, and the power it represented. The loom of fate was within his grasp, and he would not let it slip through his fingers. the woman raised her hand, and the air around them shimmered with dark energy. The threads of fate seemed to twist and writhe, unraveling like fragile silk. "You think the loom is yours to control?" she hissed. "You are nothing but a thread in the weave. Nothing more, nothing less." The young man felt the golden thread in his hand thrum with intensity. It was as if the loom itself was responding, recognizing him, acknowledging his strength. With a surge of resolve, he stepped forward, the thread glowing brighter as he did. "You're wrong," he said, his voice clear and unwavering. "I am not just a thread. I am the one who will decide how the weave unfolds. And I won't let you destroy it." The fate binders seemed to shift, momentarily taken aback by the defiance in his words. The silver-eyed woman's lips curled into a smile, but it was not one of kindness, it was a smile of cold calculation. "So be it," she said. "If you wish to challenge fate, you will have to face us." In an instant, the fate binders moved as one, their forms blurring with unnatural speed. The young man felt the air around him twist and snap as they converged. But just as they reached him, the golden thread in his hand exploded with light, and the world around him seemed to stop. Time slowed, the fate binders frozen in mid-motion. The young man blinked, confused at first, but then he realized, the thread was not just a tool, it was a conduit. It was connecting him to something far greater than himself, something beyond time and space. He was no longer just a traveler on the silver road. He was part of the loom itself, a part of the intricate web that bound all things together. The golden thread pulsed in his hand, and with it, a surge of power flowed through him. He reached out, extending his will, and the loom responded. The fate binders, frozen in their tracks, began to shift, their forms distorting and warping as if they were no longer part of the natural order. The young man could feel their presence, their attempts to manipulate fate, but it was as if their power was now slipping through his fingers like sand. He closed his eyes, focusing, feeling the loom's threads vibrate beneath his fingertips. He could sense the patterns of fate, the weavings of time, all of it, woven into a delicate tapestry that stretched far beyond his understanding. But he could feel the dark threads that the fate binders had sewn into the fabric of the world. They were tainting the weave, trying to destroy the balance. He could not allow this. With a deep breath, he focused his will, guiding the golden thread in his hand. The loom responded, and the light around him intensified, pushing the fate binders back, their attempts to alter the fabric of fate repelled by the force he was now wielding. The silver-eyed woman took a step back, her face momentarily flickering with surprise. "You cannot stop us," she said, her voice strained. "You are too weak. The loom is not yours to control." The young man's eyes glinted with resolve. "I'm not trying to control it. I'm trying to protect it." With a wave of his hand, the threads of fate began to unravel and reweave, shifting and changing under his command. The dark, twisted threads that the fate binders had worked into the loom began to dissolve, fading into nothingness. The balance was being restored, but the silver-eyed woman was not finished. With a snarl, she extended her hands, and the ground beneath them trembled. Dark tendrils of energy surged from the earth, twisting around the young man's legs and pulling him downward. He gritted his teeth, trying to push through the resistance, but the force of the fate binder's power was strong. You think you can simply undo everything we've done? The woman shouted. The loom has already been altered. The weave is ours to command now. The young man's heart raced as the dark tendrils tightened around him. But then, he felt it, the golden thread pulsing even stronger. He could feel the energy coursing through him, surging through his veins. This was his moment. He was not alone. The loom itself was with him, and it would not let the world fall into the hands of those who sought to destroy it. With a fierce cry, he forced himself to stand, pushing back against the dark tendrils. His hands shot out, and the golden thread flared brightly, illuminating the entire mountain pass. The tendrils recoiled, the darkness shattering in an explosion of light. The fate binders screamed in unison, their forms breaking apart, the dark threads unraveling as the loom's balance was restored. The young man fell to his knees, breathless, the golden thread still glowing in his hand. For a moment, the world seemed to hold its breath. The fate binders were gone, but the silence was deafening. The threads of fate hung in the air, their delicate balance restored, but even as the light began to fade, the young man knew this was only a brief victory. The loom was safe, for now. But the battle was far from over. There were still those who would try to alter it, to tear it apart. And he was not yet strong enough to stop them all. Elian appeared from the shadows, his eyes filled with a quiet, calculating expression. He offered a hand to the young man, who took it gratefully. "You've done well," Elian said. "But this is just the beginning. The fate binders will regroup. And others, darker forces, will come for the loom. You must be ready." The young man nodded, feeling the weight of his responsibility settle upon him once more. His path had only just begun. But he was no longer just a traveler or a thread in the weave. He was the one who would protect it. The loom was his to safeguard, and he would not let it fall. Part 9. The golden thread still pulsed in the young man's hand, its warmth a constant companion as the world around him settled into an uneasy calm. The fate binders were gone, their dark influence dissipating with the last flicker of light, but the weight of their presence lingered like a storm on the horizon. His breath still came in shallow gasps, his body exhausted from the confrontation. But his mind was far from at rest. Elian stood beside him, his eyes distant, as if considering something far beyond the mountains that loomed before them. The young man could feel the older man's gaze on him, steady and calculating. "You've done what few could," Elian said quietly, breaking the silence. "But this isn't over. Not by a long shot." The young man nodded, his eyes scanning the path ahead. The road to Verinder was still distant, its entrance hidden deep within the heart of the mountains. He could sense that time was running out. There were forces moving against him, forces that would stop at nothing to control the loom. But what he had just done, what he had just become, was a turning point. The loom's power was now within him. And with it, the responsibility to protect it. "We need to move quickly," he said, his voice more certain now than it had been when they first began the journey. He was no longer the same person who had set foot on the silver road weeks ago. The golden thread in his hand had transformed him. He could feel its connection to the loom, to the very fabric of fate itself. He wasn't just a traveler anymore. He was part of the weave. Elian raised an eyebrow, his expression unreadable. You think you're ready for what lies ahead? His tone wasn't dismissive, but it was laced with a kind of quiet challenge. You may have bested the fate binders, but there are worse things than them waiting. You may have touched the loom's power, but that power comes at a cost. You'll need more than courage to face what's next. The young man turned to face him fully, his gaze unwavering. I don't have the luxury of doubt anymore. The loom is in danger. And so is everything connected to it. Elian studied him for a moment, then nodded, a flicker of approval in his eyes. Very well. Then let's move. But know this, you're walking into the heart of darkness. Verender is not just a city. It is the last bastion of the loom's true power. And those who would seek to control it will come from every corner of the world. They won't stop until they have what they want. The weight of Elian's words hung in the air. But the young man didn't flinch. His path was clear. The loom, Verender, these were his responsibilities now. Whatever it took, he would see it protected. As they ascended deeper into the mountains, the air grew colder, the wind sharper. The narrow path they followed twisted and turned, sometimes vanishing into dense fog that seemed to spring up out of nowhere. The silence of the high peaks was unnerving, broken only by the occasional screech of an unseen bird or the distant rumble of shifting stone. The golden thread in the young man's hand had grown brighter with each step, its warmth more pronounced, almost as though it were responding to the proximity of the loom. But there was something else. Something subtle in the air, an undercurrent of dread that seemed to hum beneath the silence. He couldn't explain it, but he knew they were being watched. The fate binders had not been the only ones aware of his journey. There were others who would come for the loom. And Elian's warning echoed in his mind, this is the heart of darkness. As they rounded a bend in the path, a shadow moved across the road ahead of them. Elian froze, his hand instinctively reaching for the hilt of his sword, but the young man raised a hand to stop him. It's him, he said, his voice barely above a whisper. From the mist ahead, a figure emerged. Cloaked in a deep, midnight blue robe, his face obscured by a hood. He was a presence that commanded the air around him to still. He moved with purpose, as though he knew exactly where he was going, his footsteps silent on the stone. The young man's heart skipped a beat as the figure drew closer. He could feel the power radiating from him, a dark, magnetic pull that seemed to seep into the very marrow of his bones. You've come far, Weaver, the figure said, his voice like a whisper carried on the wind, though it rang with an undeniable authority. But you are too late. The young man's eyes narrowed. Who are you? He demanded, his hand tightening around the golden thread. The power of the loom flowed through him, but there was something about this figure. Part 11, the path ahead stretched out into the unknown, a winding trail through the heart of the mountains that led to Verender, the city at the center of fate, the place where the loom's true power lay hidden. But as the young man walked, a cold sense of urgency gnawed at him. Illyrian had been only the first of many who would come for the loom, and with every step, he could feel the weight of his responsibility growing heavier. The loom was not just a power to be protected, it was a force to be reckoned with, and those who sought to control it would stop at nothing to claim it for themselves. Elian walked beside him, his expression contemplative. The silence between them was thick with unspoken words. each lost in the enormity of what lay ahead. The mountain air was crisp, carrying the scent of pine and stone, but it did little to calm the unease that had settled in the young man's chest. "You know," Elian said, breaking the silence, "there are still those who think the loom should be destroyed. They believe that controlling fate is unnatural, that it goes against the very fabric of existence." The young man nodded, his fingers tightening around the golden thread. "I know. But they're wrong. The loom is part of the world's natural order. It weaves the threads of fate, but it does not control them. It gives us choice. And I will protect it, no matter what." Elian glanced sideways at him, his gaze sharp. "You have the right spirit, but protecting the loom is not going to be easy. The forces at play are far more powerful than you realize. And there are things even older than the loom itself that would see it destroyed. You'll need to be ready for more than just Illyrian." The young man nodded again, his mind racing. He had faced Illyrian, and in that moment, he had felt the true weight of the loom's power. But that battle had only been a glimpse, a taste of the darkness that sought to unravel everything. The road to Verinder would be filled with obstacles. And if the loom was to remain safe, he would need to be more than just a keeper of the threads. He would need to understand them, control them, and perhaps even become them. Suddenly, the sound of hooves echoed from behind them. The young man and Elian stopped, turning toward the noise. A rider appeared, galloping down the path toward them, a tall figure clad in dark armor, their face obscured by a helmet. The rider slowed as they approached, pulling the reins of their horse and dismounting with a fluid motion. The young man's heart skipped a beat as the figure removed their helmet, revealing a face he did not recognize, but one that seemed oddly familiar, like a shadow from the past. "I was wondering when you would arrive," the rider said, their voice smooth and measured, carrying a weight of authority. "I thought you might be a bit further along by now." Elian stepped forward, his hand instinctively going to the hilt of his sword. "Who are you?" The rider smiled, a smile that was both welcoming and unsettling. "Ah, forgive me. I tend to forget that not everyone knows me by face. My name is Celine, and I've been waiting for you." The young man's grip on the golden thread tightened. "Waiting for me? Why?" Celine's eyes glinted in the sunlight, her expression unreadable. "Because you're the weaver, aren't you? The one who holds the loom's power. And you've been running from your destiny for far too long." The young man felt a strange unease ripple through him at her words. "You know what the loom is?" Celine nodded, her gaze never leaving him. "I do. I know exactly what it is. And I know what it can do. But I also know what happens when it falls into the wrong hands." She paused, as if weighing her next words carefully. "I'm here to help you, Weaver. But only if you accept that there is more at stake than just the loom. There are forces at play that you cannot even begin to understand." Elian narrowed his eyes, his hand still resting on the sword hilt. "And what exactly do you want in return for this help?" Celine's smile widened, but it was not one of warmth. "Nothing you could give me, old man," she said, her voice light but carrying an edge. "I want nothing from you. This is between the weaver and me." The young man glanced at Elian, whose face had hardened in suspicion. But Elian said nothing, and the young man turned his attention back to Celine. Her presence was unsettling, like a shadow lurking just out of sight, but there was something compelling about her, something that made him feel as if he were standing on the edge of a vast, unknown chasm. "What do you mean?" he asked, his voice steady despite the growing unease. "What forces are at play?" Celine's expression darkened, her eyes narrowing as if she were looking far beyond the mountains to some unseen horizon. "There are others who seek the loom. They are not like Illyrian. They are older, more powerful. And they will stop at nothing to control it. If you think Illyrian was the only one who would come for you, then you are gravely mistaken. You've only scratched the surface." The young man swallowed hard, his fingers tingling as the golden thread pulsed in his hand. The weight of her words sank deep into his chest, a chilling reminder that his journey was far from over. The loom was not just a weapon. It was the key to something much larger, a force that could reshape the very world itself. Celine seemed to sense his hesitation. "I can help you reach Verinder," she said softly. "But you must decide quickly. The forces moving against you are already on their way. And the longer you wait, the harder it will be to protect the loom. You cannot afford to waste time." The young man looked at Elian, who was still watching Celine with suspicion, then back at Celine. The choice lay before him: accept her help, or refuse it and continue on his own. But every instinct in him told him that the road ahead was too dangerous to travel alone. "I'll accept your help," the young man said, his voice firm. "But I will not be controlled. The loom is mine to protect, and I will decide its fate, not you." Celine nodded, her smile returning, though it was tinged with something darker. "Good," she said. "Then let us move forward. We have much to do, and little time to do it." As she turned and began walking, the young man felt the weight of the golden thread in his hand once more. He didn't trust Celine, not entirely, but there was no time for hesitation. He had no choice but to trust her for now, even as his heart whispered that there was more to her than she let on, and so, with Celine leading the way, the young man and Elian continued on their journey. But with every step, the young man could feel the loom's power drawing him deeper into a web of mysteries, dangers, and choices that would shape not only his fate, but the fate of the entire world. Part 12. The journey grew darker with each passing day. The mountain path that wound toward Verinder seemed to stretch endlessly before them, the air growing colder, the sky more oppressive, as if the world itself were holding its breath. The young man had not spoken much since their encounter with Celine, though her words lingered in his mind like a shadow, darkening the edges of his thoughts. He had agreed to accept her help, but something about her unsettled him. There was a coldness in her eyes, a sharpness in her tone that hinted at something more than she was letting on. She had spoken of forces older than Illyrian, forces that would come for the loom. But who were they? What were they after? And could they truly stop them? Elian, ever the skeptic, had kept his distance from Celine, his sharp eyes never straying far from her, as if expecting her to reveal some hidden agenda. The young man understood his wariness. Trust was not something easily given, especially in a world where everyone seemed to have their own reasons for seeking the loom's power. But there was no time to question her motives, not now. Not when the loom was so close, when the very fate of everything hung in the balance. "We'll reach the city soon," Celine said one evening as they camped by a flickering fire, the shadows of the mountain stretching long into the night. Her voice was soft, almost distant, but there was an intensity behind it that made the young man pause. "But reaching it is only the beginning." Elian shot her a sharp look, but she continued as if he hadn't spoken. "You've heard of the Order of the Tapestry, I presume?" she asked, her eyes flicking to the young man. The name struck a chord deep in his memory, though it had been little more than a whisper among those who spoke of the loom. The Order of the Tapestry was an ancient group, one shrouded in secrecy, rumored to have been the original guardians of the loom. They were said to have woven the fates of kingdoms, of kings and queens, of entire nations. But they had disappeared long ago, their influence fading into myth. "I've heard of them," the young man replied cautiously. "But they disappeared centuries ago. What does the Order have to do with any of this?" Celine's gaze turned cold, her lips pressing into a thin line. "The Order did not disappear. They were forced into hiding. The loom's power has always attracted those who would seek to control it, and the Order was no different. They were betrayed by their own, torn apart by factions that sought to use the loom's power for their own gain." The young man frowned, his fingers absently tracing the golden thread in his hand. "You said there are older forces at play. Are they part of the Order?" Celine's eyes darkened. "Yes. But they are not the only ones. There are those who seek to resurrect the Order, to harness the loom's power for themselves. And they are closer than you think." The crackling fire seemed to grow louder as the weight of her words sank in. The young man felt a surge of anxiety in his chest. Resurrect the Order. What did that mean for him, and for the loom? Elian, ever the pragmatist, broke the silence. "And what do you want from us, Celine? What's your role in all of this?" Celine turned her eyes to Elian, her expression unreadable. "My role is simple. I am a guide. I was once part of the Order, but I've long since distanced myself from their politics. I see the loom's power for what it is, not a weapon, but a force. And I will ensure that it remains in the hands of those who understand it." The young man's heart skipped a beat at her words. She had been part of the Order. Had she been one of them, weaving the fates of the world as they once had? What was her true goal? And how much could he really trust her? But Celine's gaze softened as she turned back to the fire, her voice quieter now. "But there is a price. The loom is not a thing that can be contained, not forever. It must be guarded, yes. But it also must be understood. It is not just about protection, it is about balance. The balance of fate itself." The young man felt a shiver run down his spine at her words. The loom was never just a tool. It was a balance of life and death, of choices made and paths not taken. It was an eternal weave, and to understand it was to understand the very nature of existence itself. He glanced at Elian, who was still watching Celine, his expression wary. The firelight flickered across his face, casting sharp shadows in the deepening night. "What exactly are you saying, Celine?" the young man asked, his voice steady despite the turmoil swirling within him. "What price must we pay?" Celine didn't immediately answer. Instead, She stared into the fire, her fingers gently tracing the surface of the flames as though lost in thought. After a long pause, she spoke again, her voice low and almost reverent. The loom's power is not something that can be controlled without consequence. Those who have tried before have paid the price in blood, in madness, in the unraveling of the very fabric of their own souls. And when the loom is disrupted, when it is used in ways that are not in harmony with its design, it brings destruction. Chaos. Entire worlds can be torn apart. Her words hung heavy in the air, and the young man felt a deep unease settle in his chest. The loom was not just a tool, it was a living, breathing force, tied to the very essence of creation and destruction. And to wield it carelessly was to risk unraveling everything. "I didn't ask for this," he murmured, more to himself than to anyone else. "I didn't ask for this power." Celine turned her gaze to him then, her eyes softening, though there was an edge of something else in them. "None of us ask for this kind of power," she said quietly. "But fate chooses. And those who are chosen must learn to wield it, or be consumed by it." The young man swallowed, his thoughts swirling. He had felt the loom's power deep within him, its golden thread pulsing with an energy that seemed to course through his veins, alive and unyielding. He had faced Illyrian, but was that the real test? Was the true trial to come from within, from mastering the loom's power, or succumbing to its dangers? "What do I need to do?" he asked, his voice firm with a resolve he wasn't sure he entirely believed in. Celine's lips curled into a faint smile, though it was tinged with something bittersweet. "You must learn what the loom truly is, what it was meant to be. You must understand its balance and how to maintain it. If you can do that, you can protect it. But if you fail..." She trailed off, and the young man didn't need her to finish the sentence. The consequences would be catastrophic. There was no turning back now. The loom had chosen him, and with it came a responsibility that weighed heavier than anything he had ever known. The road to Verinder might be closer, but the real challenge was just beginning. He had to understand the loom, not just its power, but its purpose. The young man closed his eyes, taking a deep breath. The path ahead was unclear, filled with dangers he couldn't yet comprehend. But he would walk it. No matter what came next, he would protect the loom. Part 13, the journey to Verinder stretched on, each step growing heavier. The weight of Celine's words pressing on the young man's mind. The loom was not merely a tool, it was a force, a delicate balance of creation and destruction, and only those who truly understood it could wield its power without succumbing to its dangers. But how could he, someone who had never sought such a responsibility, ever hope to master it? The mountains loomed around them like silent guardians, the air sharp with the scent of snow and pine. The trail they followed grew narrower, winding deeper into the heart of the range, the peaks towering above like ancient sentinels. Each night, they camped beneath the cold, star-filled sky, and each morning they rose to face another day of uncertainty. Celine had been quieter in recent days, her sharp eyes always watching the horizon, as if she sensed something approaching. Elian, too, had grown more tense, his hand always near the hilt of his sword, his brow furrowed in concentration. The young man knew that the time was drawing near. The city of Verinder was not far now, but the forces Celine spoke of were already on the move, closing in from all sides. "I've been thinking," the young man said one evening as they sat around the fire, the glow casting long shadows across their faces. What exactly are these forces you spoke of? The ones who would come for the loom. Celine's eyes flickered to him, her expression unreadable. She took a long breath, as if considering her words carefully before speaking. They are the remnants of the ancient factions, the ones who once sought to control the loom. Some are part of the old order, those who survived its destruction, and others are darker, more dangerous. They are not concerned with protecting fate, they want to control it, twist it to their own desires. The young man's heart clenched at the thought. He had never imagined that anyone would want to use the loom's power for such purposes. But then again, he hadn't truly understood the depths of its power either. If it could alter the course of fate, if it could shape destinies, then it was no surprise that there were those who would stop at nothing to claim it. Who are they? Elian asked, his voice low but sharp. What do they want with the loom? Celine met his gaze, her eyes hardening. They are led by those who call themselves the children of the thread. They are fanatical, obsessed with the idea of reshaping the world according to their will. They believe that fate is not something to be accepted, but something to be bent and twisted until it serves their every whim. The name sent a chill through the young man. The children of the thread. It sounded like something from a nightmare, a group that saw themselves as the masters of fate, bending its very nature to their desires. He shuddered at the thought of what they could do with the loom's power. They sound like monsters, he said quietly. They are, Celine replied. But they are not the only ones. There are others who would use the loom for their own ends, people who want to undo the past, who want to create a future of their own design. And they will stop at nothing to find it. The young man's mind raced. He had thought that Illyrian was the only threat he had to face. But now he knew that he was only a small part of a much larger and more dangerous game. The loom was the prize, and the world would burn to get it, so what do we do? Elian asked, his voice tense with the weight of their circumstances. Celine's eyes softened, but only slightly. We keep moving. We reach Verinder. And we take the loom to the one place where it can be protected, where its power can be understood. But we cannot let it fall into the wrong hands. If the children of the thread find it first. She trailed off, and the meaning hung heavy in the air. We cannot let that happen. The young man nodded, his fingers tightening around the golden thread that hung from his neck. He had no idea what awaited him in Verinder, but one thing was clear: if the loom was to remain safe, he would have to face whatever came. There was no turning back. The following days were a blur of cold winds, endless mountain paths, and unspoken fears. They had grown closer to Verinder, but it was a strange, unsettling closeness, like standing on the edge of a precipice, knowing that one wrong step could send everything spiraling into darkness. And yet, no matter how much he tried to prepare himself, the young man knew he could not anticipate what would happen next. The loom had chosen him, but did that mean he was ready to face what came with it? It was late one afternoon when they reached the base of the mountain range, the city of Verinder visible in the distance, nestled in the valley below. The city shimmered like a jewel beneath the setting sun, its spires stretching toward the sky, its towers gleaming with the promise of ancient knowledge. But even from this distance, the young man could sense something was wrong. The air felt thicker here, charged with an unsettling energy, as if the city itself were holding its breath. "We're close," Celine said, her voice low. She had been silent for most of the day, but now she spoke with an edge to her tone, her eyes scanning the horizon. "And they are already here." The young man's heart skipped a beat. "Who?" "The children of the thread," she said, her voice grim. "They know we're coming. And they will not let the loom go without a fight." The young man felt a chill run through him. They had been hunted from the very moment they set out. The loom was not just a weapon, it was the key to a battle that would shape the world. And now, it seemed, the battle was about to begin. "We can't stop now," Elian said, his hand tightening around his sword. "We have to move forward, no matter what." Celine nodded. "We must reach Verinder. Once there, we will seek out the guardians, the last remaining protectors of the loom. But be warned," she added, her gaze darkening. "The city is not what it seems. There are those within it who will betray us." The young man's breath caught in his throat. Betrayal? There was no time to process her words. The path ahead was clear. He had to reach Verinder, and he had to do it now. With the city in sight, they began their descent, the wind biting at their faces as they moved with purpose, the weight of their task pressing down on them. The loom was closer than it had ever been, but with it came a storm that would change everything. Part 14. The sun dipped below the horizon as they descended into the valley that held Verinder, its golden light casting long, eerie shadows across the land. The city, once a beacon of knowledge and protection, now seemed like a sleeping giant, its towers reaching toward the heavens as if grasping for something far beyond their reach. The young man could feel the pull of the loom, closer now than ever before, its power thrumming faintly in the air, as though it too sensed the gathering storm. The ground beneath their feet was rough and uneven, the path narrow and winding, leading them ever closer to the gates of Verinder. With every step, the weight of their journey grew heavier, each moment stretching the tension taut, ready to snap. Celine's sharp eyes scanned the horizon, her gaze never resting. "We'll be within the city's walls by nightfall," she said, her voice low and measured. "And we must be prepared for what comes next." Elian remained silent, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword, his eyes alert. The tension in the air was palpable, the quiet before the storm. The young man could feel it, too, the knowledge that their arrival would not go unnoticed. The children of the thread were already on their trail, and Verinder was a city filled with secrets, its many layers hiding dangers that even Celine seemed wary of. They reached the outer walls as the last rays of sunlight disappeared behind the mountains, plunging the valley into darkness. The city loomed before them, its gates ajar, as though expecting them. The young man felt a shiver run down his spine, the eerie feeling of being watched settling over him. It was as if the very city itself knew why they were there, and was waiting. "This way," Celine whispered, her voice barely audible. She led them toward a side entrance, hidden beneath the shadow of the city's great walls. The moment they passed through the gate, the air inside the city felt different, thicker, as if the very stones held 1,000 whispered secrets. Verinder's streets were silent. Empty. The once thriving city seemed deserted, its shops dark, its alleys deserted. The flickering lanterns along the path cast long shadows, their dim light adding to the oppressive atmosphere. The young man couldn't shake the feeling that they were being followed, that eyes were watching them from the corners of every street, from behind every shuttered window. "What's going on?" the young man asked, his voice quiet, almost afraid to break the eerie stillness. "Where is everyone?" Celine's expression was unreadable. Not everyone in Verinder is loyal to the loom, or to its guardians. The city is a web of allegiances, and some of those who were once protectors have turned. You'll find that there are many in Verinder who would sell their souls for power. Elian's hand tightened around his sword hilt. "So we can't trust anyone here." Celine's eyes glinted in the dim light. "Trust no one. Not even those you think you know." The young man felt a knot tighten in his stomach at her words. He had always believed in the good of people, in the idea that there was always a way to fight against the darkness. But now, in this strange and hostile city, those beliefs seemed more fragile than ever before. As they moved deeper into Verinder, the city seemed to close in around them, its labyrinthine streets twisting and turning, the air growing colder with every step. The young man could hear the faintest sounds, the rustle of feet against stone, the whisper of a voice carried on the wind. He quickened his pace, the sound of his own footsteps too loud in the heavy silence. "Where are we going?" the young man asked, trying to steady his nerves. "To the heart of the city," Celine replied, her voice as cold and distant as the city itself. "That is where the loom is kept, where the guardians once protected it. But be prepared. The guardians are no longer what they once were. The loom's power has a way of changing those who protect it." The words hung in the air, heavy with meaning. The young man didn't know what she meant, but the unease growing in his chest told him he didn't want to find out. They reached the center of the city. A vast open square surrounded by ancient stone buildings, their facades weathered by time. In the middle of the square stood a tall, black tower, its shape jagged and foreboding against the night sky. The tower seemed to pulse with a dark energy, a faint glow emanating from within, like the heartbeat of the city itself. "That's it," Celine said, her voice barely a whisper. "The heart of the city. The loom is inside, protected by those who still serve its purpose." The young man's heart raced. This was it. They had come so far, fought so much to reach this point. And yet, standing before the tower, he felt a sense of dread that threatened to overtake him. He could feel the loom's presence, its power drawing him in, whispering promises of both salvation and destruction. As they moved toward the tower, the sound of footsteps echoed behind them. The young man whirled around, his heart pounding. Shadows moved in the alleyways, and from the darkness, figures emerged, clad in dark robes, their faces obscured by hoods. "They found us," Celine said, her voice low and urgent. "The children of the thread." The figures stepped forward, their movements fluid and unerringly precise. The young man felt a chill run through him as he realized they were not alone. The children of the thread had followed them all the way to Verinder. And now, they were here to claim the loom for themselves. One of the figures, a tall man with a deep, resonant voice, stepped forward from the shadows. "You've made a grave mistake, Weaver," he said, his words dripping with venom. The loom was never meant to be protected by anyone. It was meant to be controlled. And now, it will be ours. The young man's hand instinctively went to the golden thread around his neck, his pulse quickening. They had been waiting for this moment, and now, there was no turning back. What do you want with the loom? Elian demanded, stepping forward, his sword drawn, the figure's lips curled into a cruel smile. What do we want? We want to reshape the world, old man. To bend fate to our will. And the loom is the key to that power. The young man's heart thudded in his chest as the figure stepped closer. There was no room for negotiation. No more time for hesitation. The loom was the prize, and the children of the thread would stop at nothing to take it from him. Get ready, Celine whispered, her hand moving toward her own blade. The air crackled with tension. The young man knew that whatever happened next would change everything. Part 15. The air in the square was thick with the scent of impending danger, the shadows of Verander's stone buildings pressing in on them like a suffocating cloak. The figures in dark robes closed in, their presence cold and oppressive, their eyes hidden beneath hoods. The tall figure who had spoken stepped forward. His voice a low rasp that seemed to reverberate through the night air. You are too late, the figure said, his words dripping with malice. The loom will be ours, and there is nothing you can do to stop it. The young man's fingers tightened around the golden thread at his neck, the pulse of the loom's power thrumming through him, as if the very fabric of fate itself were awakening within him. He could feel its call, like a whisper in his mind, but also a weight, a burden that pressed down on him with each passing moment. Elian, he muttered, his voice low, get ready. The older man nodded, his hand firm on the hilt of his sword, his eyes never leaving the hooded figures. Celine stood beside them. Her gaze cold and calculating, her hand resting on the hilt of a slender blade that gleamed in the pale light. She was poised, ready for whatever might come. You misunderstand, the young man said, his voice gaining strength. The loom was never meant to be controlled. It's not a tool for your whims, not for anyone's to twist to their own desires. The figure chuckled darkly, his hands moving beneath his cloak. You are naive, weaver. The loom is not just a force to be revered. It is a means of shaping reality itself. Do you think you can protect it? Do you think you can control it? The children of the thread have studied it for centuries. We know its true power. We will use it to remake this world in our image. The young man felt the anger rise in his chest, a fire that burned against the growing fear. He had known that they would come for the loom, that there would be those who sought to use it for their own ends. But to hear them speak so casually of reshaping the world, of manipulating the very thread of fate, made his blood run cold. You won't have it, he said, his voice steady despite the weight of their words. I won't let you take it. The figure's smile widened, but it was not a smile of victory. It was a smile of disdain, as if the young man's words were nothing more than a fleeting nuisance. You will not have a choice, he said. With a snap of his fingers, the figures around him stirred. Their hands moving toward their own weapons. In an instant, the square erupted into chaos. The air crackled with the sound of drawn blades, the echo of footsteps in the narrow streets, the clang of steel as Elian lunged forward, his sword meeting the first of the hooded figures in a flash of silver. Celine was quick. her blade slicing through the air with deadly precision, her movements graceful but lethal. She met one of the attackers head-on, her blade flashing as she deflected an incoming strike, then swiftly countered with a strike of her own. The young man felt his heart pounding in his chest, his breath quickening as the weight of the situation crashed down on him. He had never imagined that he would be forced to fight, not like this. Not for something so fragile and dangerous as the loom. But as the figures closed in, he realized that there was no other choice. He drew the golden thread from around his neck, its warmth pulsing in his hands. He felt its energy surge through him, filling him with a sense of purpose, of urgency. The loom was within his reach, but he had to protect it. He had to fight for it. With a deep breath, he let the power of the loom flow through him. The air around him shimmered, the golden thread glowing brighter, and in that moment, the young man understood something profound. The loom was not just a weapon, it was a guide. It was a reflection of his own choices, a mirror to his will. And the only way to protect it was to understand it, to trust in its purpose and his own. "Stop," he shouted, raising his hand. The air around him crackled with energy, the loom's power pulsing like a heartbeat. The hooded figures hesitated, their movements faltering for just a moment, as if caught in the current of his words. But the leader of the children of the thread stepped forward, his eyes narrowing. "You think you can control it, boy? You think you can wield the loom's power as if it were a weapon? You are nothing." With that, he raised his own hand, and the world seemed to darken. The air grew heavy, thick with the weight of ancient magic. The young man felt a sudden pressure on his chest. A coldness that seeped into his bones. The figure's words were not just threats, they were commands, born of an ancient power that sought to overwhelm him, but the young man fought against it. He focused on the golden thread, the power coursing through him, and with a determined effort, he called upon the loom's strength. "I will not let you use it," he thought, pushing the fear aside. "I will not let you twist fate." The golden thread in his hand flared brightly, and the world seemed to shift. The darkness around them recoiled, and the coldness faded. For a moment, the young man felt as though he were standing on the edge of time itself, his fingers brushing against the very fabric of fate. The power of the loom surged within him, and he understood, it was not about control, it was about balance. It was about harmony, between choice and consequence, between creation and destruction. The figure before him sneered. "You cannot stop us. The loom is ours." But the young man stood tall, his eyes burning with resolve. "No. The loom chooses. And it chooses me." With a sudden, forceful motion, he threw the golden thread forward. It rippled through the air, like a wave of light, a thread of fate itself. The figure staggered back as the power of the loom struck him, his words cut off by the sheer force of its energy. The shadows around them seemed to tremble, the world itself shuddering under the weight of the loom's might. For a brief moment, everything fell silent. The children of the thread stood frozen, their eyes wide in shock, as if unsure of what had just happened. The young man's breath came in quick gasps, his body shaking with the strain of wielding such power. But he knew, he had done it. He had protected the loom. "Run," Celine urged, her voice sharp. Now, with no further hesitation, the young man turned, sprinting toward the tower at the center of the square. Elian and Celine were close behind him, their pace quickening as the children of the thread regrouped, their rage boiling over. They would not give up so easily. The tower loomed before them, its dark silhouette casting a long shadow over the square. The door was just ahead, and with one final burst of strength, the young man pushed through, entering the heart of the city. The door slammed shut behind them, and for a moment, the world outside fell away, leaving them alone in the heart of Verinder, where the loom waited, its power, its truth, its destiny. Part 16. The heavy door of the tower slammed shut behind them with a deafening thud, the sound echoing through the cold stone halls like a death knell. The young man's breath came in sharp gasps, his chest heaving as the adrenaline of the battle began to subside. Celine and Elian were right behind him, their movements quick and purposeful, but even they seemed to sense the weight of what lay ahead. They stood in the shadowed entryway of the heart of the city, the ancient tower that had once been a sanctuary for the loom. The air inside was thick, heavy with the scent of age and forgotten magic. The walls were lined with dust-covered tapestries, their colors faded, their designs now mere whispers of their former vibrance. The flickering light of their torches cast long shadows, making the space seem even more oppressive than it already was. The young man's pulse quickened as he took in the surroundings. The tower felt different, unnatural. It was as though the very stones held secrets, the walls themselves whispering of the loom's terrible power. He could feel it now, deep inside, that same pulsing force that had been with him since he first touched the golden thread. The loom was close. And with it, the weight of fate itself. Elian, Celine whispered, her voice strained, "Keep your guard up. The tower's guardians are not what they once were." Elian's eyes narrowed, his hand never straying far from his sword. "What do you mean?" Celine's gaze darkened, and she took a slow, deliberate step forward. The guardians who protected the loom in the past, they were once noble protectors. But now, they have been corrupted by its power. They are no longer the same. The young man's heart pounded. Corrupted? The loom was powerful, he had felt that in every fiber of his being. But could it truly twist those who guarded it? Could it turn protectors into something dark, something unrecognizable? "We have no choice," the young man said, his voice steady despite the turmoil within. "We have to reach the loom before they do." Celine nodded, her eyes flickering toward the spiraling staircase that led deeper into the tower. It was here, at the base of the stairs, that they could feel the hum of the loom's energy vibrating through the floor. They had no time to waste. Without another word, they began their ascent, the spiral staircase narrow and winding, the air growing colder with each step. The stone underfoot felt ancient, almost as if it had been untouched by time, or perhaps time itself had been twisted here, altered by the loom's presence. The young man's thoughts raced as they climbed. What had he gotten himself into? The loom was supposed to be a tool of creation, of destiny, but what if it had already been twisted beyond recognition? What if its power was more dangerous than he could ever understand? He had seen what it could do, felt its pull on his very soul, but there was still so much he didn't know. And now, with the children of the thread on their heels, the only thing that mattered was getting to the loom before they did. The top of the staircase loomed ahead, a doorway at the end that seemed to pulse with an unnatural light. As they approached, the young man's heart skipped a beat. It was as if the tower itself was alive, breathing with anticipation, waiting for them to enter. And then, just as they reached the door, a voice rang out from the shadows, "You should not have come here." The young man froze, the hairs on the back of his neck standing on end. The voice was soft, almost melodic, yet there was a coldness to it that made his skin crawl. From the darkness ahead, a figure emerged, tall, cloaked in shadow, their features obscured by the folds of their hood. Celine's hand immediately went to her blade, and Elian's grip tightened on his sword, but the young man stepped forward, his heart pounding. "Who are you?" he demanded. The figure's eyes glinted beneath the hood, two sharp points of light like stars in the void. "I am a guardian," the voice replied, and there was a bitterness to the words, a sorrowful edge. "Or I was. Before the loom chose its path." The young man swallowed, trying to steady his breath. He had expected resistance, but he hadn't anticipated this, an actual guardian, someone who had once protected the loom. What had happened to them? What had the loom done to them, chosen its path? Elian echoed, his voice harsh. "What are you talking about? We're here to protect the loom from those who would twist it for their own desires." The figure's head tilted, as if considering Elian's words. "You do not understand," they said softly. "The loom was never meant to be protected. It was meant to be used, shaped by those who understand its true power. The children of the thread, they do not see the truth. They would control it, yes. But in doing so, they would destroy it. And then, the world would fall to ruin." The young man's pulse quickened. "What are you saying?" The guardian stepped forward. Their form more distinct now, the faint glow of their eyes casting an eerie light on the stone around them. "The loom is not just a tool of fate. It is the very fabric of existence itself. Those who would seek to control it are no different than those who would seek to destroy the world. But there is a balance, a choice. The loom does not bend fate, it weaves it. And when that thread is pulled too tightly, when too many hands try to manipulate it, the entire tapestry unravels." Celine's voice cut through the tension. "So, what? You want us to leave? Let the children of the thread have it?" The guardians shook their head, the motion almost too slow, like a dream fading in the morning light. "No. You must understand. To protect the loom, you must let it be. Only then can it weave the future that is meant to be. Do not seek to control it, or you will fall victim to its power, as I have." The young man's heart was racing. The words were cryptic, filled with a truth that was almost too much to comprehend. Could it really be true? Could the loom not be controlled, but merely, let be? "We don't have a choice," he said, his voice firm. "We can't let the children of the thread take it. We have to stop them." The guardian's eyes softened, a fleeting glimpse of something like sorrow. "Then, you must be prepared to face the consequences." With that, the figure stepped back into the shadows, vanishing as if they had never been there. The young man stared after them, a feeling of dread washing over him. The loom was ahead, closer than ever, but he knew now that the path ahead was far more complicated than he had ever imagined. There was no simple solution, no easy answer. And whatever happened next, He was about to face the full weight of fate itself. Part 17. The door to the inner chamber creaked open with a low, agonizing groan, as if the tower itself had hesitated to allow them entry. The young man stepped forward, his hand still clutching the golden thread that pulsed gently against his chest. The air inside was colder, thicker, as though it too held its breath, waiting for what would come next. He could feel it now, the loom's presence, alive and breathing, the very heartbeat of the tower itself. Celine and Elian followed closely behind him, their eyes scanning every corner of the chamber, their senses heightened. The room stretched far beyond what he could have imagined, filled with ancient, intricate machinery, countless strands of silver and gold hanging like spiders' webs, suspended in midair, twinkling faintly in the darkness. But at the center of it all was the loom, immense, its frame towering like an altar to something both sacred and dangerous. It was no longer a simple tool. It was a force. The loom's power rippled through the room, the very fabric of fate itself woven into its strands. The golden thread at the young man's chest throbbed in response, as though calling to the loom, urging him forward. "This is it," Elian muttered, his voice tight. "The heart of everything. The source of all this madness." The young man nodded, his gaze fixed on the loom. He could feel its weight, its presence. The power radiating from it was almost overwhelming, but he knew he had come this far for one reason only, to prevent it from falling into the wrong hands. Celine's voice broke through his thoughts. "We don't have much time. The children of the thread are not far behind." The young man nodded, his fingers brushing the golden thread once more, grounding himself. "We have to make a choice." "What do you mean?" Celine asked, her expression curious, yet wary. "The loom isn't just a tool," the young man said, his voice steady. "It's a force that shapes the world, the very fabric of reality. But it's not something that can be controlled. Not like the children of the thread think. If we try to manipulate it, to force it to our will, it will destroy everything." Elian's brows furrowed, but he said nothing. He simply watched the young man, waiting. "I understand now," the young man continued, his words feeling heavy in the air. "The loom isn't about control. It's about balance. It weaves fate, but only when left to its own design. I've been trying to fight against it, to control it for my own purpose. But that's not the way." Celine's eyes softened, though there was a wariness in them. "So, what are you saying? You're going to let it be? Let the loom do whatever it pleases, no matter the consequences?" The young man took a deep breath, his heart pounding in his chest. "The loom must be protected, but we can't force it to choose. We need to safeguard it, but we can't make it ours. It has to remain as it was meant to be, unshaped, untamed." Elian shook his head, his expression incredulous. "Are you saying we just walk away from this power? Let it fall into the hands of those who will destroy everything?" "We don't walk away," the young man replied, his voice firm. "But we can't force it either. The loom must be protected in its purest form. It chooses its own path, and we must protect it, by keeping it hidden from those who would use it for destruction." As the words left his lips, a voice rang out from the shadows, sharp, low, and filled with malice. "So, you do understand, Weaver." The young man's heart froze, the air thickening with the presence of the children of the thread. He turned to see them emerging from the shadows, their figures dark against the faint glow of the loom's light. The tall figure, their leader, stepped forward, a twisted smile pulling at their lips. "You think you can just stand there and protect it?" the leader asked, his voice mocking. "You think that you, a child of fate, can protect the loom from those who deserve it? You are nothing. We are the future. The loom's power is ours to control." Celine moved into a defensive position, her eyes narrowed, her hand resting on her blade. Elian gripped his sword tighter, stepping forward to stand beside the young man. "You will never have it," Elian said, his voice low and dangerous. The leader's smile only widened, but there was no humor in it, only cold, ruthless determination. "Then you will die trying." With a swift motion, the leader raised their hand, and the shadows around them seemed to deepen, pulling in closer, tightening like a noose. The young man felt a pressure building in the air, a force that threatened to crush him. The loom's energy surged in response, its light flickering wildly, as if caught in the struggle between them. The young man knew that if the children of the thread were allowed to control it, there would be no hope. The loom would be twisted, and fate itself would be rewritten to serve their dark purposes, but the guardian's words echoed in his mind. "You cannot control it. You must let it be." "No," the young man whispered, his voice trembling with the weight of his decision. He stepped forward, holding the golden thread tightly in his hand, feeling its pulse like a heartbeat. He focused on the loom, reaching out with his mind, connecting with its power. The children of the thread watched, their eyes narrowing as they saw what he was doing. "What are you doing?" the leader demanded, their voice filled with fury. "You can't," but the young man ignored them. Instead, he focused all his energy, all his intent, on the loom, letting the golden thread flow through him, connecting his will to its power. "I will not control you," he thought, his heart and mind clear. "I will protect you," the loom responded, its power surging, bright threads of gold and silver weaving in the air, twisting and turning like a storm. The room shuddered as the loom's magic roared to life, its energy pushing back against the dark force the children of the thread had summoned. The leader staggered back, their hands outstretched as if trying to grasp the loom's power, but it was too late. The loom was no longer something to be controlled, it was a force of its own, and it rejected the children of the thread's grasp. "No!" the leader screamed, their voice raw with fury. "This was meant to be mine." The young man stood firm, his heart steady as the loom's power filled the room. He understood now that the loom was not a weapon. It was a creation, a balance, and it could not be shaped by anyone's hand, except its own. It was a force of fate, and the only way to protect it was to ensure it was never misused. With one final pulse, the loom's energy surged, pushing the children of the thread back into the shadows, their forms dissolving into the dark, their attempts at control undone. As the light of the loom faded back into a gentle glow, the young man felt the tension in his body release. He had done it. He had protected the loom. For now, but the war was far from over. The loom's power pulsed gently in the room, its threads weaving fate once more, but the young man knew that he could not stand idle. The loom was safe, for now, but there would always be those who sought to control it. And he would have to be ready for when they returned. Part 18. The room was silent now, save for the soft hum of the loom's energy, the pulsing threads weaving fate in patterns only it understood. The children of the thread had been repelled, their dark intentions thwarted, but the young man knew that this victory was fleeting. The loom had rejected their power, but it would not be long before they regrouped, and when they did, they would come with even greater force. The weight of the moment settled over him. He had protected the loom, but he was also beginning to understand something more profound, something that had eluded him for so long. The loom was not a weapon to be wielded. It was not something to be controlled. It was the very fabric of reality itself, a thread that wove the world's destiny, and its power could not be bent to one person's will without catastrophic consequences. His chest tightened, the golden thread still warm against his skin. He had felt the loom's energy before, but never like this, never as something alive, aware of him, aware of everything. It was not a tool for shaping the future, it was the weaver of the future. And he, in his ignorance, had been trying to play at being its master. He looked over at Celine and Elian. The battle was not over. Far from it. Celine was the first to speak, her voice low but resolute. We need to move. The children of the thread won't stay down for long. The young man nodded, though his thoughts were far away, tangled in the questions that had been swirling through his mind. You're right. But we can't let them have it. Not again. Elian's face was grim, his sword still in hand, the weight of their situation heavy on his shoulders. We can't just hide it forever, either. We need to keep it safe, but we can't do that alone. He was right. The loom, even if hidden, was too powerful, too important to be kept in secret forever. Someone would always seek it. Someone would always want to control it. And as long as it existed, there would be those who believed it could be twisted to suit their will. We have to take it somewhere safe, the young man said. His voice was firm now, the uncertainty of earlier gone. Somewhere they can never find it. Celine and Elian exchanged a glance, one of those silent conversations that passed between them in an instant. Then Celine spoke, her voice filled with a quiet certainty. There is a place. A place where the loom can never be touched. The young man looked at her, his curiosity piqued. Where? A place hidden from time itself, Celine answered, her gaze distant, as though seeing a place far beyond the walls of the tower. A place guarded by the oldest magic in the world. The elders of the first weave. They've guarded it for centuries. Elian, the young man said, turning to him, is she telling the truth? Can we trust this place? Elian hesitated for only a moment before nodding. The first weave is real. But its guardians do not take kindly to outsiders. It will not be easy to get to. We don't have a choice, the young man said, his gaze falling on the loom once more. The loom can never fall into the wrong hands. We have to take it to the elders. The loom hummed again, as if responding to his words, its threads weaving faster, tightening as though aware of the decision they were about to make. The young man could feel it, the weight of fate, the power it held over the world. It had been too long, and now the choices were becoming clearer. He turned back to the door, his heart set. Let's go. We don't have much time. Celine nodded, her movements swift and decisive. Elian moved to the side, guarding the way, his hand still on the hilt of his sword. They knew this wasn't going to be easy. The journey to the elders was fraught with danger, but it was the only way. As they moved down the winding corridors of the tower, the young man glanced back one last time at the loom, still shimmering in the gloom. It was an ancient thing, but its magic was far from exhausted. There was more to the loom than anyone realized, and he could sense that now. What had once seemed like a simple object of power was something far more complex, far more dangerous. And as much as he wanted to keep it hidden, he knew that its influence was not something that could be ignored. Outside the tower, the night was still. The wind howled through the trees, but the world seemed eerily quiet, as if holding its breath. The young man could feel the weight of the loom's power pressing against him, its presence tugging at his very soul, urging him forward. As they approached the edge of the forest, a shape emerged from the shadows, a figure cloaked in silver. The young man froze. He knew this figure. This was not just another traveler, not another wandering soul. The figure stepped forward, revealing a face both familiar and strange, like a reflection in a broken mirror. The young man's pulse quickened. No. It can't be. The figure spoke, their voice soft but filled with a terrible certainty. You think you can run from fate. But it always catches up. And now, you're too late. The words hung in the air like a curse. The figure's eyes glowed, a golden light that matched the hum of the loom. And then, before the young man could react, the figure raised their hand, and the world around them seemed to collapse. The loom's power surged violently, as if in response to the figure's presence, pulling at the very fabric of reality, twisting the night around them. Time seemed to stretch and warp, the wind now howling as if in pain. The young man's heart raced. What is this? Who is this? The figure's smile twisted into something dark, something that sent a chill down his spine. You wanted to protect the loom. The figure asked, their voice soft with mockery. I have been waiting for you. Part 19. The wind howled, and the world around them seemed to ripple, bending and twisting like a reflection in water disturbed by a stone. The young man could feel the loom's power responding, thrumming with energy that seemed both ancient and primal. The figure before them, this cloaked being with eyes glowing gold like the loom itself, was no stranger. His heart skipped a beat as realization hit him like a thunderclap. It's you. Who are you? The young man demanded, his voice shaking, though he tried to keep it steady. The figure before him was both familiar and foreign. Their face was half illuminated by a soft golden glow, but there was something about them that made his blood run cold. Something wrong, something twisted in their very presence. The figure smiled, a cold, knowing smile that made the young man's skin crawl. Ah, so you remember me. The cloak shifted, and in the faint light, the figure's features became clearer, sharp angles and high cheekbones, eyes the color of amber, glowing faintly with an otherworldly light. It was a face he had seen before, a face that haunted his dreams, but not in the way he had expected. You're one of the elders of the first weave, the young man breathed, his voice a mixture of disbelief and fear. The figure nodded, their smile never faltering. I am no mere elder, child of fate. I am the weaver. The one who shapes destiny itself. The words landed like a stone in a still pond, sending ripples through his mind. The weaver. The very entity he had been warned about, an ancient being tied to the loom, bound to the weaving of fate itself. The one who had watched over it for centuries, perhaps even longer. No, he whispered. I thought the elders protected the loom. You're not supposed to be here. The weaver's smile deepened, their eyes glinting with dark amusement. The elders protect nothing, child. They are guardians of a thread that was never meant to be guarded. The loom. It is mine. It was always mine. The young man's breath caught in his throat, panic seeping through him. No. You're lying. The loom cannot belong to anyone. The weaver chuckled softly, the sound like the rustling of old, brittle leaves. Ah, you still don't understand. That's the difference between you and me, child. I understand the loom's true power. I've watched its threads for eons, weaving fate in ways you could never fathom. You think you control it. But it is I who has always controlled it. The young man's pulse quickened as the weaver's words sank in, their meaning unraveling before him. The loom, the golden thread, it wasn't just an object. It was a force, and the weaver had always been its true master. But why had they allowed him to come this far? Why had they let him believe that he could protect it? If they were always in control, you let me come here, the young man said, his voice thick with the weight of revelation. You wanted me to think I was doing something. You wanted me to wake up to all of this. The weaver's smile was filled with something like pity, but it was twisted, like a predator toying with its prey. You were always meant to come here, child. The loom needed you. It called to you, and you followed. But now that you understand, it is too late. Before he could react, the weaver raised a hand, and the world around them seemed to warp further, the edges of reality fraying like a torn fabric. The wind screamed, the air thickening with the loom's power. No! The young man shouted, stepping forward, his hand instinctively reaching for the golden thread at his chest. You won't control it. Not while I'm here. The weaver's eyes gleamed with amusement. Control. I am not here to control it, child. I am the loom. I am its pulse, its rhythm. I am the one who has guided it for millennia. A sharp, deafening crack split the air, and a blinding flash of light erupted from the loom itself. The young man instinctively shielded his eyes, feeling the loom's power surge like a wave crashing over him. He could feel it, its energy coursing through him, its golden threads pulling at his very soul, but it wasn't just him. He could feel the others too. Celine and Elian, though they were standing at a distance, still hidden behind the veil of the collapsing world, were affected by the loom's power, caught in its wake. Do you understand now? The weaver's voice rang out, calm but filled with an unsettling certainty. It is inevitable. The loom will always call to those who are connected to fate. It is not a tool. It is a force. And you, child, are its next thread. The young man felt his knees buckle, the pressure of the loom's power too much to withstand. His hand still clutched the golden thread at his chest, but it was as if the loom itself was resisting him now. It was a force greater than his will, and it was pulling him deeper, dragging him closer to the edge of something he could not see. No, he gasped, fighting to hold on to his senses. I am not your tool. I will not be a part of this. The weaver's eyes narrowed, and with a flick of their hand, the world seemed to shift once more. The edges of the reality around them seemed to break apart, revealing a vast emptiness, an infinite expanse of thread stretching in every direction. A void that was the loom itself, the boundless tapestry that wove the fate of every living being. You misunderstand, child, the weaver said softly. You are already a part of it. You always have been. Suddenly, the young man felt it, the loom's threads, interwoven with his very being. He could feel every moment of his life, every choice, every step, every twist of fate that had led him to this moment. The loom was not just an object, it was him, and he was it. He was part of the great weave, as much a part of it as any of the threads that stretched infinitely across the void. No. He screamed, the word torn from his throat. I am not yours. But the weaver only smiled, stepping closer. You are fated to become part of this. You cannot escape your destiny. No one can. The young man's mind raced. His life, his every decision, had been leading to this point, and he realized with a sickening certainty that there was no escape. The loom was not something he could control. It was something that controlled him. The loom was fate itself, and he was woven into its threads, bound to it. But as the weaver advanced, a sudden surge of determination sparked within him. The loom could bind him, but it did not own him. Fate could twist and turn, but it could never take away his will. He could still choose. He would choose. With one final, desperate cry, he pulled the golden thread from his chest, unraveling it, letting the power surge through him as he defied the loom's grasp. And in that moment, the world seemed to stop. The loom was a force of destiny, yes. But he was more than just a thread. He was a weaver too. Part 20. Time hung in the balance, suspended in the heavy silence that followed his cry. The young man's breath came in shallow gasps, his heart pounding as the golden thread, still warm in his hand, throbbed with a rhythm that seemed to echo throughout the very fabric of reality. The loom, the force that had shaped his life, seemed to pause in that instant, as though even it were waiting for the next movement. The weaver stood before him, their smile unfaltering, their eyes still gleaming with that terrible knowing. You think you can escape, the weaver murmured, their voice a soft, dangerous melody. But you cannot. You are the loom's creation, child. And no matter what you do, you will always return to it. The young man's fingers tightened around the golden thread, the pulse of power flowing through him in waves. But there was something different now, something new. He had always been a part of the loom, yes, but he had never realized that the loom, for all its power, could not force him into a role. It could not define him, and in that moment, he understood what he had to do. The loom was not the master of fate. It was a mirror, a reflection of all the choices made, all the threads intertwined in the tapestry of life. And he, too, was a weaver. His choices, his will, were just as much a part of the design as the loom's threads. No, he said again, more firmly this time, the word stronger as he stared the weaver down. I am not your puppet. I will not be bound. The weaver's gaze faltered, just for a moment, and it was then that the young man knew. The weaver, for all their ancient power, had never been in control of the loom. They had believed themselves to be, but they, too, were just a thread, woven into the tapestry of fate. He took a step forward, his eyes fixed on the loom in the distance. It pulsed with power, 1,000 golden strands stretching out into the infinite, each one representing a life, a decision, a destiny. He could feel them all, and he understood that they were not fixed. The loom was not the force that determined the future, it was the choices of those who lived, those who acted, who truly shaped it. With the golden thread in his hand, the young man moved closer to the loom. The weaver watched, their expression unreadable, though there was a flicker of something like doubt in their eyes. "Do you think you can change fate?" The weaver asked, a note of disbelief in their voice. "Do you think you can rewrite it?" The young man's voice was steady, his resolve unshakable. "No. But I can choose to live it. I can choose who I become. I will not be a prisoner to fate any longer." The loom's power surged in response, as if it were testing him, pushing against his will. The air around him crackled with energy, and the threads of destiny wrapped tighter around him, pulling, tugging at his very essence. The weight of it threatened to crush him, but he stood firm. The golden thread burned in his hand, its light growing brighter, more intense. He closed his eyes, focusing on the rhythm of the loom, the pulse of its threads. In that moment, he felt it. He could feel the weave of fate, the vast network of choices, of lives interwoven with his own. It was more than just power, it was life itself, a vast and complex web that no one,